Hello everybody, good afternoon. Welcome back. It's time to begin. Glad to have each and every one of you. Thank you for clicking. Hope you had a nice Monday. Here now, got some work to do. It honestly took a lot not to play yesterday. Not to turn on the stream because started the day by going out to brunch and it was not good. In order to make up for it, got some pizza later in the day. Just to try and like make something out of it. I don't know. I like to eat out at least, I would say once a week. That's kind of the floor for my eating out. So if it's bad, then I eat out twice, right? You know, I can't just let that once a week go to waste. It was I'm trying to remember what I got the my already brain not working. Why am I gonna say meat? Yeah, it's meat. What kind of meat? It's the beef, not the. Why do I want to say beef Wellington? That is not what I'm trying to think of right now. He got the meat. You're dealing with an elderly streamer who cannot think of words and whose brain is being slowly corrupted year over year. Okay, corned beef. Yeah, no. Hold on. I got a corned beef hash, except it was like a non-traditional corned beef hash. I've had plenty of corned beef hash. And it's always delicious, except this time it was not delicious. Have you guys ever had a corned beef hash where the corned beef was just dry and chewy? And also stringy? It was very strange. The texture was odd, and I had to chew it like 4 times as much as one should have to chew. And I ate like a third of it. Beef jerky hash. Yeah, and there really wasn't like a hash, so to speak. So it was all wrong. It was all wrong. I felt like I was in danger of choking every time I took a bite. I was chewing like 3 to 4 times as much as normal to try to make sure I wasn't going to choke because the meat was just so chewy. So chewy and just dry. I don't know. It was very strange. So I didn't eat much of it. So I had pizza later. The pizza was okay. I had tried a new pizza place just to see what it was like, and it was a bit overpriced, like all things now. But they burned part of the pizza. So it was just a rough day yesterday. The part that wasn't burned tasted pretty decent, but it was one of those like wood-fired pizza place, the wood fire oven. And if you're gonna do a wood fire oven pizza place, you can't burn the pizza, I think is safe to say. So like a third of the pepperoni pizza crust was just charred and tasted like char. And no, like food is just getting worse, man. I don't know why. Every time, I feel like every month, me and Alice go out to eat, and we're getting the place that we've been to 5-10 times before, and we're just going, oop, never going back there again. Yep, well, I guess it's ruined now. Time to cross another one off the list. And the pool of food places that we actually like want to go to is dwindling to a very small circle of possible choices. I'm just now noticing that the city in the opening screen is Vegas. Well, that's, you're right. You're absolutely right. But anyway, gamers, hope you had a nice pretend weekend. Monday is not a real weekend, but it is to me. We're getting back into it. And here we are. Pew, there it is. We're back. Even finding fast food is starting to decline too. Fast food has always kind of just been very hit or miss depending on the location. Everybody has there's good Taco Bells and bad Taco Bells. There's good Wendy's and bad Wendy's. I think when they're at their best, I would say Popeyes is never at their best, but I would say that their food has always been pretty consistent tasting. The only time I ever get fast food is McDonald's with a coupon. Yeah, I don't do the coupon thing. Maybe I should. But I also don't go to those places very often. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Easy. Have you tried the pickle menu? I have wanted to try the pickle menu, but I haven't tried it yet. Have you? Anybody in chat tried the pickle Popeyes menu? I don't. It looks like it could be good. It might be. I just realized yesterday ratings can go over 100. They can indeed. There's a setting to show that. Inside of game, well, not these settings, but yeah, there's a setting to show if you want. The glazed sandwich and fried pickles are good. I'm not brave enough to try the pickle. There's pickle juice lemonade? I tried one item, thought it was super overrated, and I love pickles. Okay. Well, here's the thing is, I think they've been doing like, I've noticed that Popeyes consistently does buy one, get one free in food delivery apps. So that's nice. But the problem is you have to order from Popeyes, and I am riddled with guilt anytime I do, because subjecting another human to waiting for food at Popeyes might be an unforgivable sin that I have to answer for in the afterlife. Because I know that I would never go to Popeyes and wait, because you never know how long you're going to be there for. It could be 30 to 40 minutes. So making another person go on my behalf knowing that is kind of evil. But it's buy one, get one free. What do you want me to do? They got like buy one, get one free everything. We clinched a playoff spot. No, you silly goose. That's why the stream is called Push to the Playoffs, as in we're not there yet. We're pushing to them. Let's push to the continue game button now. I just finished blowing up my team. Hopefully the invaders do better. What kind of blowing up are we talking about here? But what's up, beginning of stream sub? Rhodey! Thanks for 37 months, Rhodey. How you doing? Welcome back for one more. Hello, Salmon Roll, Gilgamesh. But I feel like I have to try the Popeye's pickles now and see what's going on there. I do appreciate novelty, especially fast food novelty. I thank Review Bra for that. Hello, Nataruk. I signed, traded for, or Rule 5, 16 new players onto the active roster and replaced every front office personnel except my scout. I'm thinking about detonating the front office after this season, which would be so funny. Imagine making the playoffs in your second season and you just replace every person in the front office. Like, that seems like the inverse of what would be expected. We made the playoffs in our second season. Job security, and then you fire them all. You didn't win the World Series in the team's second year, Scott Tyler. You're fired. Whoever the base running coach is has to go. They were so good in the first year, though. That's why I can't figure out what's wrong. Like, they supposedly, the first base coach has excellent in-game running, which is higher than most. And the third base coach has outstanding in-game running. Mike Benjamin does. So, what's going on there? With legendary infield defense, legendary outfield defense. Bro looks a lot younger than 61, I'll give him that. Trying to build a reputation on this team. I am curious who's available right now from like a staff perspective. But I don't remember. Okay, it's personnel tab. There we go. I'm just interested to see, like, out of the managers, who's there. Buck Showalter. The problem is they all want to command the rest of the staff. Kyle Collins is my bench coach. He's already here. Honestly, that would probably be an easy promotion. But I can't, he doesn't have like a little dot next to all of the things, so I don't know what he would actually like command. Because he's got the outstanding development, outstanding mechanics, legendary aging, which is very good. But he's got a couple of bad or like fair relationships. That's the problem, I guess, with normal people. They just have average relationships. Terry Francona, working with the Cincinnati Reds. He took them from 73 and 89 to 82 and 80, and now 71 and 55. So the Reds under Terry Francona, pretty legendary old manager. 68 years old. Good grief. Came back after a long stint with the Guardians. 10 years. But he controls the lineup, the hitting coaches. See, if you hired like a manager who wants to control the lineup, my season would go a lot faster. I wouldn't have to do like half the extra work that I end up doing, would I? It's so funny that he wants to retain control over bunting for hit. Okay. If you believe in it that dearly. Otherwise, you could argue that we got kind of a worse deal here. Outstanding development, outstanding mechanics. This is our coach. This is our manager. Excellent handles aging, but he was the only dude that didn't demand full control over things, but he's got full control over player strategy settings. I really wonder if that is the difference in our base running issues. Time to fire him. Time to let him loose. I won in my third. Yeah, I saw that, Eddie Bow. Congrats on that. Norfolk Destroyers won in the 2006 World Series. Yeah, that's sick. Now you got to try and go back to back. Was it just lightning in a bottle? Or do you have it for the next year? Because I think winning the World Series is obviously the most obvious initial goal, but I think trying to make like a dynasty team is appealing as well, where it's like being the force to be reckoned with. Whereas like in my timeline, for example, right, the Mariners went to the World Series 2 years ago in my game, and then now they're 56 and 60. So it's like you come up that close and then just dive into the abyss in some cases. I think like if I were to make an off-stream campaign, which I've thought about just for fun so I could just play like in my free time without having to verbally analyze every decision, I think I'd probably crank the trading difficulty up that extra tick or two. I'm gonna leave it where it's at for now, but I think it has like one more tick and maybe one more tick toward favor prospects. And then I think I found a thread that was like how to make the game even harder. Which did I bookmark? I saved it somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Music, where did you go? Oh, I found it on my phone. All right, here it is. It's a thread on Steam forums about making a more challenging out of the park, adjusting the AI of all GMs. So for them to make it extra difficult, they go to every general manager before they start, and they set the GMs to rank 100 for handling players, handling veterans, and handling rookies. And then have their scouts set to, or for their scouting ratings, have them set to 100. So they have like perfect scouting. You don't have to do 100, but like basically buffing the AI to like an absurd degree for like ultra challenge mode. I'm probably not going to do anything that extreme, but there's the thread if somebody wanted to look at it. They go a little crazy. They just posted it in chat. It's kind of a long thread, but I digress. All right, let me get into this. But first, I gotta blow my nose a couple times, and then we go. kind of insane, actually, that Jazz Chisholm Jr. has 17 homers this season. That means he's developing that power. He does have more at-bats this season than previously. He had 13 homers in 330 at-bats, so he's getting more at-bats. He's on pace for 22 home runs, which is honestly pretty good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, we don't have... Kerry Carpenter is suspended after getting into a scuffle with a 35 rated overall closer and has been suspended. He's out for 3 more games after getting into like a bit of a battle. Dude, his rating has gone up to 60. Didn't we see that? Did we see that last time? I guess we did see that last time. We just saw it, yeah. Because I got like updated scouting reports on all of my players, and my head scout thinks he's a 60. So I actually learned a bit about the scouting system because it has changed pretty dramatically between last year's previous versions and this year. The devs posted sort of kind of like a breakdown, if you will, of scouting. Here we go. Chat, I'm about to I am about to... If you're in a dark room, there is no dark mode for this page. Okay, there's no dark mode for this page. So, big white screen coming in. You've been warned. 3, 2, 1, pew! There it is. I made the text larger for you. Flashbang. So we're not going to read the whole... Well, I say we're not going to read the whole thing verbatim, but I thought it was very interesting. So, the short version is, in previous years, players had sort of meta'd the scouting and generally preferred the types of scouts that, on the spectrum of the scouts' preferences, preferred the one called highly favors tools. So there was like highly favors ability, neutral, favors tools, and highly favors tools on a spectrum. So pretty much everybody favored like highly favored tools scouts, and it was pretty meta, I would say. Some people did other ones, but it was like, you know, the majority picked the same one. So they changed how scouting works. So this is not a patch, is my understanding. This is just how the 26 version of the game works. So I noticed that it's different from last year, but I didn't really understand how. And now that I've read this, it started to kind of put what I've noticed into context and perspective. So, for those who don't know, I will read part of this because I do think it's like a fascinating way to represent scouting as a mechanic. At a core level, all scouts work roughly the same way. They take the raw ratings from the players, and depending on their scouting ratings, the team's scouting budget, the accuracy of the report, they'll report back their view of a player's ratings. In all of the below, the combination of a report, accuracy, scouting budget, scouting rating, etc. we'll simply refer to as accuracy. So not every very high accuracy report is the same. There's always extra variation at play. Depending on these factors, plus some other pieces, younger players and international players can have more scouting errors. Some players will randomly have skew up or down, the overall league accuracy setting, etc. Scouts create a new baseline rating for each player. Then they'll take that baseline and apply some functions in projecting a potential talent rating. The aim is to make sure that one type of scout is not wholly better than another. But at a high level, the aim of the update is to give a real decision on which kind you want to hire. A scout who favors ability will tend to better rate players who, given a normal development path, will grow and develop. A scout who favors tools may not be as precise at projecting most players, but are more likely to find potential breakout stars that a scout who favors ability would never consider. And also be able to potentially identify some players who might experience talent declines and never get close to their potential. As a general rule of thumb, the ability view of a player may be more accurate, but they will miss a bunch of players that a tools scout will be able to better understand. This may not always be the case. As we said, other factors are at play, but at a high level, that's the goal. So effectively, ability preference scouts will give you more players who are going to be more consistently at the level that they are being shown at by the scout. Whereas the super favorite tools scouts will not really be able to tell you very much about the people who will follow a normal development path, grow and develop at a consistent rate. They're more likely to find the ones who slip through the cracks that might be the breakout stars. So it's kind of like more Gamba. But also, they may show you some outlier players who might be trending downward despite what their stat line is showing Wilmer Flores. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm starting to like recontextualize things that we noticed from the last season that I didn't really know how to articulate, because I have a favorite tools scout, and Wilmer Flores was having a very, very, very good season, but he was rated very badly by the scout. And now this season he sucks, right? So I feel like that was a forecast, like a foreshadowing from my tools scout. Tools versus ability. Projecting a player's potential rating is where tools versus ability difference comes into play the most. All scouts will factor in both methods of evaluation. However, those who prefer one or the other will weigh them more in the final consideration. Ability focuses on players with a more traditional development path. Scouts will project players along a normal average development curve, knowing that players will gain a few points of rating each year until a certain age. The big change in the new game is that along with projecting players along the average, the higher the accuracy of the report, they will also incorporate a factor based on the player's underlying development ratings. All players generally have parameters for how they will develop, and the higher a scouting accuracy, the more a scout will be able to predict which path a player might be on. So, an excellent scout with a very high accuracy report will have a better chance of seeing that a certain player might be on an accelerated development path, or alternately see that the player might have high potential but is especially slow and thus unlikely to reach that potential. Development has lots of randomness to it and can vary, so they will not be able to predict this with certainty, but the scout aims to project the most likely path, assuming no major hiccups. Whereas tools will take a slightly different approach. They still will project players along the normal development path, but instead of seeing how fast or slow of a development the player is likely to get, they incorporate more the chance of the player potentially deviating with that projection. They'll be able to get a better understanding whether a player could experience talent fluctuations or other fluctuations and use that to base the final rating. They may see a player who is likely to experience negative talent changes and project them lower. The aim is for them to be better at noting players who might maybe have good minor league success, but maybe peak as a quote-unquote quad A player. Someone who doesn't quite get there to stick in the majors. Or to identify someone who's not a star prospect, but experiences a big leap in talent and becomes a breakout star. There are other parts to player development besides talent change randomness as to whether a player is potentially an outlier in development that we'll be able to predict with a tools-focused scout. Generally speaking, a more heavy focus on tools is geared toward projecting players who might break out and trying to catch them before they fully break out versus focusing on safe options. There is never going to be a time where the scouts are 100% focused on one or the other. Scouts will always factor in players' actual potential ratings. They'll always take a mix. In some cases, higher accuracy may also lead to a scout seeing under the hood even further into a player's underlying true talent. All players have some hidden variables which control even further what their potential is, and in some cases a higher accuracy report will see those and incorporate them in the evaluation. This will only impact a small portion of players and is mixed with the above, so that the higher the accuracy, the better the chance of viewing those hidden values. To avoid reports moving too much in short order, scouting reports will change more gradually over time. This one is kind of big for what we just looked at a second ago, where we noticed that Kerry Carpenter was slamming the ball. He's having a goated season. He's tied for first in homers. His average is way up. He's just been very consistent throughout the whole season so far. And then, after noticing that, our scout, after we sent him to do a new updated scouting report, said, yeah, actually, I think he's a 60 out of 60, when we thought at one point he was like a 50 or a 55, right? So I think that fills in here. Even if the scouting accuracy improves, it may take some time for scouts to fully update their view of a player. This is mostly important so that the moment a player starts regressing, you don't get too much of a sign that their ratings have crashed until they continue playing, or similarly, to avoid seeing underlying rating changes happen too much before they may show up in-game. So I think that's what happened with like Kerry Carpenter and possibly Freeman, where in the new version of the game, scouts don't, when you get an update and like, oh, he's a 55, he might be already trending up or down, and the scouts haven't noticed it yet. And that's happened probably to Freeman, probably to Kerry Carpenter, and the opposite way, probably to like Wilmer Flores, except our scout noticed that he was regressing before his stats showed it. Which I think makes for very fun decision making, because you're thinking, is this guy just having an outlier season? Is he just having the best season of his career? Or is he getting like better on a permanent level and the scout hasn't picked up on it yet? Or has the scout picked up on something like, wow, his ratings have come down from last year. He's like 32. Does the scout pick up on, like, I have a highly favors tools scout. Is he picking up on that regression early? How am I supposed to min-max this? Well, the whole point is that you can't min-max it, that you pick a scout based on what you're looking for. So which should I pick? That'll depend on what you're looking for. A tools-focused scout will generally find undervalued players at a better rate, perhaps discount overvalued players, and is more likely to give note to players who are on the verge of breakout. But they might discount a set of players who simply grow into solid contributors. An ability-focused scout is more likely to understand those players better, but is unlikely to find the breakout candidate. In both cases, the higher-rated scout or increased scouting budget is generally a more important factor. So, focusing on a highly rated scout who has like legendary amateur draft, legendary international free agent is more important than their preference, is what they're saying. And also your scouting budget that you set for your team is generally more important than the actual preference of the scout. A highly rated scout is unlikely to take a player and see that 1 in a million chance of them developing into the next Mike Trout, no matter which style they use. I think it's saying if they don't have good ratings. It was just is a strangely written sentence. Basically, they just say it's better to have a better scout, even if they don't match your ideal projection model. However, there may be times that you're better served with the worse scout who prefers the projection model you identify with. You've got a choice. So I just thought that was fascinating because I think that the scouting system in general is one of the cooler aspects of the game. And we noticed like Kerry Carpenter surged up to a 60 overall, which is extremely high. If he could stay there after having himself a significantly better season than last season. He's already got as many home runs as he did all last season in 160 fewer at-bats. His average is higher. On-base percentage is higher. Slugging is higher. OPS is higher. OPS plus is higher. He's already got more WAR than last year. So we got some updated scouting reports to try to see if the scout could see what we were seeing. And he says, yeah, actually, I can. That power has gone up. The overall has gone up. And compared to what the OSA thinks of him, you can see that our scout says he's got way more power, less contact, less speed, and maybe slightly better defense. And we have just like a favor tools scout, I think. Anyway, what's up, Constant Jazz Hands? I think he's even better than 60, maybe. What are my scouts ratings? My scouts ratings are good. We have a really good scout, I think. He has excellent scout majors, outstanding scout minor leagues, excellent international legendary amateur draft, favor tools. So I'm pretty happy with him. So I'm hoping that our #1 picks based on his info are, and we've also got a bunch of the budget toward the amateur draft. Probably need more in the major. I don't have a lot of budget in the major league scouting, but we do have a big scouting budget. Not quite max, but it's close. I bet you get a lot of decent late round picks with him too, hopefully. Scouts are still wrong sometimes. Yeah? Correct? Nobody said otherwise. Some of that is due to talent change randomness. Some of that can be due, again, to the type of scout that you have. If you had a legendary amateur scout who highly favors tools, you'd be more likely to find the person who is going to look like a 40, 45 in spring training that turns into a higher. You'd be more likely to find them, but you're never guaranteed to find them. Before they break out. That's kind of the whole point of what we just read. Scouts don't have an omniscient understanding of players? Psh, impossible. Okay, so I just wanted to look at that because I've noticed some of our players changing a lot lately. Here's where we're at in the league. We're in first place, but only by 1 game. My goal is to get to the end of the regular season today and find out where we stand. There's still a bunch of games left. In fact, there's 36 games left. Math is hard. 30 some odd games left. And in that time, we could go on a cold streak and lose 10 games in a row. We could go on a win streak, win 10 games in a row. We could go 50-50. I don't know. But the Rangers are only 1 game back. So The AL West sucked the last 2 years in the simulation, and suddenly the Rangers are good. And not only are they good, they're the second best in baseball right now. So the AL West is the toughest division at the moment, just by nature of the fact that we have the top 2 teams, which is very unfortunate for us. Invaders having their breakout year in their second year and having to race to the finish line. So even if the Rangers beat us, we could still get a wild card berth, which would still let us go to the playoffs, but we don't want to play in a wild card game if we don't have to. If we get first overall, we can skip the wild card and go straight to the ALDS, which would be great to get the bye through the first round and not have to play the stinky wild card match. Best of 3. Best of 3 sucks. But I think it's fun, though. I think wildcard games are fun when it's not my team playing in them. Let's put it like that. But yeah, we're currently in first, but we can't shake the Rangers. The Rangers also, at the trade deadline, acquired Adley Rutschman from the Orioles, whom they now have signed for the next 5 years. So they have a massive upgraded catcher at the trade deadline, which is insane, because I think they got him for peanuts. They just traded Juan Gutierrez, so like a prospect who might end up being like a good hitter, got some good personality traits. And then they also got, history please, Colton Curtis, who's like a 45 potential, Javier Rangel, 45 potential, Mitch Bratt, 40, and Ramon Suarez, 35. So like, if this is selling the farm, their farm sucked. At least according to my scout. So that seems like a great deal for the Rangers there, because the Orioles had already signed Rutschman to a 5-year contract extension. So it's crazy to me that you would sign a dude to a 5-year extension and then trade him for that. But okay. The Orioles fumbled their rebuild in both this game and real life. Also, I noticed something hilarious yesterday when I was looking at this. Something that made me laugh. You may recall that at the trade deadline, we traded for new closer Edward Bizardo. Okay? So, fun fact about the Edward Bizardo trade. This was a close... We almost didn't get this trade. We traded with the Giants to get Bizardo to try to fill in as the closer because we had some trouble with the bullpen actually shutting down games and losing close games pretty consistently with the likes of Luke Weaver, and I think it was Bender that was the closer. So, we didn't realize this at the time, but who we traded to get Bizardo was Keaton Wynn and a couple other guys. Keaton Wynn, okay, was originally claimed off waivers while with San Francisco. So we claimed him off of waivers from the Giants and then traded him back to the Giants for Bizardo, their closer. So we got him Bizardo for effectively free. And now he's just playing for him, I guess. Like, Keaton Wynn played on the 7th, went 5 innings, 3-run ball as a starter. $4D chess move. So how do they even do that? I think claiming dudes off waivers and then trading them might be OP. I think the AI is not really sure what to do with waivers anyway. And I don't really know how to fix them. Because if we go to San Francisco and look at who they could have waived instead from an organizational standpoint, they have the option to waive these like 40 potential dudes. They have a bunch of relievers down here who they probably wouldn't miss. And they hold on to them for some reason, but like push the guy that they actually want back through waivers. And I don't understand how to like improve that rationale for them. Speaking of, we have why is Angel Felipe DFA'd here? Didn't he pitch with us? Yeah, he's pitched 3.2 innings. I don't know why he's DFA'd. Clears waivers in 3 days. We waived him and DFA'd him for some reason. Because we can't trade him. I think I just had to make room. He had 3 good innings with us, but I think it was because we brought back somebody else. I think it was when we got Bizardo. I brought Uribe back up. That's what it was. Because Uribe was in AAA for a bit, so we brought Uribe back up, DFA'd Angel Felipe, because we claimed him off waivers from the Angels. What's up, Def2? All right. I'm always a little slow to get going because I have to remember what I was doing before. But I think after looking at all that, we're pretty much ready to go. We're still #1 in the power rankings. We're probably going to watch one or more of these games with the Yankees because it should be a tough series since they're first in their division right now. So it'll be fun to kind of see who gets the better of whom there. Let chat bet on that a little bit. Do some gambling. Roster manipulation. Shake my head. He pitched well and then gets DFA'd. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. It's either that or keep Uribe down. I think Uribe's been too good to keep down. So Luis Matos is not considered an upgrade in right field anymore, which is interesting. Our attendance is good, and play close to 500 balls more than good, and then keep building the team to reach the playoffs. We might do the 2031 goal by this year, possibly. I guess I could check waivers for fun. Yeah, there were a couple dudes that we can't get because they're expensive. Actually, we just don't need Tim Herron is the problem. Tim Herron looks goated though. Why is he? Why are the Guardians getting rid of their closer with a 1.37 ERA, 30 games, 30 appearances, 19 and 2/3 innings, 1.02 WHIP, 10.5 strikeouts per 9. His BABIP is high, but what? Okay, he's insane against lefties. Righties, he's still very good, but not great. But he's very good. What is wrong with you? Like, who's on your organization? See, this is what I keep looking at, the 40-man roster, and they've got Miguel Rojas, 35 overall. They're paying $1.5 million and keeping these guys, or Ryan Yarbrough, instead of their actual, like, good closer. He might be out of options. I'm sure he's out of options, but like, why keep him on? Why not keep him on the team? Why are you? What does options have to do with it? Why are you sending him down? He is literally, oh, because you have Duran, but still, he doesn't expect to be the closer. He just expects to be in the bullpen. You've got to have a worse bullpen arm than that. Like Ryan Yarbrough, 5.44 ERA. Partial starter. Yeah, there's no way they have like 7 other better pitchers. By the way, Robert Suarez is also on the Guardians and wants to be the closer. He's got a 4.63 ERA this season. Kind of fallen off. So the issue is not that he's out of waivers. The issue is, why are they keeping all the other relievers over him? That's the part that befuddles me about the AI and waivers. All right, I'm just gonna let him go because I think we have a good enough bullpen right now. I think we're solid. Tim Herron looks great. The cutter looks insane. But I think our bullpen is already... We got rid of Snyder, by the way. I know if you... I feel bad about it, but we did. He's with the Royals now. And in 7 1/3 innings, he's got a 1.23 ERA. So already off to a much better time with them than with us. In 5 appearances so far. Including appearance against us where he pitched better. We ended up trading him. We got rid of Nick Allen and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and we picked up Josh Spores. So Josh Spores have been pretty lights out with Kansas City. I'm expecting him to do the same. He's had 6 appearances scoreless for us right now. Snyder leaving us will make us better by subtraction. More or less, yeah. By the way, thank you, War of the Worlds, for the gift sub. I appreciate it. To Kamish, Lord Waldemart says, let's go Invaders. Thanks for 32 months, Lord Waldemart. Good afternoon. And the Wily Wizard says, keep hanging on. We are hanging on. Thanks for hanging on for 33 months. I appreciate it. Ticket sales look good. I'm going to push the ticket price up again because I like micromanaging that. And then everything else, I think, is pretty much good to go. We're 7-1 in August so far, which is a really nice place to be after some iffy months. I hope we're getting hot right now, just before the playoffs. Carpenter in the home run race, Carpenter in the batting average race, Carpenter first in RBI, and it's not really close. Clutchest on the team, or in baseball, 97 ribbies. He's on pace for 100 easy. Third in slugging, third in OPS. Jazz is third in runs because he gets on base and Kerry Carpenter drives him in. Carpenter third in total bases. Jazz fifth in steals. Man, Chandler Simpson is crazy at stealing. He's got 47 stolen bags. Carpenter third in OPS plus, second in win probability, and third in WOBA. Okay, and then pitching, Bobby Miller second in ERA behind Roki Sasaki. Bizzardo leading the league in saves. He's already got a few with us. We're hoping he keeps that up. We picked him up, I think, on the cheap. Bobby Miller second in whip. Third in opponent batting average. First in opponent BABIP. Second in ERA plus. Third in win percent. So we got one of the best starters in baseball right now. Carpenter hasn't even made an error this season. That's crazy. We don't really have that many top fielders. Marchand is second in Sarah. Catcher ERA. That's pretty damn good, dude. All right, chat. The ad is about to start, and then we're gonna watch the game against Cole. We're gonna field the normal. I'm gonna let you guys do a channel point bet while that's going on. So put your channel points on the line. They're first in their division, and Garrett Cole pitching on the mound. We're gonna take a little gamba. So I think it's gonna be Brennan in left. In the win versus Detroit, Conicello was the DH Ofer. So either he can be the DH or we could let Ortiz DH. We'll give Ortiz the DH again. See what he can do and then move. Brennan has been okay. I'd say move Yiner up. Then give Ortiz, Tyler Freeman, Matos, Will Brennan, and Cooper Pratt. And that's going to be the roster. And then for pitching, it's Bobby Miller Day. In the bullpen, we got Keegan Aiken, Uribe's back, Bender, Alexis Diaz, and Spores. So this is what it looks like, if you want to see. So they're number one in their division. Beginning of a new series is gonna be a tight one, I think. Benton Sauce, thanks for the gift sub to Archimire. Much appreciated. What's up, Swineherd? Yep, it's betting time. Some early stream channel points being thrown in. They got Anthony Volpe in the leadoff. Jason Dominguez with an 845 OPS behind him. Tyler O'Neill, Jock Peterson. I don't see, oh yeah, Judge fell off a truck, didn't he? Aaron Judge fell off of his truck and got injured in this timeline. So he's not in the lineup. And then Chris Sale is a Yankee now, and he's also injured, I believe. But they still have Garrett Cole. He's got a 2.93 ERA, which is crazy. 1.07 whip. Big strikeouts. 36-year-old. It's going to be tough for the boys to get anything going. Twitch is being buggy right now. It always is. There's lots of room for doubters to make some channel points on this. Lots of space. I don't know how many more at-bats I'm going to give Ortiz. I'm trying to give him some playtime at the MLB level before. Like, I can tell that he's got the potential because he did have MLB at-bats with Texas last season and was hitting 260 with 11 homers. But he hasn't really woken up with us yet. And then he was mashing in AAA. So I know he's got what it takes and he can hit at an MLB level, and he's only 25. He does have low adaptability though. So I know he's got that potential inside of him. So I have to trust that he can find it. Okay, and welcome back from the ad, gamers. If you had an ad, put your channel points in. You still got like a minute left to decide which of these two teams is going to come out on top. And we'll start the day off with a game here at Yankee Stadium. There we go. All right, new soundtrack time. Give me... Space vibes are cool and all for just chatting. Starting to get tired of the same soundtracks. How about... Okay, that would be very chaotic. Where's the one fight song? There we go. Now we're cooking. Game time! Yankees versus Invaders. The rematch. I don't remember who won the last time. Juggernauts in their divisions. Head to head. Leadoff for the Invaders, Jazz Chisholm Jr. He had 2 multi-hit games. He's on a bit of a hit streak right now. Up against Garrett Cole. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Great slider. Got the good curveball, changeup, and cutter to keep you off balance. Having a great season. Giving up more runs to lefties, more base runners to lefties, more strikeouts against righties. Got a few nice lefties in the lineup and some good right-handed hitters who prefer right-handed pitching. So let's see who breaks first. Welcome to Yankee Stadium. New York leads the season series 4-2. So the Invaders looking for some revenge here. And Jazz over the infield, first pitch swinging from the leadoff spot, gets one down for a base hit. So Jazz stands at first base now, and that'll bring up Juan Brito. A pleasant surprise in the 2 spot this year. He had a 4-hit game against Detroit a few days ago. And a steal attempt. Jazz in, aggressive early, reaches second base, and is in scoring position with nobody out now. For Juan Brito, who scoops this one to right field. Dominguez hustles, has the out. Jazz will not advance. He will stay at second. Luis Robert Jr. at the dish. He has a home run in each of the last 3 games. With a 3-hit game in that first 3-hit game in the first match against Detroit in the last series. And he's hit a homer in each of those. So he is extra on fire right now. Another steal attempt. Jazz tries to steal third hyper aggressively, and Duran has now thrown down his 2nd runner of the season. Let me repeat that. Only 2 runners thrown out in 20 attempts. Challenging, not Diaz. Duran with the throw out. Overly aggressive. Why does our base running suck this year? We have negative base running value. We're like last in the AL in base running. Well, scratch that leadoff single. Luis Robert Jr. on a full count dribbles it back to the pitcher's mound. So 3 outs now as the side is retired. Cole faces the minimum despite allowing the leadoff hit. Anthony Volpe leadoff for the Yankees is yet to record a hit against Bobby Miller in 5 tries this season. Bobby Miller, second in the league in ERA, having a fantastic season. Gets a first pitch ground out to shortstop to start things off for us here at Yankee Stadium. Jason Dominguez working through some hip strain right now. Might be a little slower as a result. 317 average on the season for him. And 9 home runs.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Jason Dominguez with his 60th strikeout of the season, chased after the curveball down after fouling 3 straight. And now Tyler O'Neill, hitting .250 in August. Back-to-back strikeouts. The Yankees go down 1-2-3. Bobby Miller with 2 quick punch-outs. An efficient inning. Yainer Diaz acquired at the trade deadline from the Astros, trying to bolster the catcher position on the Invaders with some extra offense, and he has been off to a very quick start with already 3 home runs for his new team in just 34 at-bats. He's rocking a quick 951 OPS in just a few short games, has already been a difference maker. .4 WAR since the trade deadline already. Had a 3-hit game 2 games ago. Has been feeling good. Brings the good average and the occasional pop in the bat to the catcher, which the Invaders have struggled with a bit all season, and he scoops this one to pretty deep center field for a quick out, number 1. And that'll bring up Abimelec Ortiz, acquired in a trade with the Rangers. The new DH, 25 years old. Coming over after having a nice season, partial season with the Rangers, trying to get it going with the Invaders. And that's going to be down for a hit, pulled into right field. So that'll be a 1-out single on 3 pitches for Abimelec. Happy to get a hit there out of the 5 spot. And Tyler Freeman, basically the team captain. He's still a spark plug, has been called a pleasure to coach. Okay, I think that's new. I have not seen that, but the coaches love him. And his average has been way up this season, having a great year with the team. He tries to lay down a bunt and then misses. Surprise bunt there. And they come back and hit him. So Cole with a hit batter here on a 2-strike count, so you can't imagine that that was intentional. 98-mile-an-hour fastball drills him in the leg after getting ahead in the count, 0-2. So 2 on now. Ortiz stands at second, Freeman at first for Luis Matos getting the start in right today. Having a decent season so far, but he'll pop this one up on the infield for out number 2 as the infield fly rule is called for the automatic out. All right, Will Brennan working left. Lofts one into shallow center for out number 3. So the single and the hit by pitch, left stranded on base. Nothing across. Bobby Miller back out against Jock Peterson. Hits in each of his last 3 games, including 2 extra base hits. Bobby Miller with a retaliatory hit by pitch. That's gotta hurt, says the play-by-play. He's gliding to first base on his good leg. 98-mile-an-hour fastball in on him. None of those pitches were inside the zone. He's got Heelys on. Now Oswald Peraza up. Playing second base today for the Yankees with 1 on. And they hit him too. Bobby Miller with back-to-back hit by pitch. Miller starting to show some issues with command here. as a 96-mile-an-hour power slider, holy 96-mile-an-hour slider, comes in to get him. So 2 on, nobody out for Edinson Duran. Playing catcher just threw out a runner in first. And that's going to be a liner back to the second baseman. The runners slide back into the bag to avoid getting doubled up. So 1 nice out. Miller, a grounder from Edis Leonard away from getting out of this. That one hangs up and left. And Brennan has it, gets it back in to hold the runners. So out number 2 for Luis Urias, hitting 182 on the season. Hard hit past Jazz Chisholm Jr. And a possible play at the plate. Safe at the plate. That's going to be an RBI single. The Yankees score 1, so the hit by pitch comes back around to bite Miller. And the runners advance to second and third on the throw-in for Trent Grisham. In August, hitting .320 so far this month. And that one hit to pretty deep center field, but Robert Jr. is there for it. Cotton Candy, that'll be out number 3. So 1 run across for New York as Miller allows the first run after the 2 hit by pitch. And now the 9-hole hitter Cooper Pratt up against Garrett Cole.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Pratt gone in a flash. 1, 2, 3. Got him with the changeup on the corner.
Strike 3.
Back-to-back strikeouts as Jazz goes down swinging for out number 2 on 4 pitches. And now Juan Brito on the second pitch he sees. A fly ball to right. So 1, 2, 3, side retired. I think Cole's starting to find a bit of a groove here. Anthony Volpe sent packing after working a full count, chases the 100-mile-an-hour fastball at the bottom of the zone and can't catch up to it, swinging over it.
Strike 3.
Gets the strike 3 call. 4th strikeout for Bobby Miller as Jason Dominguez can't take the bat off of his shoulder. Now Tyler O'Neill up. Full count on him. That one in play. Pratt has it. Good throw. A little high, but no runs, no hits, no errors. Miller through 3 now. Now Luis Robert Jr. up. Looking to make a dent in Cole, who's cruising 32 pitches through 3 innings so far. That one hit deep to right field, but it's just shy of the warning track. I swear that was gone off the bat. That was way faster than 90 miles an hour in the animation. That dropped like the wind just died in the park or something. I don't know. He just missed that one. Yainer Diaz with his second chance today, 2-2. That one a little less hard hit. It'll find some grass in shallow left center field. So Yainer Diaz has a nice 1-out single after a good 7-pitch AB. Worked the count, found one he could handle, and put it out there. Now Ortiz pretty deep to right field, but that one almost in the same spot that Luis Robert Jr. just mashed his 2 for out number 2. 2 outs now for Tyler Freeman. Scooped into center field. In on it is Grisham for 3 outs. Cotton candy. So nothing happening for Las Vegas again. Mash and flyouts. They're hitting them so hard off the bat, but they like the animation is just 90-mile-an-hour fly ball, I guess. That's harder hit off the bat. That one that one's a longer fly. Dude. Jock Peterson with a 402-foot homer to up the lead to 2-0. Takes Miller deep. Ground ball pitcher, by the way. Nobody out for Peraza. That was a high sinker that Jock Peterson knew what to do with. Slow roller up the third base. Strong throw by Jazz. He delivers a strike. Twofers for out number 1. Edison Duran up. Hitting 209 in innings 4 through 6 this season, so struggles second time through the order. All right, Edis Leonard with 2 outs. 3-1 to count. And that one over the head of the infielder. Leonard with a 2-out base hit as it soars just over Freeman's outstretched glove. And Luis Urias with a back-to-back single. Going first to third is Leonard, who now stands just 90 feet away. The Yankees have their 4th hit of the game. Runners on the corners, 2 outs for Trent Grisham.
Strike 3.
And he gets the strikeout chasing on a ball way outside. So Miller gives up the homer but limits the damage. And the Invaders come back out bottom of the order, starting with Luis Matos, trying to get something going against Cole. Full count to start. And he goes down swinging, some extra giddy up on that fastball, says the play-by-play. Got him with the 96-mile-an-hour heater, up and in. Will Brennan with the full count. He'll take the walk. So good patience at the plate. Getting some deep counts on Cole. Then he'll take the free pass. Cooper Pratt now. To second, to short, to first. Pratt hits into the double play to erase the hard work of the batters before him. You're out. And the Yankees are back up to bat in the bottom of the 5th now. Top of the order, Anthony Volpe 0 for 2 today. Miller back on the bump, and that's going to be a first pitch swing for a single into left. Miller 73 pitches in now. I forgot what I said his pitch count to. Pop up for Jason Dominguez. Out number 1. Freeman has it. Now Tyler O'Neill. Acquired in free agency this January. We've got, bobbled. Jazz gathers to throw. The throw goes into the outfield. Spin to the crowd. Look at the crowd. Cotton candy. Volpe makes it into second on the bad throw or catch. So that was a double play ball. Instead, 2 on, 1 out for Jock Peterson, who had a home run last time up. And this time he'll have a shallow single into right. Right fielder in on it. Gets the throw back in. The cutoff man has it. And the bases are loaded now after the error. New pitcher in. Manager has seen enough from Bobby Miller and brings Alexis Diaz in relief, who has had 3 scoreless outings his last 3 appearances here, to try to get Oswaldo Peraza to either ground into a double play or hit something softly enough that the infield playing in on the dirt can make the force out at home. Full count.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout. Huge strikeout there. On the payoff pitch, got him to swing over top of the 93-mile-an-hour heater at the bottom of the zone. Challenged him a little bit. Now Edison Duran. And he hits him! 3rd hit by pitch for Invaders pitching today, and that will walk in a run. So after getting the first strikeout, loses control, and the fastball comes in and hits him. Bases stay loaded with 2 outs for Edis Leonard. That was the first pitch of the AB. And he walks in back-to-back runs, a full count. Leonard holds up, and it looks like the ump missed one there at the top of the zone because that 96-mile-an-hour fastball did not have to be ball 4. So getting squeezed a little bit at the bottom and the top of the zone. Another run comes in to make it 4-0 Yankees. Diaz still out here to face Luis Urias, who had a single back in the 4th.
Strike 3.
He gets the strikeout, but 2 runs come in to score on the hit by pitch and the walk. And the gap widens. Cole back out in the 6th now to face top of the order for the Invaders.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Jazz goes down swinging. 4th strikeout for Cole in the game. Brito in play. Second baseman's got it. Out number 2. Robert Jr. 4-pitch walk. Cole with his 2nd walk of the game as Robert Jr. takes first to bring up Yainer Diaz. He's got a hit today. And he's got 2 hits today. That one up the middle for a little single. Robert Jr. thinks about turning for 3rd, holds up. So runners on 1st and 2nd for Abimelec Ortiz. And he pops it up to the right fielder for out number 3. So still nothing across for Las Vegas. It's 4-0. Alexis Diaz back out in the bottom of the 6th to face Trent Grisham, who pops us up shallow toward the gap and left. Brennan's got it and calls off Robert Jr. for out number 1. And another free pass. Diaz misses with the slider high. Another pitch that did not have to be ball 4. Top of the zone just not being given to the Invaders pitching staff. So new pitcher in Josh Spores to try to record the final 2 outs. He's been scoreless in 7 appearances for the Invaders so far after being acquired via a trade to the Royals for Nick Allen, Isaac Kiner-Falefa, and of course former Invader reliever Colin Snyder, who was lights out last year but has struggled all this year for them. Spores gets the strikeout, out number 2 on Dominguez, who has been held to no hits in 4 ABs so far today for the Yankees. A steal attempt, no throw. He juggled the ball while making the transfer. Diaz will just hold on to it rather than risk the throw. And that's down the line. Good for a single, so the stolen base ends up converting into an RBI single for O'Neill, who makes the game 5-0 Yankees. And that'll be charged to Diaz. Another steal attempt. The throwdown. Yainer Diaz guns him down. Has his first runner thrown out as an Invader. The Yankees stretch the lead to 5-0. Cole back out in the 7th, and Tyler Freeman up at the dish now. It's 5-0. Freeman pops it up. Out number 1. Now Luis Matos, 2-2. That one pretty deep to center field. Center fielder going back on it, and he's got it. Grisham hauls it in. Long out number 2. Slap to the second baseman. Out number 3. So Cole cruises through 7 shutout innings against the Invaders. Has neutered the offense. Spores back out to pitch in the 7th against Jock Peterson. Gets the strikeout called. Peterson wants to argue, but he knows the ump is not about to change his call. Brother, sit down, Jock Peterson. That is as middle as you can get, brother. Okay, you swung at the curveball. All right, Spores versus Peraza. Peraza into the gap and right. Robert Jr. on patrol out there. tracks it in for out number 2.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 on Duran. Spores disposes of the side pretty quickly. So the run from the previous inning will be charged to Alexis Diaz. 2 runs come across on the error from Jazz Chisholm Jr. on the throw to second. So it probably should be like a 3-0 game instead of a 5-0 game. Cole back out in the 8th, 93 pitches deep. Gavin Conicello pinch hitting for Pratt here out of the 9-hole, trying to get Garrett out of the game and get to the bullpen. That'll be down for a short single on 2 pitches into right, leadoff base runner for the Invaders. So Conicello off the bench, getting it started. New pitcher now, Joe Kelly. God, Joe Kelly. 5.32 ERA on the season. Good. Good. I'm glad you're doing terrible. Has had 2 scoreless appearances previously, gave up 3 runs 3 days ago. Actually, 3 games ago, sorry. Out in relief to face Jazz Chisholm Jr. and the top of the lineup for the Invaders. So maybe a chance to do some damage now that Cole finally out of the game. Jazz up the middle, past the shortstop playing the shift. Going first to third, aggressive send, safe. So Conicello goes 180 feet to put runners on the corners. Nobody out. Juan Brito up at the dish. 0 for 3 today, full count. And he'll take the walk to load the bases. So nobody out, bases loaded, Invaders threatening, bringing Luis Robert Jr., who has been clutch all season for the Invaders, to the dish now to do some big damage. Hit to the shortstop, to second, and Robert Jr. hits into a double play. 1 run scores, but 2 quick outs. The Yankees will take that every single time. So 2 quick outs for Joe Kelly. Yiner Diaz at the plate. Jazz Chisholm Jr. stands at third. And Diaz has a liner to left. Yiner with the liner to left for out number 3. So only 1 run comes across the score in a bases loaded, nobody out situation. I would not make a good announcer because I would just be angry. I'd be like, shake everybody. Wake up. You can't play like this going into the playoffs. Spores back out in his 3rd inning of work, bottom of the 8th now. And gives up the leadoff single down the right field line. He's going for 2. He's safe. Leonard picks up a double. You guys gotta stop that. You can't allow that to go for a double, brother. All right, so Spores giving up back-to-back hits. Looks grim out there. Throw comes back in from shallow center field. Runners now on the corners with nobody out and nobody moving in the bullpen apparently, because Spores just out here to eat some innings, I guess, after that bases loaded, failed to score situation. Shortstop, who's playing short right now? Brito is playing short? Manager. Manager, what are we doing here? Put Arenamo in, brother. Just put Arenamo in, man. I don't know what he's doing. All right, well, another run scores. It's 6-1 New York. Grisham at first for Anthony Volpe.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 Cotton Candy. Spores with his 4th strikeout. New pitcher in, Luke Weaver versus Jason Dominguez. And this one toward the gap and left. Out number 3 made. Brendan has it. All right, last 3 outs for Las Vegas. Down by 5. Abimelec Ortiz versus Joe Kelly. 1-2 the count, and he puts that one in play pretty deep to left field. But it'll be a long liner for out number 1. Tyler Freeman with 1 out in the inning. 2 strikes on him. In play, up the middle for a one-out single. Invaders are going to have to string some hits together here to catch up the 5-run deficit. It looks grim, but they're never fully out of it. Full count on Matos. That one too deep, left field, but really tall. And a tall fly ball for out number 2. All right, new pitcher to get the final out, Michael Tonkin. Tonkin with the fastball slider. Will Brennan, the last hope for the Invaders. 2 outs in the 9th. Slow roller to the third baseman. Game over. A sad display. The Doubters win, and it's not close. So they just couldn't get anything going, man. Like, Jazz getting out in the first inning trying to steal third didn't help. And then bases loaded, nobody out, and you hit directly into a double play and get 1 run. Like, come on, boys. You got to be a little smarter about those things. Okay, I'm going to pay you guys, but first, let's go with something chiller. Something chiller. The Invaders lose. There are your channel points. I'm financially ruined. Karog and Noob Knox were the highest doubters at 100K. Durf on Turf just lost 250K to the doubters. Biggest loser. Feels bad, man. Not a game that is worth writing home about. Bobby Miller, 4 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs charged to him. He just got beat by Cole. Unfortunate. Michael Soroka suffered a day-to-day injury, sore elbow, recovery expected to take 4 days. Mail? Who sent me mail? Travis Fair, one of our dudes in the farm. His potential is a 55. He has a good swing. He won't likely set records, but could become a solid contact hitter. He should be good at knowing when to swing and when not to swing. Fair is a reliable hitter in the grand scheme. So the only dudes who are still playing right now are like A-ball. Rookie ball's over. Dominican rookie ball's over. Gavin Conticello. He's a 45 with a 50 potential. From Coconut Creek, Florida. He has decent power now and the chance to have above average power in the future. He puts his above average speed on the bases and is expected to be among the best at stealing. He has consistent average to above average bat speed. Should be an average big leaguer. He's doing pretty good this season, hitting 264. Had a hit off the bench. And then Isaiah Harris, dude that we picked up in the 8th round. High schooler with like 60 potential. He has a strong, lean frame, above average contact potential, should hit around 270. Potential to slam 25 homers a season and should draw an average number of walks. We'll see about that. How many hit by pitch in that game? We hit 3, they hit 1, so it's like 4 hit by pitch, which is a little crazy. And the Rangers have won, so they are now back to first place after that. So it's going to be like that. We need Kerry Carpenter off of suspension, please. Please. That would be great. Also, Of those who are here, I want to see if any of these guys have the potential to go play A-ball while there's still season left. Del Bosque almost. He got 12 starts in rookie ball this year. Did well. These are ratings. Don't get excited about these ratings. They're relative to A, so that I can like see them. Honestly, Bill a chance could probably get some starts in A-ball. He's got 45 contact, 45 avoid K, 40 gap power, but he's not going to be like amazing. Same for Alex Lopez. He's close. Lukens is not close. Peters is not close. Travis Fair is probably not close. They did get some play time, so hopefully this guy's only 17 as well. I'm probably just going to leave them where they are. Augustine is in A-ball. He's got 5 starts, 4.18. He was our #1 pick this season. 18-year-old who went straight to A-ball, skip rookie ball. Crazy. Their batting average against him is really high, but he's going to dial it in. He's already a 40 and 45 relative to the MLB. That's what's insane. Drew Messer, another dude that we drafted really early for a potential closer spot, has a .96 ERA as a closer in A-ball. So I'm excited about that. High loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, baseball IQ, low financial ambition, all those things will be great. David Rodriguez, not quite ready. He was like our top international free agency signing. Looks like he could be a solid outfielder who's also going to hit for big power, high work ethic. He wasn't our #1 pick, but he was the one that we could get. Steve Benuelos is not going to sign, so I'm just going to remove him from the short list. Because he's not actually part of our organization. And then Del Bosque was our top free agent signing last year. And he's dipped since we first saw him, but that's pretty typical. But yeah, he's gone down like 15 overall already, which is unfortunate. Finally got some rookie starts this year, did good. Probably just gonna go. He might be good enough to just play A-ball now, but I feel like there's nothing wrong with just waiting for rookie ball next year again. Tegan Kane was acquired via a trade with Philly. He's in high A because he's 24. He's getting pretty old to have not reached his potential yet, shall we say. But he's at least getting some games in now. Italics, does it have any limitations on trades or a draft? If I wanted to use all the money to make an all-star team and go through the season that way, what do you mean? I don't think I know exactly what you mean. If I just want to stack one team with all my favorites, yeah, I mean, you could do anything you want if you turn on commissioner mode. It's like cheat mode. You can even start a new game where every single player is released from every single team and do a fantasy draft out of all players in the league to create whatever team you want and have all the other teams draft from the fantasy pool. But yeah, there's like unlimited cheat mode. and lots of different ways to start. So you could definitely do that. It is a big sandbox. You can do anything you want. I'm just playing as if I were the GM of an expansion team. DeCaro has been doing really well this season. He's in AA already. So that's exciting. He might see Major League playtime in the not too distant future. He's got 8 starts in AA. His ERA plus is already 168. Like, he might be ready for the PCL. DeCaro was the first round draft pick in the previous year. Yep. He was our first round pick in 2026. 4th overall. We picked him because he was out of college and therefore closer to becoming an MLB player. Because when we picked him, I don't think he had a 80 when we picked him, but we drafted him because he was like the best college pitcher, which tend to reach closer to their potential. So even if he reached a 60, for those who don't know and think like, oh, that's not that high, if he reached 60, he would be one of the best pitchers in baseball. So like, if we go and look at who are the best pitchers in baseball right now, it kind of puts that into perspective a little bit. Like, here are the top 20 pitchers. The game, this is from the Scouting Association, so not my scout. Roki Sasaki is gonna be like the best. Out of the park, freaking love Sasaki. They think he's an 80 potential. Kumar Rocker, 65. Paul Skeens, currently 65. Trey Yesavage, 65. Spencer Schwellenbach, 60. Scooble, 65. DeGrom, 65. Chris Sales, 60. Spencer Strider, 60. Max Fried, 60. Garrett Crochet, 60. So the point is, if he reached 60, he would be like one of the top 10, definitely top 20 pitchers in baseball. But if he wanted to get some AAA starts right now, I think he's fine to do that. And he has 168 ERA plus, 43 innings pitched, 8 starts already. And relative to AAA, he's got 45 stuff, 45 movement, 55 P BABIP, 45 control, and each of his pitches is AAA ready. Why is Strider a free agent? Because his career's over, which is very sad, because he got an injury. He already had Tommy John's, and then he like tore it again, I think. So it's like career ending. Yes, you can also make a league full of different famous teams from across time. That's correct. That is correct. I'm thinking about just giving DeCaro some AAA time now. Like 168 ERA plus is dominant, and it's over 6 starts. He did get blown up in his last outing. All right, I'll just give him some more time in AA. There's no need to like rush. I'd rather them like develop normally. Also, one thing I would recommend if you're playing this game, go to all your pitchers that you draft, that you care about, and set their pitch count so that your managers don't have them blow out their arm throwing 110 pitches a game. I don't know why that happens, but AI managers don't seem to care about pitch count. which is unfortunate. I feel like that should be hard-coded into the game. So, like, even though Trevor Augustine has 65 stamina, which should be easily good to go 100+ pitches a game when he's an MLB player, he's still only 18. So just to protect him right now, I've got him set to like a 95 pitch count, because they've been having him pitch over 100 pitches already. And the more pitches you throw, the more you start blowing out your arm, and he's like 18, so trying to set that a little low. And like the closer shouldn't be throwing that many pitches anyways. But yeah, like starters, I've put on pitch counts. So like, unfortunately for Del Bosque, his stamina went down to like 40. So I really lowered his. And then DeCaro has 65 stamina. I could probably up him now to like 95 pitches. Start building that. I had him kind of capped at like 85, so we'll up him now. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna lower Augustine to like 90. Just to be safe. Lukens has been throwing 100 pitches a game, which is too much. It's not going to be too much when he's MLB ready, but at 18, it just seems crazy, so I'll lower that to 90. Luke Peters has 70 stamina. It's kind of crazy too, but still, go 95 for you. But I think 18-year-olds, I'm going to do like 90 pitches. Hosky only has 50 stamps, so I think 85 is good for now. Garrity only has 40. 85 would be the max, and then O'Shell's probably done. Like, he's only 40 potential, so I don't even really care anymore, to be honest. Sorry, brother, but it's true. It's just true. Okay, Mally up. Diaz tired. Give him the day off. This is not good timing for like Kerry Carpenter to be suspended still against his important series versus New York. But it is what it is. I'm gonna move Conticello up to the 4 spot. Then Freeman. Brennan in left. Matos in right. Give Cooper Pratt the day off. Get Arenamo in at short. Something like that. Okay, yep. Pitching. Got a bunch of dudes. Tyler Malley did not have a good outing last time. He's kind of been slipping a little bit. And we're going up against Clark Schmidt, who has been pretty lights out. So I don't expect this to go well either, but we lost and we were shut out. We lost and we were shut out. Starting pitcher Clark Schmidt gave the Yankees a rock solid effort. The Ackworth, Georgia native, helped his team defeat the Invaders 3-0. Raisel Iglesias, summoned from the bullpen, notched his 30th save. Schmidt scattered. Dude, they're doing this all without Sale or Judge, too, which is even worse. We were limited to 5 hits, no extra base hits. Brito 2 for 4. Jazz 1 for 3 with a walk. Robert Jr. nothing. Conticello nothing. Freeman a hit. Matos a hit. Nothing from anybody else. Stolen base and a caught stealing. Why are we getting caught stealing so much? Freeman has way more steals than caught stealing, but it's kind of... Base running this season has been terrible. Malley went 5 innings of 1-run ball. Joe Mantiply has been perfect all season. Got tagged for 2 runs, which is very rare for him to give up anything. And then Uribe with 1 2/3 scoreless. But you can't win with 0 anyway. So... Edinson Duran had a home run, his 8th of the season. Schmidt went 8 innings against us. Shutout baseball. Just got wrecked. Kang with the scouting of Uribe. That 30 control, though. That 30 control. We need to figure out how to improve that in the off season. We have like so many things we need to improve in the off season. Because his like, someone asked what is stuff? In this game, it's like strikeout rate. But it's a real word in baseball. I want to see if I can find a YouTube video. Honestly, I think the best videos would be the John Boy videos where he zooms in on the pitch and then overlays multiple pitches on top of each other to see how crazy and different and varied the movement is. I think that would be the best demonstration of it. But yeah, in this game, it's like strikeout rate. How hard it is to hit the ball. He's got a lot of stuff. Ronesy Contreras. From the Portland Sea Dogs. Torn rotator cuff. Very sad. Daniel Schneemann went on a tear and cracked hit off after hit off Houston pitchers. He went 5 for 5 on a day he will long remember. And the Guardians won 11-4 over the Astros. It'll be something nice to tell the grandkids, but it won't get me a hit tomorrow, he joked. Well, the good news is the Rangers also lost. So if there's any silver lining, they got beat by the White Sox. So good job, White Sox, who shut them out. Kerry Carpenter, come back to us, brother. We got a lefty, Max Fried. Oh, man. New York pitching staff is crazy. 3.37 ERA. The whip is low. $31 million for Fried. He's better against lefties than righties as a left-handed pitcher himself. So I've got my Funkalicious lineup here. Minus Kerry Carpenter. So Brennan needs to play left. Matos and right. And then who's the DH? You guys all suck against left-handed pitching, dude. Probably Ortiz, just to give him some more at-bats. Because he was pretty good against both. All right, Jazz is pretty bad against them. So is Robert Jr., which worries me. But I think Yiner was pretty good against both. Yeah, he's actually pretty good against lefties, hitting 296. So him, Ortiz, Matos, hopefully. All right, who's pitching for us? It's Steven Matz. He's been pretty solid. We got a lot of bullpen arms ready. Are we going to get swept? Just rip up the Band-Aid off, please. We won. Okay, we avoided the sweep. Oh, no! My new star pitcher has suffered day-to-day back tightness. Recovery expected to take 2 weeks. How could you do this? He's my first pick overall, and he's already injured. He's only had 6 starts in A-ball, man. Now he's going to be out for 2 weeks. Highlights. So against Max Fried, Robert Jr. at the dish in the first, Freeman at third. Slow roller, diving. They bobble it at first. Fried covers first, and it's off the glove of Fried. Freeman in to score. Mats walks Cabrera. Also, ad about to start in like 5 seconds, just an FYI. Double play ball? No, they just get one. They only needed one out, did they? Yankees get nothing. Ad starting. I'm gonna go get a drink and a snack. These are the highlights. We won this game, so we already know the outcome. Avoided the sweep, but Mats gives up the solo homer to left. I don't know when we scored our second run. Uribe in the 8th versus Volpe. Down for a hit with 2 outs. 2 on against Cabrera. Nice snag there, Freeman. Good range. Uribe looking solid. Okay, and then Pratt with a nice little bloop up the middle. Covering shortstop for us. Nothing happened, apparently, because Uribe's back out against Dominguez. And Robert Jr. tracks it down deep center to make the catch. Okay, Keegan Aikinen in relief. Gets the pop-up. All right, the ad's already started. So I'm going to go grab that drink, and I'll be right back. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. BRB. Perfect raid timing. Holy. No way. Hey, what's up? Shen, thanks so much for the raid. Sorry, I was AFK right at that exact moment. We're back now. Go Team Sport. What's up? B Valkyrie, Wolf Spider, Thrallchild, Modal, Gisp, Dark Strifer. You guys caught the chair stream. Caught the chair stream. Perfect timing. Hopefully you didn't get smacked with an ad as soon as you came in, because the ads were running for like 3 minutes. But yes, we are here. I'm back. I got a drink. I ate a few peanut M&Ms, which are the best M&Ms, of course. That's why I chose them. And also, I really appreciate that raid. So thanks for popping in and saying hi, Raiders. The team sport is indeed going. And if you stuck around in my own chat, you should stick around and check out Shen as well. Hit that link or that heart at the top of your chat window and go give some love. Was hanging out watching some Stellaris earlier today. Enjoyed just chilling and watching the Empire grow. As I think I heard I heard Shin mention that they're on the 8th or 9th patch for Stellaris since the most recent update, which is impressive. It's something like 1 patch a day. So that's crazy. But yeah, if you're in my stream, go check out Shin. Good friend of the channel and also a content creator who's been around since the dawn of streaming, basically. One of the OGs. You'll have a good time over there. And if you're coming over from the raid, what's up, Raiders? We are playing the sport game, the team sport game. This is a simulation sandbox where you can basically do whatever you want. It's like Football Manager, but for baseball. You can do whatever you want as long as it's baseball related. Let's put it like that. So I have started my own team, the fictional Las Vegas Invaders, plugged them in to play against a bunch of real teams. The players are real, but as the simulation advances, it'll generate new fictional players to kind of rise up the ranks and keep things going. You can also go back to any point in history of baseball from the 1800s, and they have real historical records that they use to generate the players. You could play it very historically accurate, or you could make it where everything goes in completely different directions. You can make fantasy teams, you can turn on cheats and move players to whatever team you want. It's very freeform. So I'm playing trying to play a realistic simulation, though obviously the AI does its best. You know, sometimes they do some silly things, but kind of doing more of like a simulation from starting in 2025, create an expansion team and kind of see how far we can make it with the real players that we're able to acquire via different drafts and acquisitions from other teams. And so far, we're doing great. We're in our 2nd season. The first season was a lengthy bit of suffering, and now we're actually like close to first place in our division and also just in the league. We've acquired some really awesome players between the seasons, and now we're trying to see if we can take things to the playoffs. And of course, if we get to the playoffs, I'm gonna soak it in and watch every game probably in full just to see what happens, because it'll be fun to watch what the manager does. I'm playing as like a general manager who decides trades, decides what player to draft, decides how much money I want to pay each player, contracts, that kind of thing. You can also play as the manager who makes the moment-to-moment decisions on the field. So I'm not the manager on the field, so I'm kind of playing an auto-battler. I construct the team, I throw them out there, and let my coaching staff and the people I hired decide what to do with them on the field game to game. So when we watch the games, it's more of an auto battler. But you can do either perspective, or you can play both at the same time. You can do literally everything if you want. Auto battler, yeah, because baseball bat. I definitely made that pun on purpose. So we were just finishing up a quick highlight. We watched the first game against the Yankees, and it was embarrassing. We lost. Then I simmed the next one, which I'm glad I did because we got shut out like 4-0, and we're missing one of our star players who got suspended after starting a brawl with a closing pitcher and was suspended for 5 games for fighting. So we're waiting on him to come back. And we just were watching the highlights of this third game to see if we got swept or not, and see who was clutch and who was not. The 2 currencies in the game are money and cotton candy. Correct. Money, cotton candy. And also the tiers of the players that I ruthlessly trade or demote because they're not performing adequately within a very short sample size. So in the 9th inning, Will Brennan up playing left field for us. Gets a nice 1-out single up the middle. Matos goes to second, so I don't know how Matos reached. And then Brito. Hard hit past the first baseman. So some nice little action there in the 9th. Maybe get an insurance run or 2. Bases loaded for Jazz Chisholm Jr. We got runners on each base. And Jazz with a lazy pop-up. Okay, the players teleported out of nowhere. To make out number 2. And then Gavin Conticello versus Zach Eflin takes the walk? Bases loaded walk? So a runner comes in to score? That right fielder is crazy fast. All right, so we have a 2-run lead. We got the closer Edward Bizardo out. Best closer in baseball right now. Gives up the leadoff single just to make things spicy. And the tying run comes to the plate now in the 9th inning for the Yankees. Hard hit, but they managed to get the double play. Freeman gloves it, keeps it on the infield, and they erase that leadoff hit. You love to see it. Because he gives up another single, 2-out single, to bring the tying run to the plate again in Edis Leonard, who pops it up. Game over. I like how the other dudes jump behind him. So we managed to salvage 1 out of the series and avoid the sweep. The question is, did the Rangers win? The Rangers have lost 2 in a row. We've pulled 1 game out in front. They lost to the White Sox twice, which is incredible because the White Sox are in last place in their division. So taking out the Rangers, they are our champions. They are the heroes. So we've got a 1-game buffer now between us and the Rangers. Anyway, those of you that popped in from the raid, if you're not, if the context of baseball makes this game hard to appreciate, I can appreciate that. But if you do like soccer, check out Football Manager. These are 2 stellar games in a very narrow niche genre that I think any appreciator of strategy games should try. Because they are unfortunately underrated and underappreciated, I think, within the strategy gaming genre for the breadth of gameplay as a sandbox that they bring in a unique space. I wish there were more. Yeah, like if there was a football, like an NFL, American football, or even like a basketball version, which I think would be hard to do. But yeah, as far as like sports management games go, even if you don't care for sports outright, the management aspect is an incredible and unique itch that is scratched. Football Manager has a big reach, to be fair. It has a big reach to you because you know of it. It does not have a big reach. If you talk to the average gamer, they will know what FIFA is, they will know what FC is, they will not know what Football Manager is. It's not as big as you think it is. They have a very dedicated core who plays it because they know how good of a game it is. But it is not a big game by any other standard other than you know of it. I think I was recommended a management sim that was about hacking or something the other day in here. Hacking. Are you thinking of Software Inc? That wasn't about hacking. Yeah, no, that's it's not about hacking, but maybe you're thinking of a different game. But yeah, sports management is incredibly niche. Having only 2 games in a genre, whether it has 35,000 concurrent players or not, 35,000 players is a drop in the bucket, my brother. New presser. EA has announced that there were 35,000 people playing Madden and FC. They are celebrating this crowning achievement for their omega popular 35,000 player game, considered a worldwide success by investors. No, it's not very many people. What makes it niche is that it's the same pool of people playing it year in and year out. Very, very dedicated fan base that keeps coming back each year because it's a good game. I'm surprised there's not an American football one. There is an American football sports management game, but it's much smaller than either of these 2 games. There are only 2 games in the entire genre that have this level of depth. That's what makes it niche. Because if you want to play, you have 2 real choices. But yeah, front office football is the other one. Barossa on fire, 5 for 6 for Houston. 26-year-old Barossa helped lift Houston to a win 15-1 over the Guardians. Barossa smacked 5 hits and 6 at-bats to spark his club. Some moments become linked with a particular player's career forever. Gabe Green of the Trenton Thunder had one of those moments when he went 5 for 8 at the plate in his team's 3-2 win over Williamsport Crosscutters. I don't know who that is. This is the draft league division? Okay. So, nothing that we need to concern ourselves with. Minnesota's made a claim on Tim Herron. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. When is Kerry Carpenter going to be free? Is he finally free? I think he is. Okay, Dustin Mayday, ready to go? What's our next series? Oh, it is the Guardians. Also, hold on. Chill music, relax. Keegan Aiken, Bender, and Weaver up in the pen. Dustin May, last outing, gave up 6 runs in his last outing and 4 1/3 innings. It's very unlike you, Dustin May. I believe in you, man. You got to get it together. Getting 8 at-bats is kind of crazy. It is, yes. What happened to Carpenter? He punched a pitcher. He punched a pitcher. But anyways, Rodafi, I'm just saying, brother, I don't think it's... my whole point is that these are 2 very fun games and more people should try them. I don't think a good response is, psh, everyone's already tried them, so what? I'm singing their praises, man. So let's just we're on the same team here, you know what I'm saying? You're just kind of like drawing a line in the sand and being like, well, they're not that niche. Okay, people play them. And I'm just like, whoa, I'm just saying, they're really fun. And I want more people to play them. I think everybody should play them. I think everybody should try them regardless of whether or not they think sports are stinky or not, too. Gavin Williams, pretty bad against lefties. 4.72 ERA. The whip is high. He's letting on a lot of base runners. He walks almost twice as many left-handers versus right-handers. And then, well, we'll like sim one of these and play one of these. I don't want to watch the one against the lefty. We'll watch the one against Gavin Williams to start with. How about that? All right. Jazz needs of course my offense is tired now. Now that Kerry Carpenter can get back in the daily line. Oh wait, no, I have to end the day first. Okay. I end the day first. No, they're still pretty tired. All right, Kerry Carpenter's back. Luis Robert Jr. and Jazz need a day off. So I'm going to move Tyler Freeman to center. And then who's left? We need a third baseman. That'll be Arenamo. All right, Arenamo in at third. And then a second baseman. I guess Brito. Which means I need a first baseman. The cycle keeps continuing. Conticello at first. All right, Conticello at first, and then I need a DH. We're filling in all the gaps. Filling in all the gaps. I'm gonna let Ortiz get a shot as the designated hitter. Okay, so Brito leadoff, Carpenter in the 3 spot, Diaz in the 4th, Freeman second. Actually, I'm gonna let Freeman hit first, then Brito, then Carpenter, then Diaz, then Ortiz, then Arenamo, then Conticello, then Matos, then Pratt. All right, chaotic team. And I'm gonna give chat the chance to Gamba channel points. Starting shortly. Right? How about right now? You're only gonna get, I wish there was a 3-minute bet thing. There's only gonna be 2 minutes. There you go. There's only 2 minutes, so you might have to refresh because people have had some problems getting the bet to show. The Guardians are 71-58, leading the Central Division. They're 4th in the American League in runs scored. They're 5th in batting average. They are 10th in starter ERA, 5th in bullpen ERA. And they have 4 wins against us this season and only 2 losses. And this is what the matchup... Excuse me, this is what the matchup looks like. Going up against Gavin Williams, 3.49 ERA on the season, 1.37 whip. If you want to make a little bit more educated channel point bet. Hey, what's up, Sim? You're here just in time for the game. Did you get tickets? I told security to watch out for a bearded gentleman such as yourself, just to make sure that they're not sneaking in over the turnstiles, you know? Doubled up on security after what you did last time. How's it going, dude? Crazy Cherry, thank you for the 67-month sub. I hate video games. I play them out of spite. That's fair. And Classy Doggo, thank you for the 56 months. Appreciate that sub too. All right, time's almost up to put some channel points down. Believers are creating some potential paydays for the Doubters. Doubters won last time. All right, time's up. Let's do this. We're here at home in fabulous Las Vegas. Dustin May on the mound, getting the ball. He's got a 5-pitch repertoire, can hit up to 100 miles per hour as a starter, which is very impressive. Great fastball. Couples it with a sinker to induce some ground balls. Got a cutter just to keep you off balanced, a slider, nice put-away pitch, and the occasional changeup to get you off guard. 3.9 ERA on the season. 1.2 is the whip. He's kept the home runs fairly down, but I think gotten a bit unlucky so far this season. Backing him up on the infield is Gavin Conticello in his rookie season, hitting .261 with a 769 OPS for the Invaders. They've been very pleased with him. Juan Brito getting a rare start at second base as Freeman moves to the outfield to give Luis Robert Jr. a day off. The familiar Cooper Pratt been making some starts at short with great range and coverage there at shortstop. And Arenamo getting the start at third to give another one of our superstars the day off. So fans coming out to this game, unfortunately not getting to see the faces of Luis Robert Jr. or both juniors, actually. Jazz Chisholm Jr. getting the day off as well. But Kerry Carpenter is back out in left, having a phenomenal season. 29 homers already, on pace for 36, and on pace for 6.5 wins above replacement. So he has been going off for the Invaders after a kind of crazy trade with Detroit back in March. All right, up first for the Guardians is Petey Halpin. Petey Halpin, leadoff man. Hitting .275 so far on the season. 3 home runs, mostly hitting for contact, but he's got some center field coverage with his start today. All right, for whatever reason, Cleveland has been pretty far ahead in the season series. Ooh, Matos with a nice leaping grab out there in deep right. Snagging a 105 mile per hour exit velo hot shot into right field and saving a hit to lead off the game. Nice grab. 1 quick out on 2 pitches. Now Angel Genoa gets past the infield, and that'll be a single. Passing the baton to CJ Kafis. DH today, 31 RBI for him on the season. And some soft contact to second, over to short, and they turn 2. Nice double play. The 4-6-3 double play to retire the side. All right, your Invaders up to the dish for the Believers. Tyler Freeman quietly hitting .293 on the season after getting his carrying the torch for Las Vegas in their inaugural year last year, getting drafted from waivers from Colorado back in 2026. He's a leadoff man today, while Jazz Chisholm Jr. is taking a day of rest. I thought May was great last season. Yeah, he had a couple of iffy starts recently that I think have boosted his ERA. Leafy Pugh I haven't even seen anyone do what you just did. I don't even know how to do it. In the chat. That's the first time I've ever seen anyone use that feature that I didn't even know was there. With your big glowing purple text. This is the best and only way to watch baseball. How much did I think I made it like disproportionately expensive so no one would use it when it first came out. How much is it? Okay, it was 500 bits. I don't know. It's easy, just pay 500 bits. Oh, well, thanks for the instruction by using 500 more bits. This is now Leafy Pew's chat. I need everyone else to just give way. All right, Tyler Freeman pops out. Juan Brito strikes out. That pitch wasn't close to being a strike. Yes, it was. Play-by-play announcer. Yes, it was. And now Kerry Carpenter getting his first at-bat back after being suspended for 5 games for starting a fight with another team's closer. And he'll ground it over to second. 1-2-3. All right, Dustin May back out. Kyle Manzardo had a 3-hit game a few days ago, but has been quiet since then. Still got a 280 average on the season. Gets rung up on strike 3 here. Not sure what the umpire saw. That sinker must have fooled him far under the zone, but it'll go down for a strikeout. First of the game for Dustin May. Next batter he faces, hard contact. Second baseman Brito has it for out number 2. Now Bo Naylor. Keeping Brito busy there at second. Out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. All right, new catcher acquired at the trade deadline. Yainer Diaz has been off to a hot start on the new team, trying to go with the Invaders to the playoffs for their franchise first. He's hitting .310 in a short time with the team. Been seeing the ball well, but he'll poke this one down the first base, and that'll be out number 1 unassisted. Abimelec Ortiz getting the DH role today.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Beautiful pitch on the inside half. It appeared to surprise Ortiz. The cutter was right there. 2 outs for Arenamo. That one in play, and the first hit of the game for Las Vegas. They got a 1 in the hit column now. Arenamo works a 2-out single for Gavin Conticello. Up the middle, Conticello between the defenders. Arenamo tries to go first to third. Safe. So runners at the corners now with 2 outs on back-to-back singles for Luis Matos. But he's set down on strike, swinging at the 95-mile-an-hour fastball, so 2 stranded. All right, May back out in the third. Austin Meadows up. And on a 2-strike count, he hits this one deep to left field, still carrying back, looking up. That one's gone. It just clears the wall. A 388-foot solo homer. Cleveland takes the lead 1-0. And Austin Meadows has his 7th home run of the season on the deep fly off of Dustin May. Doubter's starting to feel a little better. And then on the first pitch, Carpenter puts a liner away for out number 1. And then on the next first pitch, Miguel Rojas slaps this one toward the gap and right. That one's going to bounce against the Del Taco sign. Down for extra bases. And he's in there with a 1-out double. So some big hits coming off of Dustin May here. They are ambushing, first pitch swinging, and finding some pitches they can handle. Deep in the hole in right. Brito has out number 2. Rojas slides back into second to avoid getting doubled up. And Janau is dismissed. Gets them to chase, or not chase, but swing over the top of the sinker for a strikeout. All right, so Guardians take the lead in the third. 9-hole hitter Cooper Pratt leading off for the Invaders. And he smokes one over the jumping third baseman on a hop into left field. Schneemann can't reach it. So 9-hole delivers. He's got a single in 4 of his last 5 games now. Starting to get a little more comfortable. And back to the top for Tyler Freeman. Tries to lay down the bunt. I've noticed him doing that a lot. He missed. Little small ball action. He tries to lay down the bunt again and misses again. Why are you bunting? Because the coach has told you to, apparently. Coach has taken over the strategy settings. So 2-2, and he decides bunting is for nerds. I'm just gonna try and hit this one to right, and it is out number 1 instead on a 6-pitch at bat. All right, one burrito, 2-2. Popped up to center field. Out number 2. All right, Kerry Carpenter. Last hope in the third. That one hit pretty hard to center field, but it unfortunately goes right to the center fielder for out number 3. So leadoff base runner doesn't do anything. Cooper Pratt disappointed in his team, no doubt. Dustin May back on the bump. And that's almost up the middle, but Pratt covers, stops it, and records out number 1. Now Kyle Manzardo struck out in the second last time up.
Strike 3.
And chases that one. Down swinging after getting a full count. May wins the 7-pitch at bat. Jesus Rodriguez hitting .300 against righties this season. In play, third baseman can't get to it. Shortstop can't get to it. Left fielder gets to it. It's through everybody's legs for an almost infield hit. 2-out base runner now for Bo Naylor. Scoops this one toward the gap and right for out number 3. Score still 1-0 Guardians. Yainer Diaz, leadoff hitter, versus Williams in 3 at-bats. He's got 1 hit. Hits that one hard. Third baseman dives. Makes a big throw, but the throw is off the mark. Diaz is safe at first. That'll go down as an error. E5. So Diaz, tying run at first, go-ahead run at the plate in Ortiz, the DH. And that one hangs up there for the center fielder.
This is the sound redemption.
Out number 1. Arenamo to the gap in right. That one bounces up against the wall. Diaz to third, Arenamo with a double. So a wonderful double from Arenamo out of the 6th spot today. Diaz at third, Arenamo at second. Only 1 out for Gavin Conticello. He's got a hit today. And that's going to be down for a single into left. 1 run scores. Arenamo holds it third. Vegas ties it up on the Gavin Conticello single into left. It's a new ball game. Luis Matos with a chance to take the lead now. On a 3-1 count, infield playing in. That's going to be an RBI fielder's choice. No relay throw is made. They get the out at second. Matos reaches first on a fielder's choice, which is not a single, and Vegas takes the lead with some small ball. So good contact there. And the inning is still going with 2 outs. Williams issues a 2-out walk. Pratt takes his free pass and goes to first after losing. Williams loses him on the changeup out of the zone after fighting off the fastball for the 6th pitch. So good at bat there by Pratt. And now Freeman. That one toward the gap in right. That one might be down for extra bases. Freeman's going for 2. He's thinking 3. Nope, he stops at 2. Freeman with a 2 RBI double to push the lead. It's the 4th run of the inning for the Invaders. Crowd getting into it. That was smoked 105 miles per hour off the bat. Hard hit, good contact. Both runners come in to score. And the Invaders have got to Gavin Williams here. This is the most runs he's given up in the last 4 outings. Since giving up 8 earned runs against Boston back on July 22nd. And a lot of this damage coming with 2 outs in the inning. Gavin Williams with the strikeout. They didn't call that. He didn't go, you're out. I guess he's out, though. But the Invaders score 4 runs on 3 hits and leave 1 stranded. The 4th inning is over, and the offense gives Dustin May the lead. Facing off against Austin Meadows, who hit his 5th homer of the season last time up, and this time he'll dunk one into shallow right field. He's a leadoff base runner. Daniel Schneemann in August has been hitting .345. Is that because he hasn't had any at-bats other than August? That is correct. Called up from AAA by Cleveland, where he was hitting .248 in AAA, has come up and started to find his rhythm in a little bit of a groove. Slow roller, tough play for the shortstop. Pratt has it. It's in the dirt. Conticello makes a nice scoop at first to pick up his shortstop. Spin the camera, spin it some more, and we're back. Out number 1. So Meadows advances to second on that ground out. Liner into left. Carpenter on the move. Out number 2. May versus Halpin. In play, playable second baseman, quick throw to first. Brito's got it. Score stays 4-1. May through 5 innings now. Williams back out on the bottom of the 5th, 80 pitches in to face Kerry Carpenter after a very long 4th inning. He's got to be feeling a little tired after his offense didn't hang on for too long there in the top of the 5th. Kerry Carpenter, first time getting a hit since coming off of being suspended, has a leadoff single on 4 pitches, took the fastball out of the zone and muscled it into shallow center field.
Strike 3.
Yainer Diaz chased after a bad pitch, which makes it a good pitch. Nice curveball. Got him on the inside for out number 1. Ortiz, that'll be down for a single. Carpenter moves over to second, thinks about 3, and holds up. So Ortiz, as the DH, has a hit in each of the last 4 times he's been on the lineup. To be counted as a hit, does the ball just have to make contact, or does the batter have to make it to first? To count as a hit, basically I have to explain fielder's choice. If an out can be made by the defense, it's not a hit, would be the short answer. A hit means no out could be made on the play. So a fielder's choice would be the fielder chooses where to take the out. And that would make it not a hit. I don't know if I'm explaining that well or not. So if Arenamo put it in play and Carpenter moves to third, Ortiz moves to second, and Arenamo's out at first, that's not a hit. Similarly, if Arenamo puts it in play and makes it to first, but Ortiz is thrown out at second, that's a fielder's choice and also not a hit. Or if the out is made at third, but Arenamo reaches first, that's still not a hit because an out was made. So yeah, if an error happens that prevents the out from being made, then that's also not a hit. So I think the first way I explained it is correct. It just has to not be able to make an out on the ball put in play. Carpenter at second, Ortiz at first now. Arenamo stands in. He's 2 for 2 with a double today. And now he chips one. Make that 3 for 3. Aeronamo seeing it like a beach ball. Play at the plate. The Invaders add to their lead. It's 5-1 as Carpenter slides in safe at home. And they're starting to open it up now here against Williams, who's 94 pitches in. You have to imagine somebody's getting up, warmed up in the bullpen for him. He just looks tired out there. Buddy digs deep and gets the strikeout on Conticello for out number 2, trying to get through 6 here, despite giving up 5 runs. Matos up now. That one's smoked down the left field line. That one's almost out of here. Bounces up against the wall in the corner. 1 runner in. Second one coming in to score. That's a 2 RBI double. It's 7-1 Las Vegas. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Strike 3.
Whoops. That's okay, Pratt. 3 runs across in the inning. They left that man in there to die. They did. And May back up. Leadoff single. Angel Janelle thought about 2, but he'll wait. And now CJ Kafis out. Playable left field against the shift. Carpenter has this one and pulls it down for out number 1. Took the 100 mile an hour fastball and just couldn't get enough on it. May still throwing heat. In play, second baseman's got it. Goes to second with Pratt covering. Cooper Pratt may have been injured, but it's not serious. He'll remain in the game as they get the lead runner for out number 2. Jammed him on the slider on 6 pitches. And then he goes in and hits Jesus Rodriguez. He's drilled on the hit by pitch as May loses command there. The cutter just rides in on him. And so Rodriguez will take first for Bo Naylor. Lofts this one up into right. Matos seizes it for out number 3. So that's going to be 6 innings for May of 1-run ball. New pitcher in for Cleveland, Ryan Yarbrough. 5.44 ERA on the season. He's tried starting for them. He's tried relieving for them. Down by 6 runs here in the 6th. Not the guy you want to see if you're rooting for the Guardians, because Freeman had a 2-run double last time up, and he'll have another hit here. So 2nd hit of the game. 3rd multi-hit game in his last 5. And that'll extend his hit streak to 6 games. The ball gets away on an 0-2 count to Brito. Kicks away from Naylor in the dirt and allows Freeman to advance to second. On the wild pitch, slider almost came in and got Brito, who goes down swinging at a missed fastball. An 86 mile an hour fastball. You don't hear that said too often. Gary Carpenter now up. That one into center, but Halpin tracks it down. Out number 2. Yainer Diaz at the dish, trying to get a hit today, but I think he's hitless. 3 outs. Let's see. Yeah, he's 0 for 4. All right, bottom of the order. May back out in the 7th. 78 pitches deep now.
Strike 3.
And he gets the strikeout on the first batter he faces, his 4th of the day, and punches out Austin Meadows, who went deep against May earlier. Next batter, hard hit. Pratt handles it. Cotton candy. That was a nice hot shot. Pratt makes the out to Conticello. 2 outs now for Miguel Rojas. 1 for 2. That one on a line, but directly to Matos. 3 up, 3 down. May is now through 7. 7th inning stretch time. And Abimelec Ortiz back to try and get even more for his team. 6-run lead is not good enough. But he's a ground out back to the pitcher for out number 1. Arenamo thinks about a 4-for-4 day, and he's got it. Willed it into existence. That's down for another Arenamo base hit. 1 double and 3 singles for him. Putting the bat on the ball. Conticello hard hit to deep center field. Halpin steps back a few steps. That was 96.3 off the bat, but it's a long out number 2. So 1 left stranded by Vegas. We are through 7 now. And May back out in the 8th. Facing Petey Halpin. 89 pitches in, full count on Halpin, who's 0 for 3, and that's to the gap. So maybe May left out there for 1 batter too long. Gives up the leadoff double. And new pitcher in now for Las Vegas. So May responsible for Petey Halpin with his first hit of the day. Now Luke Dream Weaver, or as some Las Vegans had started calling him middle of the season, Luke Nightmare Weaver, has been pretty good in his recent outings and started to kind of dial it back in, but had been a little unreliable for Las Vegas. 3.68 ERA makes him look good on the season. The whip is low. He does give up a few too many home runs, but he keeps the walks down, challenging hitters. And it's Weaver versus Angel Janelle, who's 2 for 3 today. Strikes out the first batter he faces. Nice pitch by Weaver. Gets him with the curveball on 3 pitches. Right in the middle of the zone. Janelle just didn't know what to do with it. And Kafis grounds it to the second baseman. Fielded. Thrown over to Conticello for out number 1. Halpin moves over to third on the play. 2-1 to Manzardo. And that one's going to score a run. Single into shallow right center field. So Weaver gives up a hit. That runner will be charged to May. So May's scoreline officially over. 7 innings of 2-run ball will qualify him for the quality start. And May gets a liner to second. Or sorry, not May. Weaver gets a liner to second for out number 3. So Cleveland gets 1, but still trails by 5. All right, bottom of the 8th, Yarbrough back out in relief facing Cooper Pratt, who's seeing the ball pretty well today, but gets a hit robbed. Hard hit to center on a line. Nice running catch by Halpin. That was a 4-star catch to rob a 99.4 mile an hour exit velo liner off the bat of Pratt. Freeman, strike 3, ball in the dirt. He takes the... Okay. Cameraman couldn't follow that one. It was a dropped strike 3. So because the catcher did not catch strike 3, even though he did strike out, Freeman can run to first. Someone asked if you could steal first. You can kind of steal it, but it doesn't count as a steal. So Freeman ran to first, but the catcher threw the ball there ahead of him, so he was out in the end. But if he had reached the base before the catcher threw the ball to the first baseman there, he would have gotten to stay at first, even though he struck out.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out Juan Brito as well. 1, 2, 3, go the Invaders. All right, Weaver back out to try to close this down in the 9th and shut the door and take game 1 against the Guardians. And he starts by striking out Boa Naylor, who's hitless in 4 at-bats now. Got him with the curveball. Curveball working for him today. Austin Meadows up. And he's going to have a 3-hit day to get something going here for the Guardians in the 9th. Took that cutter and muscled it into the shallow outfield there. Daniel Schneemann in play. This could do it.
You're out!
You're out! Double play, game over. Las Vegas wins 7-2 over Cleveland. GG. This is as pretty decisive as the game that we saw where the doubters won. Now the believers get one. So 12 hits in the game for Las Vegas, scoring 7 runs. Cleveland getting 9 hits, but being held to just 2 runs. Arenamo having a 4-for-4 day, gets player of the game, though Dustin May went 7 innings with 2 runs to his name, and Weaver saved the rest of the bullpen. Freeman 2-for-5 with 2 RBI, Arenamo with a ribby, Matos with 3 runs batted in. I think one was a fielder's choice and one was a 2-run double. So nice production given the fact that we had our 2 superstars having a day off. So that's nice. All right, believers, you're up. Invaders win. Enjoy your channel points. That 81-49 record is kind of nuts. Yes, every time we win, we are setting a new franchise best. 72 wins was our franchise best last season, I think, and this season, every win we get is setting a new franchise record. I don't know what music this is, so stop listening to it. Now. Vegas expansion franchises love to pop off in their second year. It's true. It is true. All right, I've been scouting my own players just to get updated scouting reports. Jazz is a 50 out of 80. His base stealing skills are in the top, among the top in the league. He could go yard 25 times a season with above average power. He's an excellent defensive player who makes all the routine plays and some outstanding ones. They say he's league average, but that's just because he's a 50. I think he's better than league average. If you're hitting 25 homers a season, you're better than league average. While maintaining good steals, good defense. But yeah, the Guardians had beat us 4 out of 6 times, so we moved that to 4 out of 7. Taking one back there. Season ends for Tim Meza of the Marlins with shoulder inflammation. Brian O'Keefe will miss the rest of the season due to a broken kneecap. He owed money to the mob. Oh, that's a weird storyline. Just kidding. Washington Nationals left fielder James Wood is not healing as well as expected. They've been working with team medical staff. He'll just miss 1 extra week. He's one of the best players in the league in the future. I don't know what he's doing in real life, because in real life he's like 22 or something. But he's insane. Out of the park thinks he's insane. Hitting 308 with a 414 OBP, 1,029 OPS, 31 homers on the season, having room for a 39 home run season projected. Oh man. Only gonna get 10. They got him for 3 more years if they just pay his arbitration. What a god. Those ratings are legit insane. Yes, these ratings are actually insane. Corner outfielder with good defense and godlike batting. He's on pace for a 7.2 WAR season. I hope to have a homegrown god like that from our farm organization at some point. Washington Nationals swept the Pittsburgh Pirates 12-0 at Nationals Park. Juan Yepes got 5 hits and 5 at-bats. He had a single, an RBI single, a solo homer, a 2-run homer, and singled in the 8th. Impressive. Who's the Frederick Keys? The draft division? Tampa Bay loses Drew Rasmussen for 10 months with a torn rotator cuff. Oof. Eventually, this is going to happen to one of our pitchers. Eventually. He looks like he was already injured, from what I can tell. He had an oblique strain. He also had a ruptured finger tendon and was out for 3 to 4 months, came back, and then tore his rotator cuff. So he's gone. Yeah, a lot of the players that are gods now were just already in the farm systems of their respective teams when we started the simulation. All right, so we beat Cleveland. The Rangers also won their game. Man, we can't get more than a 1-game gap between them, which is crazy. Ticket prices going up. We're making some revenue. The more rev we make, perhaps, the higher our budget, because our owner is going to be making some profit if our owner's feeling good. How many games left? Not a lot. This many and this many. Not a lot. We're about to sim the next 2 Cleveland games because we got a lefty Justin Steele coming up. He's not been lights out, but he's, you know, we struggle with lefties. Though he's been giving up more runs against lefties than righties. So that might be good for us. But it's kind of weird that he's got reverse splits, more homers, higher whip, more walks. Very odd. I feel like we have dudes who are tired like every day. Freeman, Matos, and Diaz. Diaz could still play if we wanted. But we do need a different second baseman. Arenamo, he had a good day anyways, so like Arenamo playing second I think makes sense, even though it's a lefty. And then we need a DH. Or I'll just get Ortiz back out there. And move Luis Robert Jr. up. We'll have Carpenter in the 3, Robert Jr. in the 4, Ortiz in the 5. I'm gonna make Diaz play one more day and then get Marchand out. Something like this. I don't know. I think Robert Jr. is a hole in the lineup against lefties, but I think that they're also good enough to figure it out. And then who's pitching? We got a lot of dudes in the bullpen. Quinn Matthews getting the start. We're still waiting on someone to come off the injured list. Woodruff, right? 5 more days after mild shoulder strain. So Brennan is a solid pick. All right, finish the day. Pew! A mini Achievo. We won 12-11. Shutdown streak. 19-game shutdown streak by Bizardo. See, I don't deserve that because he wasn't on my team. He's only been on my team for like 4 games. But good for him. What the hell happened in this game? All right, the ad's about to start in like 30 seconds. And then what a ridiculous game. And then I'm gonna find out what happened in this game. Wait, the Nats are good? Out of the park finally thinks my team will do well? Where were you, Skivs, when your team won the World Series a few years ago? And then fell off the face of the earth. They did well once, too. And then they traded Juan Soto. And now they have a good farm. They traded Juan Soto and got the farm back. Now you guys got like 3 dudes from that trade who are all on the team and hitting extremely well. But if it worked out well for everyone, then why do you think your team will not finally do well? You can't have it both ways. Hello, Gamer Death Pod. Thank you for the Gamer Death alert. Ads should be starting. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. And Omnium Gatherum, thank you for the e-sub for 75 months. That's a big sub, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome back. And Trizubs as well. Priming for 4 months. Yo. Thanks, guys. All right. While the ad's going, I'm just going to do some stretches real quick. I need to do some squats to keep the blood pumping. Yo. There we go. All right. What a stupid game this apparently was. 12-11. My plan is to see if we get the playoff berth tonight. I know it seems like a foregone conclusion, but that's baseball. Teams have looked dominant. And then in the home stretch, all they have to do is play 500 ball, and suddenly they lose 4 in a row. Then they lose 5 in a row. Then they lose 7 in a row. And then they start to panic. It ain't over till it's over. And then once we, hopefully, if we get to the playoffs, which I think we will, we're gonna like soak those games in. Watch them in detail. But I hope to finish the regular season today. But I'm gonna have to go a little faster. Cause I'm just ready, man. We finished the trade deadline. That was fun, getting like Yainer Diaz, getting Bizardo, who apparently just got some award that I am not deserving of because I didn't control him. But hopefully those trades make a difference. All right, ad will be over in like 15 seconds. Hey chat, what's the record? We're like 80 something and 49, 50? Pretty good record. We're currently first, I think, in the MLB. All right, welcome back from the ad. We're just watching the highlights of what happened in this chaos game. Jazz reached, Kerry Carpenter reached. There's one out, so the out probably moved both runners over. Luis Robert Jr. at the dish, and he goes deep over the taco sign. 3-run homer in the first. Luis Robert Jr. makes his 20th homer of the season. 393 feet to left. What a gamer. Now that's a scary lineup, man. You got Jazz, Kerry Carpenter, and Luis Robert Jr. up there. Matthews pitching. He's 7-2 win-loss record. But, well, we'll see, huh? We'll see what happens in this exact start. Long ball all the way to the corner off of Bo Naylor's bat. And I want to say 1 run scores. That's an RBI triple. He slides into third. Safe. At full throttle, turned on the Jets to get 3. And then Willie Castro to deep center left field. Not quite enough juice to get over the wall, but down for extra bases. Will knock another run in, and then suddenly Cleveland's on the board with 2 runs. All right, bottom of the third, full count on Kerry Carpenter from Justin Steele, and Carpenter smokes one to right. That'll hold up in the corner. And he's thinking 3 off the bat. Safe at third with a triple of his own from leadoff. 4th triple of the season. So a lot of triples end up happening in this ballpark. And Yainer Diaz with Carpenter at third. To deep left field, a Yainer bomb. Wallops a 2-run tater, says the game. 392 feet. Vegas extends their lead 5-2. That's his 4th homer since joining the team since the trade deadline. He's feeling it. He wants to get that ring. Quinn Matthews back out in the 4th with Manzardo and Naylor on.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout. Chalks up his 6th strikeout, it says. And then Max Kepler. Hard hit into the corner. Gonna roll around past the first baseman. That's probably gonna score 2. This game's crazy, man. 2-run double. It's 5-4, Invaders on top. Miguel Rojas out of the 9-hole. Lines one into the gap to tie the game in the 4th. 3 runs across now in the inning for the Guardians. Now the game is tied. Jesus Rodriguez, top of the order, full count. 2 outs, and he belts one. Almost out of here. Bounces up against the wall. So the Guardians take the lead, score 4 runs in the 4th. Bounces off the fence. And Matthews did not have himself a great game, but the offense was more than up to the task of picking up their pitcher, Arenamo, in the bottom of the 4th. Chips one into right. That one's down into the corner. He's thinking 2. Lots of shots down the left and right field lines. So Arenamo with a leadoff double, and then they have 1 out, Jazz Chisholm Jr. back up. And that's going to be in the shallow center field. Arenamo's speed, he's going home. Safe at the plate. Jazz ties it up with a run-scoring single to even the game up at 6. We go to the 5th. Spores out to face Naylor, Kafus, and Manzardo already on with 1 out. Gets the strikeout with the fastball. Full count. In play. Jazz has it. Spores gets out of it. Out by a stride. The Guardians get 2 base runners, but nobody scores. Bottom of the 6th, Arenamo up. Smokes one to the AT&T sign and the pool. Arenamo has been really seeing it like a beach ball. He's thinking 3. Safe! 1 out triple. His 2nd triple of the season, and he's 90 feet away from Brito, infield playing in, full count. And Brito flies this one to center. Spinning, Arenamo tags and scores, so Vegas takes the lead 7-6 on the sac fly. Mantiply out to face Jose Ramirez. And gives up the long ball to Jose Ramirez. So Mantiply starting to get tagged up after having a flawless season to date. Cleveland ties it. And then walks the next batter, Kafus. In play, double play ball potential. They only get the lead runner. No relay throw is made. Mantiply is still out to face Naylor. Possible double play ball again? Okay, let's just not throw to first. At least they're getting the lead runner each time. Apparently, Cleveland scored in the 7th. Yeah, they tied it up off of Jose Ramirez. So Milner, Hobie Milner, I don't know who that is, versus Kerry Carpenter. Sharp liner to center field. They try to double up at first. Pratt gets back. Luis Robert Jr. pomps it up on the infield. Out number 2. And then Yainer Diaz into the gap and left. That one just missed being his second home run of the game. But it will be an RBI triple, third triple of the game for the Invaders, fourth triple when everyone is combined, which is an insane. 4 triples in one game is insane. So Yainer with an RBI triple takes the lead. And then playing the shift, Jazz makes a nice play to get the first out to pick up Aiken. Pratt charging. Out number 3. Okay, so some good defense. Nothing across for the Guardians. And we go to the 9th. It's 8-7 Cleveland. Bizzardo trying to get the save. Recent acquisition. And he gives up the long ball. It's out of here in the 9th to tie the game. The Guardians draw even 8-8. They finally get to Bizzardo, possibly best closer in baseball this season. So he blows the save, then gives up a single. Full count on Kafis, and he walks him. Oh man, this game's stupid. Runners on first and second, nobody out for Kyle Manzardo. The DH is on fire. And that one pumped deep. 3-run homer off of Bizzardo. Oh, no. No. How the hell do we make it out of this one? Duran in. They have a 3-run lead after getting 4 in the 9th. No outs for Cooper Pratt against the righty Duran, highest rated closer in baseball, by the way, in terms of raw stats. Like, not stats, raw ratings. Duran is like an 80, no, sorry, he's a 70 overall closer. And we almost thought about trading for, but Pratt gets a single to pass it to Kerry Carpenter with a 3-1 count, who goes deep into the gap and right, just stays in the park. Pratt rounding third. Kerry Carpenter with possibly his second triple of the game, and he's safe. That's an RBI triple. He's got 2 triples. There's a 5th triple in the game. Luis Robert Jr. at the dish now against Duran, and says, I don't care who you are. This is my house. And he's got a 2-run homer. Second of the game for Robert Jr. And he ties it up with a 2-run bomb. Wait, I thought we were down by 4. We were down by 3. So we tied it up. Still nobody out. Duran, both closers just getting absolutely destroyed out there. Yainer Diaz, who already had like 3 RBI in the game, including a homer and a triple, works the walk. The winning run in the 9th now is at first for Gavin Conticello with a sharp liner up the middle. Diaz thinking first to third, aggressive send, safe at third. At the corners now, the winning run just 90 feet away from the plate for Brennan. And that's not the ball game. Center fielder on quickly. Not deep enough to score the run. Diaz holds up at third for Arenamo, who had a 4-hit game yesterday. And Arenamo to pretty deep left field. Tagging up at third, might be deep enough. That's ball game on the sacrifice fly. Walk off the Guardians after they put up a 4 spot in the 9th. That's my team. That is my, what a crazy back and forth game, brother. Blown save versus blown save. Who would win? Oh, the roller coaster. Tick, 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 tick. Whee! All the way off the side. Game of the year. The Invaders beat the Guardians in a game in which both teams scored early and often. Final score was 12-11. One of the stars was catcher Yainer Diaz. Diaz, who was tied for 10th in the AL with a .287 batting average, was 3 for 4 with a home run, a triple, and a walk, scoring 2 and driving in 3. Alexis Diaz was credited with a win in one inning of relief. He allowed no runs on no hits, striking out 2, walking 0. The Invaders upped their record to 82-49. The clutch at bat was in the bottom of the 9th when Vegas second baseman Arenamo facing Joan Duran, or is it Yoan? I don't know, had a run-scoring sac fly. The stadium was a rockin', said Diaz. 14 hits in the game. 3 of them were Diaz, who was player of the game. Honestly, I don't blame him. Chat, I'm looking like genius GM of the year with that trade. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking like Omega Genius General Manager of the year so far. In 50 ABs, he's hitting 320 with a 998 OPS. We had to trade some of the farm to get him. I gotta say, the one thing that actually got this trade going was going into the transactions page, into the player trade, and actually setting up a team need. So because I designated that there was a catcher who we were looking for who had at least good quality, the Astros contacted me in the trade deadline because I had this and offered Diaz. I would never even known that he was on the block, like that the Astros were willing to part with him. So I gotta give credit to the game features here for like even making that opportunity present itself. And I need to remember to use this page more often when, you know, before the trade deadline, because I didn't use it all year. So that actually worked out really nice. And I set their salary max really high just so that they would offer it to me so I wouldn't accidentally like block the options before they even showed up, just to see what was available. So yeah, they wanted someone else though. They wanted somebody like that we were not willing to give up, and we found a deal that worked for them. So we had to give up Santos, unfortunately, who was like a potential starting pitcher. I wasn't super fond of his control, but we could have worked on it. And he was they're using him in the MLB right now, which good luck with that. But we had him in AA. And we gave up Santos, and we also gave up one of our other good prospects, Manny Longoria, who was picked up from, I think, the international free agent. He's got like good defense, pretty good range, good arm, might hit for contact and doubles, not take many walks, 55 potential. So we had to trade some of the farm for Diaz, so it wasn't free. And I had to give up Jace Young, so we lost some depth. Young was cool for us, he was. The cool thing is, if a team does win the World Series, the guys that they traded would still get a ring for helping them get to the World Series. I'm sure it hits different than if you're actually playing on the team during the series, but at least they get recognized. He's hitting really well for Houston, though. Like, he's a starter for Houston. 3 homers, 279, 426 OBP. So, like, I think both teams won this trade because he was not really getting playtime with us. They've got him actually starting at third and getting everyday playtime. And to be honest, his ratings are really good. And he's only 26, and they're going to have him for like 4 more years. He's not even arbitration eligible yet. So I don't think that we necessarily like that was actually a trade where I had to give up some things that I didn't want to give up. But as far as catchers that can hit go, Diaz is up there. I wish he would get up there in real life. He was goated last season, but he struggled this season. I think last season he had like a 303 average on the season or something crazy, so kind of mind-boggling. He fell off this year, but he's starting to crawl his way back in to something resembling normalcy. Jazz with 2 hits and an RBI, Pratt 1 for 4, Carpenter 3 for 5. It's good to be back. The king has returned. Also, Luis Robert Jr. with not 1 but 2 homers, 5 ribbies. Diaz 3 for 4. That's that heart of the order right there. Conicello getting a hit off the bench. Pretty clutch. Arenamo 2 for 3 won the game. 6 lob, that's not very many. Carpenter double, Arenamo double, Carpenter 2 triples, Arenamo a triple, Diaz a triple, Luis Robert Jr. 2 homers, Diaz a homer. So like honestly just good ABs all around, picking up your pitcher Quinn Matthews, who had a bad start, and then Bizardo with the rare blown save. I love that he ups his ERA to 7.2 with us now after that one. That's why he got the Achievos, because his streak is over. So he still has 5 saves with us. We kept him from taking the loss. So I'm proud of the offense. Kerry Carpenter ties the Las Vegas regular season game record with 2 triples. That is funny. All right, and can we sweep them? Tanner Bibby up. 5.4 ERA on the season is not great. The whip is high. He's giving up the homers. He's striking out fewer. He's not doing what they want him to do. And he's not doing great against lefties either. All right, Diaz needs a day off today. Marchand get the start. And then Arenamo's been going crazy. I'm just gonna give Arenamo the start at short, since he's like been on such a streak over Pratt. All right, there we go. Matos in the 9-hole, Marchand in the 8. Get that Marchand defense up. Crazy defense. All right, and then bullpen, Aiken, Bender, Bizardo, and Weaver for Bobby Miller Day. All right, Bobby Miller, what you got? Send it. Trade deadline day. Is it not already trade deadline? We lost 1-2, so we did not get to sweep. The offense spent everything they had yesterday. Bullpen blew the game. Could not hold the 1-run lead. The Guardians picked up a win at Omnibus, knocking off the Invaders. Tanner Bibby played a key role, yielding 1 run over 7 2/3 innings to notch the win. He scattered 5 hits, walked 1, and struck out 6. Jose Ramirez had a direct impact with a run-scoring ground out in the top of the 8th. So Miller went 6 innings of shutout 2-hit ball, and then Aiken gave up a run, and then Bender takes the loss with the blown save and gave up the other. So I'm assuming Bender... Let's see just what happened in the 8th. Austin Meadows single, they take Aiken out, and then Bender comes in, sack bunt, single, single, ground out, and they score ground out. Okay, so basically Bender just couldn't get it done. Which is why we replaced him. He's still on the team because he's still been decent. And he wants to be the closer, but when he is the closer, that's what happens. Sometimes you gotta win the one-run games. Like, not all the time, but sometimes. You know? Sometimes you just gotta shut it down. I'm pretty sure team stat-wise, in one-run games, we have won more than we've lost. 17 and 14. We're also 8 and 7 in extra innings. We're also better at home than we are on the road. And we're 10 and 4 in August. Why is Spencer Jones... Oh, I traded, I don't know why. Why did I put him on a list or something? Playing the Astros next. We're barely in first in power rankings. We did win the series against Cleveland. 2 wins and 1 loss, so that's nice. We're 20th in home runs. That's crazy. And somehow our defense is just carrying us. 1st in ERA, 7th in strikeouts, 2nd in defensive efficiency. Marlins are 2nd? What's going on with the Marlins? Also, the Rangers also lost, so we're still 1 game ahead of them. Marlins are 76 and 56. NL East is 3 teams within 1 game. Reds versus Cardinals. Cardinals want to come back after winning the World Series the year before last. Dodgers in first by 7 games. 3rd in runs but 20th in homers is an oddity. It is, yeah, it is. What's up, Circa? Thanks for 25 months. I appreciate the sub. Very nice of you. Welcome. I should save and make a backup because I haven't done that in a while. I think we just have solid hitters up and down the lineup. Kerry Carpenter obviously is carrying the team. But Kerry Carpenter might actually win MVP. He might. Chronic VOD Watcher shows up for stream for once. Good to see you. Thanks for subbing, though. Back up the game. Oh. Let's see how many games there are left. Not many. Series against the Astros next. Robbie Ray up. Only had 5 starts with them, but a 3.26 ERA. The whip is low, the home runs are very low. Good fastball, really good fastball, curveball, then the slider. So he's a little bit better than his overall suggests because he's getting paid $12 million. It's weird to see Robbie Ray on the Astros after free agency. And then we've got Malley pitching, who had a decent outing last time. Brito is tired, so we will give the start to Conticello. Conticello. All right, Conticello at first. I'm thinking about changing the lineup. Jazz has been pretty clutch. His batting against lefties is not that bad. Freeman arguably should be leadoff in this case. Cooper Pratt has been slugging like crazy against them. I might swap Jazz, then Freeman, then Pratt. Pratt is kind of a lefty killer. Which is a value for a very high value for this 22-year-old who has the potential to up his eye power, gap power, and BABIP. And he's got pretty great shortstop defense. And Aeronamo has been pretty good as well. But we'll get some pinch hitters. Gavin Conticello's just not been good at first, but I'll put him in the 9 spot. Okay. Any MLB news? AL Pitcher of the Week. Anthony Santander nabbed American League Player of the Week. 12 for 30 with 5 home runs on the Blue Jays. NL Player of the Week, Ellie De La Cruz, who went 12 for 27 with 3 homers, hitting .444 on the Reds. Matt Manning has been discouraged by a fractured elbow that ended the season. Juan Fernandez of the Trenton Thunder. Okay, I don't know who that is. Okay, I think we're good to just go. Win at Houston, 9-2. 2 to 3 week recovery time. The Invaders pinned a convincing loss on the Houston Astros 9-2 at Dyken Park. Jazz Chisholm Jr. was a main factor in the win. He went 3 for 5 with a home run, a triple, and a double. He just missed the cycle. He scored 3 times and drove in 4 for Vegas. Tyler Mahle picked up the win in 5 1/3 innings of work. He allowed 1 run on 4 hits, walking 1 and striking out 2. His record improves to 11-7. The Invaders now own a 83-50 record. With Vegas leading 2-0 in the top of the second, Chisholm Jr. hit a fastball from Robbie Ray for a 2-run homer, his 18th home run of the season, to put the Invaders up 4-0. You can't take yourself too seriously, but we do play to win. Top of the order, that's why he's there, even though his numbers against lefties are questionable, because sometimes he just pops off. You clinched the over 500 season. That's true. If we lost every game, starting with this game for the rest of the season, we would not have finished over 500, which is kind of fun to think about. But yeah, Jazz with 4 RBI. Pratt 2 for 5 with 2 ribbies. He dominates the lefty pitchers. I don't know. Freeman 1 for 4. He's been good against both. Carpenter 2 for 4. Luis Robert Jr. nothing. Just a walk. Yainer Diaz back 1 for 4. How did Marchand do the previous day? I'm gonna assume not well. 0 for 3. Yep. 0 for 3. Brennan 2 for 3 and Conicello 1 for 4. All right, well, he scored 3 runs. I don't know how he reached base 3 times. Fielder's choice, I guess. Carpenter double, Jazz triple, Jazz home run. 6 left on base. Mahle couldn't quite get the quality start. Mantiply gave up another run. He's given up runs in each of his last 3 outings, but he's been so good all season that we just have to assume he'll work through it. Diaz, 2 scoreless. I like it. What is all this? Oh, we had like an injury, so it kind of froze the news. Corbin Carroll helped Arizona beat the Atlanta Braves 5-0. He stroked 5 hits and 5 at-bats to spark his club to the win. Corbin Carroll. Look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. Oh my God. And they have him until he's 2031 season. $28 million team option. 283 with almost 400 OBP. The outfield range, the power. 5-hit day at Pioneers Field, but they lost anyways to the Portland Pioneers. Oh, feels bad, man. Imagine losing to the Portland Pioneers. This wasn't your... Why is it... Jason Farrow. Why has he got the free agent hat on? Jason Farrow was closing in on the league strikeout record held by Wyatt Halverson. As the Trenton Thunder star got closer and closer to the magic number, the crowd got louder. When Farrow finally rung up batter number 97, they went wild with cheers and applause, a historic moment for everyone. A once-in-a-lifetime experience. Asked by reporters if this was his best moment in baseball, Farrow replied, "This is a real good day." It's special to be mentioned in the same sentence with Wyatt Halverson. And to get your name in the league record book, chat, who's Wyatt Halverson? The Carolina League, apparently. They're setting records in the independent leagues. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, top of the order won that game. I wonder who the biggest letdown of the season is? Probably Colin Snyder, who we already traded. Even though we locked him into a 3-year contract. And even though he's like dominant now, it'd be fun at the end of the season to check on all the guys that we traded and see how they ended their season comparatively to us. And we beat Houston. The Rangers won too, so there's still one game behind us. They won't, we can't shake them. I can't shake them. We've gone back to 3rd in errors, so our defense has actually gotten better. Pitching is still goated, and our offense is really good. Brandon Woodruff about to come off the IL. Probably give him... Do we give him one rehab start? Probably. It's been like 2 weeks. I think it's for the best. I remember he got fan fave as a personality, which is cool. I bet that the charity thing kind of helped morph him into that. Zach Gallen doing worse against righties and lefties. All right. Anybody tired? Bullpen, we got 4 arms: Weaver, Uribe, Bizardo, and Spores for Steven Matz. I always feel like I'm forgetting to do something, but did I not put Arenamo in for the Cleveland game? Freeman's at 97. Raise ticket prices? I think I did a couple times. We'll watch the game against Hunter Brown, maybe. And see how that one goes. How many games are there left? Or maybe we just... Yeah, we'll just watch that one and then sim the series against Sacramento. Because I want to get to the end. I want to see if we make the playoffs tonight. Okay, I think we're just gonna field the default lineup, except I'll give Arenamo the start at short. Everything else, standard. I like to check if anybody's on like a hot streak. All right, send it. Loss 1-7. Oof. Hey, nobody claimed Angel Felipe. Why is Luke and Baker here? Why is Luke and Baker here? What are you doing here, Baker? Zach Gallen was terrific for the Astros in his team's 7-1 triumph over the Invaders. The Astros are now 59-75. Man, you gotta win those games. Houston second baseman Bryce Matthews helped the Astros go up 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. With the game tied, Matthews hit a run-scoring single off Steven Matz. Bullpen? What are you doing? I mean, you can't win with 1 run in this situation. Las Vegas only had 6 hits. No extra base hits. Conicello had 2 hits. Arenamo had a hit. Robert Jr. had a hit. Pratt off the bench had a hit. Freeman had an error. Matt's responsible for 4 runs. Bottom of the 6th. Steven Matz, fly out, single, strikeout. So they have 2 outs. That's even worse. Single, score 1. And then Jace Young, against his own team, hit a 3-run bomb off of Steven Matz, the lefty crusher. Fade me, fam. He's like, you traded me? Revenge game. And then they brought out Weaver to get the fly out. That'll do it. And then in the 8th, Luke Weaver doing Luke Weaver things. Nightmare Weaver. Kyle Tucker walk. Yamal Encarnacion reached on an error. So 2 on, nobody out. Pena double. Bryce Matthews fly out. Jace Young fly out. Sacrifice fly. Spores in. Single to Jorge Barosa. Walk. All right, Spores, I thought you were better than this. We traded Young? Yeah, we traded Young for Yiner Diaz. It was a good trade. Oh. Felipe. All right, you go into the pin there. Why is Baker here? Why is Baker here? Oh, he was claimed off of Rule 5 and Philly let him go. So he's just back on our team. He was hitting 216 for Philly and 37 ABs. They just cut him loose. Okay, well, welcome back, brother. I was confused. Go back into AAA. That makes more sense. All right, we'll watch the 3rd game. Straight onto the trading block. It's post trade deadline, my dude. We can't trade nobody, no matter how much you might want to. Another setback for Moses Ballesteros. 2 weeks. Joe Adele smokes the Cardinals for 5 hits. Had a 3-run homer off of Matt Walter in the 1st, an RBI single in the 3rd, doubled in the 5th, singled in the 7th, and doubled in the 9th. Rare 5-hit game for somebody hitting like 234. Jorge Mateo drills 6 hits. A hit parade at Oriole Park at Camden. The center fielder went to the plate 6 times and came away with 6 hits, sparking the White Sox to a 17-13 victory. I told the guys in the dugout, just be thinking about hitting the ball hard somewhere. The sweet singing Mateo told reporters, seemed like it worked out okay. Not the way we planned it, said Brandon Hyde. Every hitter in the league will rip you when you do that. 6-hit game is insane. Tired, tired, tired. Well, not a good time to be tired because the Rangers are back. They've won 2 in a row. They're playing against Kansas City now, and we need Ben Caderna to win for his club. And then they play the Tigers, and then they play the Yankees. They got a tough stretch. We've got Oaklamento, the Twins, and Seattle, which should be easy. It should be an easy stretch when they have a hard stretch. So I'm hoping for the best. Dustin May up for the Invaders. But I have to sub some guys out. The thing is, we have a day off the next day. So is it worth just making them play while tired? Maybe everyone except Diaz, because I don't want Diaz getting injured. He's the most tired. Maybe just make everybody like play through it a little bit and then get to the day off. Put Marchand in with May. Okay. Channel point, Gamba, chat. We won the first one. They won the second one. Will the Invaders win or lose this one? Versus Hunter Brown, who apparently has fallen off. Simulation did not treat him too kindly, the 28-year-old. He's got a 4.69 ERA on the season. I think maybe we talked about this last time. In real life, Hunter Brown right now, through 8 starts, has a 1.48 ERA over 48 and 2/3 innings pitched, with a .9 whip, 1.86 FIP, 0.2 home runs per 9, and 2 walks per 9. .6 walks per 9. So, yeah, he kind of got done dirty here compared to how he's playing IRL. But hey, they beat us in the last game, so I don't know what's going to happen, you know? Young took us deep for a 3-run homer. Never believing again. That's your choice. All right, time's almost up. Some important regular season games here to determine who's going to be first in the division at the end of the season. Young against his former team, playing third now, getting the starts. They're happy with that one. Altuve at first for some godforsaken reason. Bryce Matthews playing second, Kyle Tucker in right, Jorge Barosa in center, and Yamal Encarnacion, traded from Texas. Here we go. Game time. Tonight, the Astros square off against the Invaders. The season series is tied 4-4. 4 wins apiece for each team. And that one smoked into the gap and left. Well struck. That one's out of here. A leadoff home run from Jazz Chisholm Jr., who just teed off on Hunter Brown. 425 feet. 108.8 smoked off the bat. Ambushing Hunter Brown there. Cotton candy. That one went over the wall. Crushed it. Well, Vegas out to an early 1-0 lead in the first. Hey, this is the Astros I'm used to this season. Does being tired affect their stats? I'm sure it does, though I don't know how much. I'm sure it affects them a little bit. I think it also has a slight increase to chance of getting injured, but it has differing like gradations. So he's like still 2 out of 3 pips on the tired meter compared to being like exhausted. But I figure a tired Jazz and a tired Robert Jr. is still better than the alternatives. And since we have a day off the next day, then I'm sort of just taking a calculated risk because they'll be able to rest for a full day without losing their offensive potency, which we've already tapped into. Brito lines out to Altuve at first, which feels weird, and up comes Luis Robert Jr. 3-1 the count on him. Smacked hard, but Bryce Matthews has it for out number 2. Out by a step or 2 at first. Now, Kerry Carpenter with 2 outs. And a looper into center field. So, 3 outs made, but Las Vegas jumps in front 1-0 on the leadoff homer by Jazz Chisholm Jr. Dustin May getting the start today for Las Vegas. Last time out, he gave up 2 runs over 7 innings, 3.83 ERA on the season, hoping to have a duplicate of his last game. Backed up by Brito at first, Freeman at second, Pratt at short, and Jazz at third. Luis Matos in right, Kerry Carpenter back in left, and patrolling center, Luis Robert Jr. Let's get it started with Yamal Encarnacion. Slow roller. Second baseman decides to let that one scoop through his legs instead of charging the ball. Apparently that was 91 miles per hour off the bat, and I have no idea what I'm watching here. That is not an error. That is, in fact, a infield hit that the right fielder had to come get. So, leadoff man reaches, and Bryce Matthews, who in his rookie season last season mashed 32 homers and received the lion's share of the MVP votes. Wait, was he the MVP last season, or who was it last season? Roman Anthony was the MVP. Was that his MVP season last year? Bryce Matthews was in there in the conversation, though. Tries to lay down the bunt and misses the fastball. Strike 2. So if he tries to bunt on strike 3 and misses, it's an automatic out. Instead, he will not swing. And third strike called a fastball. Caught the corner, says the umpire. For out number 1. Now Kyle Tucker, who the Invaders famously pursued in their inaugural season, and viciously strike him out now as payback. Tucker has been held to just 1 hit in this series so far. And they're looking to keep him down. Now Jace Young, who is angry at being traded, who hit a 3-run homer off of his former team. Steal attempt. Safe. Good throw by Marchand, but late. Encarnacion with his 12th stolen base of the season. And a deep fly ball to center field. Robert Jr. back on it, and he gloves it. 3 outs. Freeman up at the dish now to face Brown. Grounder. Shortstop covers. Ooh, and they bobble the throw at first. Freeman thinking about going an extra 90 feet. Can't be handled by Altuve. Freeman will take second on the throwing error. Pena at short commits his 13th error of the season at shortstop. So Freeman now reaches. Gavin Conicello with a scoring opportunity here. And he smokes one deep left field, looking up at the Crawford boxes. That is a 2-run homer for Gavin Conticello. Second of the game for Las Vegas. And the score is 3-0 Las Vegas on a 392-foot bomb. A souvenir for some fan with a glove up in the Crawford boxes. 3 rows deep. All right, they've gotten to Brown early. Base is clear now. Nobody out for Luis Matos like the inning just got started. And Matos slams this one down the right field line. Gets it back in on a hop. That'll be a hard hit single. Third hit of the game for Vegas, and now Cooper Pratt up. Strike 3. Fished for a pitch out of the zone. First K of the game for Brown. And now Marchand getting the start today. Giving Yiner Diaz a day off. Works the count full and then strikes out. So 2 Ks for Hunter Brown. Back to Jazz, who labeled a home run in his first AB. And Jazz is cut down at first on a dribbler in front of the plate. All right, Altuve up, hitting in the 5 spot, playing first today, and swings at ball 4. This game is hella realistic. And pumps it up on the infield. May versus Caden Bodine. Where does Bodine come from? He was the number 45 prospect in the MLB. 23 years old. Rookie season. Called up by Houston. He was their first round pick in 2025. 21st overall, and they're hoping to develop him into a solid catcher with great defensive stats and some contact, who can take some walks and mash some doubles. Hoping for great things from him. And he'll get things going here with a single into left. Bodine has himself a base hit off of Dustin May to bring Pena around. Works the count full and lays off for a walk. 40th walk issued by May this season. 6-pitch battle that May loses. Now 2 on. Tying run at the plate, Jorge Barosa. 3-1 count. Back-to-back walks will load the bases here for Dustin May, being a little too careful on the corners as the fastball misses in. Or wide, I guess, depending on, I don't know what the switch hitter was hitting on just now. Christian Walker in the 9 spot, hitting 190 on the season. Damn, this game's so realistic. How could they possibly predict Christian Walker hitting like 217 for Houston after being traded from Arizona? How did they predict this? So realistic. On like a $20 million contract. Bases loaded with Christian Walker. If this game's realistic, he will now hit into a double play. Full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. That's the second most realistic thing that could happen in this situation with the Astros bases loaded. Gets the call at 98 miles an hour that caught the edge. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Yamal Encarnacion. He's got a hit today. 2 strikes on him here. Smacked up the middle. That's an RBI single. 1 run in. 2nd run in.
Safe.
Safe. And Houston strikes back with a 2-run single from Encarnacion and pass the baton to Bryce Matthews. One of the hardest outs to make in this lineup. So May loses him on the fastball that just caught too much of the plate. And that one is smoked. Bryce Matthews, slow roller to second. Out number 3 playable. So 2 cross the plate for Houston. And now they're only trailing by 1. Juan Brito up against Brown. They've tagged him for 3 runs already. And it's the top of the 3rd. Nobody out. Nobody on. Brito grounds it to second. He's the first out. Luis Robert Jr. 0 for 1 today. Another slow roller. First baseman's got it back to the bag himself. It's so funny to me that Jose Altuve is playing first over Christian Walker. That's funny to me. And 2 outs for Kerry Carpenter. That one hit pretty high toward the gap in left. But it'll be out number 3. Nothing doing for Las Vegas. It's still 3-2. May back out, 49 pitches in, and the bottom of the 3rd, looking for a quicker inning this go round. Instead, he will give up the leadoff single, 4th hit of the game for Houston, as Kyle Tucker finds a little outfield grass in right. So Jace Young back at the dish. The swing and the miss. Got him with the changeup at 85 miles an hour after dot in the bottom of the zone with 98-mile-an-hour heat, and the change in speeds was too much for him. Altuve, hard hit up the middle through the second baseman's legs. So 2 hits in the inning now, Tucker and now Altuve. The tying run stands at second. Go ahead run at first for Caden Bodine, who's got a hit today too. Lazy pop up into right. Montos charges in to catch it. Not deep enough to advance Tucker from second to third. Cotton candy. And 2 outs now for Pena. Slow roller. Pitcher has it. The throw. And they strand 2. Astros come up empty. It's still 3-2. So well done by May to work back out of it. All right. Tyler Freeman at the dish. Leading off. First pitch, pokes it to second. Altuve's got it. Out number 1 on 1 pitch. Gavin Conticello on a full count takes the walk. 36th walk of the season for him. And let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. So, nice AB by Conicello. 6 pitches. Fouled off the sinker. Stayed alive. Looked at the fastball. Luis Matos, hard hit. Third baseman bobbles it. Jace Young mishandled. That's an error to the former Las Vegan player. And that'll allow Matos to reach on what might have been a double play ball. Instead, there's 1 out in the inning, 2 on for Cooper Pratt. In play, another chance to turn 2. Yeah! And that one tailor-made. 6-4-3 double play. Hit into by Pratt. So, 1 error, a walk, but no damage done. May back out in the bottom of the 4th. That one smoked into the gap in right. He's given up a lot of hard contact today. Leadoff double. Barossa in head first with his 14th double of the season. Now Christian Walker at the dish. Third baseman's got it. That'll advance the runner. Low throw. Scooped out of the dirt by Brito. 1 away. Barossa stands at third for Yamal Encarnacion. That one hit hard into center. He's been clutch this season, hitting .350 with runners in scoring position. Scores a run and ties the game on the RBI double. Doubters are back in this one. It looked like it was over at the beginning, but this is baseball. May struggling a bit today. 77 pitches in, trying to get through the 4th here. 1-2 on Matthews.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout with the slider. Swung on and missed. 2 outs now. Runner at second for Tucker. Hard hit past the first baseman. That's going to be down into the corner. Coming around third. Tucker on board with an RBI double. Houston grabs the lead 4-3. May giving up 4 in this game through only 3 2/3. His ERA is now ballooned up to a 4. And they're still not out of it. Full count on Young. That's a walk. The changeup misses. And Dustin May up to 89 pitches, looking tired out there, having to face Jose Altuve after that 6-pitch AB. Doesn't get the call on the corners from the umpire. 3-1 to Altuve, and that's a walk. Loading the bases. Tucker over to third, Young at second, Altuve at first. May 94 pitches in, facing Caden Bodine. Bases loaded, 2 outs. That one hit deep to left field. It's all the way back. That's a grand slam for Caden Bodine. 424 feet. And this one's broken wide open. It's 8-3. Houston has 6 runs come across in the 4th against Dustin May. and the move is made to the bullpen, but one batter too late, as everyone except the manager could see that you shouldn't leave Dustin May out there when the bases are juiced after he's got the 93 pitches. Everyone except the damn manager could see that. And Houston punishes them. Yeah, you switch pitchers. It's too late, buddy. All right, ad starting. Now that the Doubters have taken a commanding 5-run lead. I guess we'll see if Pena makes the out here before the ad starts. Shortstop's got it, and side retired. That's the inning. Houston drops a 6 bomb on Vegas to take a lead of 8-3. That was an amazing play. I have no idea what happens in baseball. We have found the one human on Earth who doesn't know what a home run is. We need to do an interview with this human to find out how they traveled to our time. Mole Man in chat just surfaced for the first time today. All right, the ad just started. I'm gonna take a quick BRB. And see what the offense has got. We got 5 innings left to climb back 5 runs, believers. I'll BRB. Thanks for watching. A grand slam off of my guy. Come on, man. Okay. I ate a cold cheese stick from the pizza place that I had last night with some marinara sauce. Okay. Well, we got a long road to try to go here. A big hill to climb, I'd say. Brown gave up a 3-run lead to us early, and now the Houston offense has claimed it back with a 6th spot in the 4th after donking a home run. And not just any home run, a grand slam. Embarrassing our starting pitching. Marchand up first, trying to start a rally, and he goes pretty deep to right field. That one's all the way back, looking up. It's a solo home run, first pitch. And Rafael Marchand getting it started for the Invaders. The lead closes 8-4. 383 feet to right off of Hunter Brown. 4th run allowed by Brown. 2 rows deep over the right field wall. And that's out of the 9 spots. So Marchand, with his 7th home run of the season, gets one back. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up now. Slow roller to the third baseman, Young. That'll retire Jazz for out number 1. Juan Brito up, 0-2.
Strike 3.
Strike 3, out with the changeup on 3 pitches. Fastball, fastball, changeup. 2 outs for Luis Robert Jr., full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. The Invaders score a run. If they score 1 run for the next 4 innings, they'll tie the game. It's easy. How's our $47 million signing doing today? He's got a homer. Actually. Wait, no. No, he doesn't have a homer. The other guy has a homer. He had 2 homers against Cleveland. But yeah, he doesn't have anything today. All right, who's up to pitch? Oh, there's more offense. That one's all the way back to the corner. Jorge Barrosa, who doubled off of May in the 4th inning, has a leadoff double into left field up against Alexis Diaz. And in relief here in the 5th inning after May had to be pulled. Now Christian Walker looks at ball 4. So Vegas pitching coming undone a little bit. 2 on, nobody out after Walker walks on 4 straight balls. Now Yamal Encarnacion, he's 3 for 3 today. That will make him 4 for 4 on a little bloop up the middle to load the bases. Nobody out. So Diaz not quite getting it done out of the pen. He's got to get Bryce Matthews, who had 32 home runs last season, up to 14 on the count today. Infield playing in case anything hits soft enough on the infield, can make the force out at home.
Strike 3.
Strike 3, first out of the inning. Big strikeout for Diaz. But now he's got to get out Kyle Tucker. Re-signed by Houston on a massive 9-year, $384 million contract. Chance for another grand slam. 2 in the same game would be wild. 2-1 the count. That one into the gap in left. That's going to be down for extra bases, and Houston adds to their lead. 1 run across, 2 runs in, 3rd run coming in. That's a bases clearing double. The next best thing one can get. That's not a grand slam, and the gap widens. It's 11-4 after Diaz is tagged with 3 earned runs in the inning. Houston offense showing no sign of slowing. I don't want to commentate this game anymore. I'm ready to just see that I lost. I just want to get to the part where I can see how bad it is at the end. But I'll stick it out. The inning ends for Houston with a runner at third as Altuve strikes out, and they extend the lead to 11-4. Well, the hill just got a little taller for Kerry Carpenter and the gang. Out number one on a full count. Tyler Freeman. 11 runs on 12 hits is pretty diabolical. They hit him! Freeman gets hit by a fastball from Tyler Ivey. 3.3 ERA on the season in 30 innings. How? Got a good curveball, a good changeup. Better than his overall suggests. Conticello down the line and right. Freeman's off to third. Conticello's thinking double. He's thinking three. Freeman round the corner and heading home. He scores one on the Conticello two-bagger. Conticello stops at second. RBI double. Luis Matos strikes out, cut on and missed. Cooper Pratt. Slow roller. And they get him. Perfect throw, nails the runner. So one more hit, or one more run across. It's now 11-5. Spores in relief here to go through the sixth. Versus Caden Bodine. Gets the strikeout with the fastball. Got a good ERA on the season. Now Pena. Robert Jr. sizes it up. Out number two. Now Barosa. Second baseman Freeman coming on. Out number three. Okay, finally a 3-up, 3-down after giving up 9 runs across 2 innings in the 4th and 5th. Invaders back up, and Marchand has another hit. He had a home run last time up. Second hit of the game for Marchand. He'll stand at first for Jazz Chisholm Jr., who had a leadoff homer to start the game. Slow roller pitcher dives. They throw it to second. Bad throw by the pitcher. Everybody's safe. So that should be an error on the pitcher. So 2 have reached now. Nobody out for Juan Brito. Hard hit. First baseman has it. They throw to second. No relay throw. So they get the out at second. Brito reaches first on a fielder's choice. And runners at the corners now for Luis Robert Jr. Slow roller to second. Chance for 2. And he hits into the double play. Guys, he was at third with 1 out, man. Just do something, man. Shh. Inning killer. I'm never gonna financially recover from this bet. True. I'm never gonna recover from losing 2 out of 3 to the Astros. Well, Spores gets it done again. 1, 2, 3. Nothing across for the Stros as they have a 6-run lead now. 6 outs left for the Invaders, starting with Kerry Carpenter. Slow roller to first. Out number 1 on 4 pitches. Tyler Freeman up. You guys are making this pitcher look like a god. Out number 2 on the fly. Ivy sucks, man. He's got a little bit of stuff, a little bit of movement, no control, just one good curveball and changeup, and he's dominating you guys. It's embarrassing. Conticello barely gets any contact on that. And the pitcher covers, so 3 up, 3 down, nothing doing. Uribe in the 8th. For Las Vegas to pitch against Kyle Tucker. Had a bases clearing double last time up. And this time he'll line out sharply to Luis Robert Jr. That one smoked. Outfielder's not even gonna look up. Second home run for Jace Young of the series against his former team. It's 12-5 Astros as Uribe gives up the deep fly to right. Young with his 5th homer as an Astro. Where was that, dude? He only hit 7 for us in 197 at-bats, and he's got 5 already for the Stros. In like significantly fewer. Oh my God, Pratt, his 10th error of the year at shortstop. Everything is falling apart. Should have been out number 2, but Altuve stands at first. And going all the way back at the wall, looking up. It's out of here. The 2nd homer of the inning. Homer number 2 for Bodine this game. Only his 5th home run on the season, and he has 2 in this game as Uribe gives up his 2nd homer of the inning to put that ERA back at a 3.46. Holy moly. And another one! Another one! 3rd of the inning! The Astros flex their muscles. It's 15-5. Uribe has given up 3 homers in the inning, and they have to bring out Mantiply to try and get through the rest of the Astros lineup. And Mantiply comes in, and they have a single up the middle. Impossible outs. McCormick pinch hitting here. Brother, you're up by 10 runs.
Strike 3.
A strike him out, throw him out to end the embarrassing cascade of runs. 3 homers total, 4 more runs across for the Astros. Mantiply manages to get out of it finally. So, last 3 chances, bottom of the order, to score just 10 runs for Las Vegas. And Matos will be out number 1. Last 2 chances to score just 10 runs. Cooper Pratt up. Pops it up on the infield. Get me out of here. Marchand, who's 2 for 3 today, with a homer of his own. And they plunk him. Come on, boys. Don't hit my catcher. Hit by pitch. Take your base. Arenamo in. Smokes one to left, but the left fielder is back on it, and the Astros put a whipping on Vegas. Doubters win, and it ain't close. Stealing up by 10 is wild. True. Why the hell are they stealing on me? So they managed to tag Brown for 3 runs, but Tyler Ivey, of all people, closes the game out 3 2/3 innings, gets the save, and Las Vegas completely toothless against the secret best reliever in baseball. And look at this pitching. 8 earned runs given up by Dustin May, his worst outing of the year, left out there to die. Alexis Diaz gives up a 3 spot, and Uribe, with his worst outing, gets 1 out and gives up 3 runs to balloon his ERA from a 3.14 to a 3.63. And Las Vegas loses 2 in a row. Terrible pitching. Brandon Woodruff is eligible to come off the IL. I'm going to give him a rehab start first. So the only upside is the Rangers also lost. And they remain tied with us. And there's no game today, so they might jump ahead a half game. There's our day off. Believers getting absolutely fleeced. Pretty sure I heard somebody banging trash cans in that game. Yeah, that was them stuffing us into a trash compactor. That was a team full of garbage men absolutely giving us the boot into the dump. Jace Young revenge game. The whole Jace Young revenge series, more like. Because he had multiple homers. These are supposed to be the easy ones, too, because Astros are second to last in the division, and now we go up against the Aztecs, who are last in the division, former Athletics. They're 6th in the division, 11th in runs scored, 12th in batting average, 15th in runs given up, that's second to last, and second to last in starter ERA, 7th to last in bullpen ERA. We've won 7 against them out of 9. Oof. Okay. But anyway, a nice day off. We kind of need that day off. Bizardo is up. Mantiply is up. Uribe got shelled, man. 3 hits. Was it 3 homers? Yeah, give up 3 homers. That jumps his home run per 9 to 1.4. Worst outing of his career, I think. And Quinn Matthews is up, which is not my first choice. He had a bad outing last time. And we're up against a lefty, Shota Imanaga, but he's not been doing so good. 6.56 ERA, 7 runs last time, 7 runs 2 starts ago. Something's wrong with him. Some ain't going so well. All right, against lefties, do we want to make it a lineup adjustment? I think we might let's make some lineup adjustments. Not super significant ones. I like Freeman hitting leadoff against lefties, so let's try that. And then Cooper Pratt, who has higher slugging against lefties. Then Carpenter. Then Diaz. And then Luis Robert and Jazz. Maybe Jazz first. Okay. And then we still need a DH and a first baseman. I mean, Brito's just cold as ice right now, but he's still got it deep down in... Oh, shit. I didn't realize how far down he was. Look at this. He's 0 for his last 5 games. 0 for his last 18. 1 from his last 22. 1 for your last 22 is not so good. So maybe move him down the order. And then we need a right fielder. Maybe Matos before Brito. And then the DH is just kind of whoever. I'll give Ortiz the DH for now, but it could be Arenamo as well. Though Arenamo's not so great. All right, Arenamo is back up second, third, and short. Conicello back up first. Marchand back up catcher. Brennan back up left and right. Freeman back up center. Conicello back up DH. Arenamo pinch hit. Conicello pinch hit. Brennan's fallen off. Arenamo pinch runner. How many gift subs to just send the rest of the season? You're too poor. So don't worry about it. What is this OST? This is the Paradise Killer original soundtrack. Worst outing of his career so far. Worst outing of his career so far. Okay, Oaklamento. I trust Quinn Matthews to do better than last time, and the bullpen is not going to explode twice. Maybe. You lost to Sacramento 1-10. What did I just say? What did I just say? Quinn Matthews blew up for 5 earned. Diaz, 1 run. Keegan Aiken gave up 3. Bro. Bender also gave... Can you guys stop giving up... All of you stop giving up runs? Player of the game, Imanaga. After he just gave up 7, 3, and 7, he has like a lights out performance against us with 2 hits. Come on, man. Why does that always happen to us? We had 3 hits in the game. Diaz, Ortiz, and Arenamo off the bench. Oh... And the Rangers won, so we're actually 1 game behind them now as they defeat the Tigers, who are 3rd in their division. Unbelievable. So this is a casino game of chance. Baseball is a game of probabilities. Averages. Potential. You play probabilities. It's like a repeatable scientific experiment with controls and variables. Which is why playoff games are best of 5 and then best of 7. Because 1 is not enough to determine which team is better. Because each team has a chance of winning. So they have to prove which one's better over multiple bouts. Hence why this season is 162 games. Well, that was an embarrassing display. Have we fallen off? O Clemento got those lefties, though. Waldachuk, 4.69. Here's what's going to happen. Chat, bad news. Woodruff just pitched in AAA and a rehab start. Pitched 79 pitches, gave up 6 runs in AAA, 3 2/3 innings pitched. Probably just leave him there then. For like one more start. Let him get a feel for it again. He's just loosening up his arm. He was out for 2 weeks, which is not that long. No, I think you got to bring him back in. Our entire pitching core has decided to take a nap at the same time. Yeah, it's crazy. Suddenly just getting like blown up. All right, I need to do something, but I keep forgetting what it is. Besides, I guess I just make a lineup. Well, I'll make a lineup in a second. I know what I need to do. I need to take a little look at my bullpen stats and try and be sort of even keeled here. I've been thinking about sending Keegan Aiken back down to either AAA, but I can't send him. I would have to like release him, which is a bit extreme. I only have him in as a left-handed specialist. Because versus lefties, he has a 1.99 ERA, which is quite good. He's dominant. Versus righties, he's awful. 5.21 ERA, giving up 2.1 home runs per 9. So I want his secondary relief to be nothing. Or secondary role to be nothing. Because in general, opponents have a very low batting average against him, but he's just giving up homers. Especially versus, he's the worst pitcher on the team versus righties. Though he's also gotten pretty unlucky according to his Sierra. So like his skill is, he's pitching with more skill than his ERA indicates. Worst pitcher by Sierra is actually Joe Mantiply, which suggests that he's just been getting very lucky in not getting tagged until recently. He's started to unwind. He was perfect all season, so those underlying problems are starting to rear their ugly head. Uribe's best pitcher on the team by Sierra, so I'm just gonna assume he got very unlucky recently. I think I'm gonna leave the bullpen as is, but we do have both Cade Horton, who maybe, I don't know if we should give more starts because that low adaptability scares me. And then we do have Angel Felipe. who's been a little rough with the Angels, but has 3 really good pitches. But if I took him back up, I'd have to send someone else out back down. And the only person that can go down is Uribe, who I just need to trust. Or I'd have to straight up release somebody from the team. So I don't think we're ready to do that yet. I think we just probably send Quinn Matthews down and pull Woodruff back up, I think, for now. So we're going to do demote to AAA for Quinn Matthews, and then bring Woodruff back up to the roster. And he'll be rested by his next start. Okay. All right, versus righties. I like Brito in leadoff. Wait, no, I like Jazz in leadoff. Jazz, then Brito. Then Luis Robert Jr., then Kerry Carpenter, because of the insane slugging. Then Gavin Conticello, and Yainer Diaz. We'll do Diaz, then Conticello. Cooper Pratt down there at short. Or we could actually just get Arenamo to play. Yeah, let's just get Arenamo at short. We'll have slightly worse defense. Freeman down here in the 7 spot. And then what position am I missing? First, second, third, short, center, left, right fielder. Brennan and Matos. They've both been... They started the season really well. To the point now where I'm actually tempted to send him down, but we traded the other guy. No, we have Burleson still. We could just give Burleson a chance, but he doesn't have... He only has 50 range. So these guys are way better at the actual defense. That's the unfortunate part. Okay. I think we just have to trust that Brennan... will figure it out. Okay, backups for the depth chart. Marchand at catcher. Conticello at first. Pratt at second, or sorry, third. Short. Freeman back up center field. Matos back up left and right. Ortiz back up DH. Pinch hitter. Pinch hitter. Defensive substitution. He could definitely learn second, but he doesn't know second yet. Brito can also play second. Okay, sure. Pinch runner. Probably Matos. Or Pratt. Let's do Pratt. Whew. Okay, Chad, I'm tired of getting blown out, man. We need to win some games. Waldichuk is another lefty. We gotta trust in the pitching staff to get it together. They can't all be bad. Copium. They can't all be bad. Win 7-0. Too many players on the Nashville High Notes roster. All right, well, demote this dude to AA. And that should take care of that. Sam Bachman has a dead arm. He'll be out for 1 week. Okay. The Invaders picked up a win at Sutter Health Park, downing the Aztecs 7-0. On the mound for Vegas was Bobby Miller, who played a pivotal role in the win. Miller confounded Oclamento. Over 7 innings, he allowed no runs on 3 hits. I went after him. No pussyfooting around. Tell him. Tell him, Miller. That's a quote. Seven innings of shutout ball, 3 hits, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts. Someone's good, and then Spores closed it out. 2 no-hit innings. Bobby Miller, player of the game. We had 10 hits. Freeman had a 4 for 5 game with 3 RBI. He's feeling it. Cooper Pratt, 2 for 5 with an RBI. Kerry Carpenter, nothing but a sacrifice maybe, or a fielder's choice. Yainer Diaz, 1 for 5. Jazz, 1 for 4. Luis Robert Jr., 0 for. Matos, nothing. Brito, a hit. Ortiz in the DH, a hit and 2 ribbies. Freeman had 2 doubles. Freeman with a casual 4-hit game. Both Jazz and Brito had an error, and they still didn't score. 2 stolen bases. We're still 1 game back. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're still 1 game back. They won. When are they gonna get cold? JT Ginn, 3.72 ERA in 4 starts, up from AAA where he had a 4.6 ERA. Much worse against lefties. Worse whip. Many more walks. We got 3 dudes with ice on their bat on the same team. That's crazy. Tyler Malley pitching. He had 2 pretty good outings. Last 2 times up. All right. New lineup versus righties. A little modification. Jazz in the 1. Luis Robert back in the 3. Carpenter 4. Diaz, Conicello, Freeman. They hit well. Let's do it again, boys. Lost 3-14. What the hell is going on with this team? In terms of getting absolutely... We either win 7-0 or we're losing by like 14 runs recently. What is going on? We have like the #1 bullpen in baseball. We're missing 5 players on this team. Bro, we lost to the 2 of the worst teams in the division, and they didn't even... It was an embarrassment. Tyler Malley only made it 2 2/3 innings, gave up 5 earned runs, just shelled in the 2nd and 3rd. They brought out Alexis Diaz. All right, dude. Oh, I'm getting stressed out because, like, what the hell is this? Luke Weaver giving up 3. Should I just... I'm about to make like a stupid... He didn't even get an out. 3 earned runs and a homer, no outs made. 2 more errors. Jazz with his 9th error. Kerry Carpenter made his 1st error of the season. So only 5 of these runs were earned off of Tyler Malley. They ended up scoring 9. while he was pitching. What? Let me look in the second. Kerry Carpenter's solo home run? Okay, that's the only good news. Tyler Mahle pitching. Issues a walk to Soderstrom. Strikes out Estuary Ruiz. Single to Henry Bolt. Walk to Langoliers. Second walk of the inning. Strikeout, 2 outs. Max Muncy doubles. Lawrence Butler singles. Jacob Wilson ground out. Okay, so they scored 4. Then in the third, they scored 5. Brent Rooker singles. Tyler Soderstrom singles. Hit by pitch. We're losing control. Henry Bolt, fielder's choice. Shea Langoliers single. Daryl Hernandez reaches on an error, E5. So that should have been out number 2. Fly out Max Muncy. And then double Lawrence Butler. So that fly out should have been out 3. 3 to 14 is Payne? Yes, it is. What happened in the 5th? Alexis Diaz in. Double. All right, Luke Weaver in. Single. Wild pitch. 3-run homer. Joe Mantiply in. Double. Fly out. Single. Walk. Fly out. You guys are killing me, man. Like they've never pitched before. I don't feel stressed over a blowout. It's not one blowout. It's losing by 14. It's losing 10 to 1. It's losing 15 to 5 in a stretch of 4 games, brother. And 7 to 1. 4 out of the last 5 games have been 7 to 1, 15 to 5, 10 to 1, and 14 to 3. That's more than a pattern right there. That's 5 games or 4 games. We haven't had a close game since this one, and we lost that one too. Meanwhile, Texas on a 3-game win streak. We're now 2 games back. I love that we have the second best record in baseball, and we're 2 games back from leading our division. Guess what? Guess what's coming up at the end of the month? Look at what it is. Texas time. We'll have a chance to either fall behind or take the lead. Only 6 hits in the game. 2 of them were Brito. 1 was Carpenter. 1 was Conicello. 2 were Arenamo. Arenamo double, Brito double, Carpenter homer, Brito homer. That's it. 10 lobs. Freeman hit by pitch. The 2 errors. Today we begin the 3-game series against the Twins at home. They also have a losing record. They're 4th place in the Central Division. This is the 3rd losing record team we're playing in a row, and we can't win the series against any of them. They're 4th in the AL in runs scored, 10th in batting average, 12th in runs given up, starter ERA's 13th, bullpen ERA 13th, and they have won 4 and lost 5 against us this season. So we've almost split the series. Team power rankings, that's not us. Team power rankings, we are now 4th. The Rangers in 1st. Dodgers in 2nd. Cardinals 3rd. Invaders have fallen to 4th. Phillies are dead last with the White Sox. Khalil Watson of the Pioneers, batter of the week, 12 hits and 22 at-bats. And Astros Caden Bodine went 11 for 20. Yep, a lot of that was against us. Our bullpen ERA is still first somehow, and our starter ERA is still first somehow. That's how commanding a lead we had. That's not included the National League. That's just of the American League. I don't know where we are overall. Before we start this series, I want to see I want to do a check on my farm system. Tegan Kane is in high A. Northwest League. It's got a 3.38 ERA. I think I'm going to leave him there for this season. Hosky's out for 3 months with the labrum that sucks. Antonio Del Bosque on fire right now. Wait, no, that was the Dominican League. So he got 12 starts. All right, so I'm just going to leave him where he is. You as well, Roger Lukens. I feel like slamming you into A-ball right now. Ain't it? Trevor Augustine is out for 2 more days with back tightness. Garrity's back off the bench. Good for you. I know you don't have that much potential, but I'm following you guys anyways. Drew Messer still doing it in A-ball. And Jason DeCaro getting it done in Double-A. He's going to be a Triple-A starter next year for sure. I could go ahead and bump him up to get some Triple-A starts. He just had another 5 2/3 innings, 2 runs given up. 4 2/3 innings, 2 runs given up. I could give him some Triple-A starts. Or just let him keep going in Double-A. Maybe just let him keep going in Double-A for now. But he might be ready to have some MLB starts next year. Maybe. He's moving up pretty fast. He was our first round pick last year. Still taking shape. Looks good. Braden Holcomb in high A. Holcomb is almost ready for Double-A. Hitting 253 with 132 OPS plus. That's pretty good. 19 homers. I'm gonna let him finish out the season. How old is the starting pitcher? He's like 21. Yeah, he's 21. Just graduated college last year. Moving up the minor league system. Just picked him up last year. He's already almost ready for AAA. It's pretty good. Mario. Oh yeah, Dominican Rookie League. Boom, 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 boom. So most of these guys are gonna have to wait till next year. Okay. That's fine. Looking good. All right, Minnesota. The pennant chase is on. The good news is that if we don't beat the Rangers in the division, we have a 9-game lead in the wild card race. So that's a pretty reasonable lead. But we can't be losing every series. Marco Raya, 4.82 ERA, gave up 3 runs last time, 5 runs the time before that. 5-7 record. Whip is pretty high. Strikeout rate low. Robert Jr.'s tired. Jazz is tired. All right, I'm going to have to give some guys an unfortunately timed day off. So get Pratt in there. Wait, yeah, actually it should be... Arenamo playing third and Cooper Pratt playing short, probably. Wait, who's best third baseman besides... Don't I normally have someone else over there? I guess it is Arenamo. Because I'd rather have Pratt at short. Okay, so Arenamo moved to third. Pratt in at short. And then someone else in center. That's going to be Tyler Freeman. So then I need someone else at second. Okay, and this is where it gets confusing. So Brito moves to second and Conicello moves to first. Oof. And then we have room for a DH. So we're gonna have Brito lead off. Freeman in the 2 spot. Move Pratt down. Backup DH is Ortiz, so get Ortiz in. We're gonna have Carpenter, Yiner Diaz, Ortiz, Conticello, Arenamo, Brennan Pratt. Boom. All right, we gotta win this series. 2 out of 3 at least. Who's pitching? It's Steven Matz. We got 4 arms in the bullpen, including Bizardo, Uribe, Aiken. Aiken is pretty bad. Yep, it's true. He gave up 4 runs in his last 3 outs. Oof. I believe. What's the Minnesota lineup look like? Jonathan Clase, Kalen Culpepper, Carlos Correa, Kalai Rosario, Matt Wallner, Royce Lewis. Man, they got some hitters. Alex Freeland, Ryan Jeffers. That's a scary lineup, man. Good luck. And we win. Charlie Oshel eligible to come off the IL. There you go, brother. Welcome back. Las Vegas second baseman Juan Brito played a vital role in the team's 5-3 conquest of Minnesota. He belted 2 homers, drove in 3, and scored twice. Steven Matz picked up the dub, lifting his record to 8-5 on the season. He struck out 7 and walked 2 in 5 1/3 innings, yielding 2 runs. Bizardo recorded his 6th save for Vegas. With Las Vegas leading 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd, Brito came up to bat against Marco Raya. He had a fastball to right for a 2-run home run. His 17th home run of the season. Juan Brito, 17 homers on the season. He had 10 all last season and almost the same number of at-bats. Found some extra power in his bat. I wouldn't be surprised to see his power rating increase from the scout here. Yeah, he hit 2 in the game. Scott Tyler commended him for doing what it takes to win. Brito in the 1st inning with no one on, and then in the 3rd inning with 1 on. So he had 2 homers to score 3 runs by himself. What a gamer. Oh yeah, that was 10 homers in AAA. So he's doing it at the major league level. We were right to, like, Cleveland didn't give him very much playing time. I saw his potential, and he stepped up to the challenge. I mean, that's a leadoff spot, too. He's been crazy all season. Freeman 1 for 3, Carpenter 1 for 4 with 2 RBI. He had a 31st home run of the season. Holy. Ortiz 1 for 3 with a walk. Conicello 1 for 4. Pratt in the 9-hole 2 for 3. Pratt had a double. Ortiz had a double. Conicello had a double. Brito 2 homers. Carpenter with a homer. Pratt with his 11th error. We got 3 double plays in the game. That's what I'm talking about. Mats only gave up 1 run. The second one came across presumably on the Cooper Pratt error. Spores with a clean inning. Uribe with an unclean inning. Weaver get an out. Bizardo get the save. There you go. Spores with a hit batsman. Brito player of the game. There you go. And the Rangers won. They're 2 games ahead now. They're beating the Yankees 8-0. Oh no. All right. Well, we gotta keep. You just gotta keep winning, man. Joe Ryan. I think we beat Joe Ryan last time. 4.06 ERA. Diaz needs a day off. Marchand get the start. Marchand has the potential to do okay. He just chose not to this season. All right, Dustin May had a terrible outing last time, but I believe in him. 8 runs in 3 2/3. I believe in you, Dustin May. You got this, brother. Win 6-3 over Minnesota. Let's go, boys. Won that series. We got 1 more to play against them. Augustine eligible to come off the IL. My future superstar is back. After 2 weeks off for back tightness, he's back. We drafted him 1st overall this year, and he's already playing A-ball as an 18-year-old. That's how goated this guy is going to be. He's an 80 potential who's already got a floor of 40 stuff, 45 movement, 45 home runs allowed, 50 PBABIP, 30 control, and he's already got 2 pitches that are MLB ready. Relative to A-ball, he's a 55, so he's going to be ready for like AA next year as a 19-year-old. Actually, as an 18-year-old. That's insane. He just needs a little bit more control, I think, relative to AA. So just keep giving him those A starts. He's crazy to even be there as an 18-year-old. This dude's super advanced. 65 stamina, high work ethic, potential velo of 101 mile an hour, extreme ground baller with the sinker, changeup, slider, fastball, 3 great potential pitches with huge stuff. Very excited about him. Ad is going to start in like 5 to 10 seconds. Turn your volume down. I snoozed it once already. Bryce Wilson on our AAA team just had a complete game shutout. 4 hits over 9 innings. 9 strikeouts. Which is hilarious because literally the previous game, Emerson Hancock hurled a 6-hit 15-0 shutout, surrendering 2 walks and tallying 4 strikeouts. Bro, they pitched back-to-back complete game shutouts, but a different team won both games. They shut us out with a complete game shutout, and then we shut them out with a complete game shutout immediately. And then We won 13-0 right after they won 15-0. That's insane. All right, the ad just started. One of our Cowpokes players just went 5 for 6. Joe Mantiply wants a contract extension. All right, the ad just started. I'll be right back in like 2.5 minutes. And then I know we're gonna sim a bunch of games. We're gonna watch the Rangers series to see how it goes because we have a Rangers series coming up here shortly. Hang tight, BRB. Yo. Hello. We're back. Okay. One more game against Minnesota. Threatening a sweep. Las Vegas starter Dustin May pitched well against the Twins at Omnibus. He led his team to a win 6-3. Luis Robert Jr. hit a 3-run homer off Joe Ryan in the bottom of the third to put the Invaders ahead 5-3. He also had a double going 2 for 4. He has been a little quiet lately, hasn't he? Kind of just have to stick with your man. He had been 0 for his last, oh man. 4, 8, 12, 16, 19, 24, 28. He had been 1 for his last 28. So maybe a good sign. The home run and the double. Going 2 for 4 this game. I didn't realize he kind of like quietly just stopped hitting the ball. And I kind of just didn't notice. Where I feel like Kerry Carpenter's been pretty damn consistent. Oh, also the scout re-upped Luis Robert Jr. to a 55 from a 50. He's on pace for 25 homers, which is what he got last year. He's on pace for almost an exact duplicate of his last year, just maybe higher OPS. There's a lot in the game you can't control. Just take what the game gives you. I was doing my best to help the team win, Robert Jr. told the Las Vegas Times. We only had 6 hits in the game. Made them count. 6 runs on 6 hits. That's efficiency. Only 4 left on base. Managed to tag Joe Ryan for 5 timely runs. Robert Jr. home or double. Conticello had his 13th homer of the season. Showing some pop. Robert Jr. with the 3-run shot, and Brito with his 3rd game with a homer in a row. He's got 4 home runs in his last 3 games.
Brito is awake. He wants to win. He's a perfectionist.
Oh, that's pretty sick. And then May went 7 innings, 3 runs. Excellent. Bender with a clean hold for 1 inning. Bizzardo with 1 out. Why did you bring Mantiply out for the save? Oh, because Bizzardo was having some abdominal strain. 9th inning, a little sketchy. Bizzardo gets a ground out single. Mantiply comes in, gives up a double, and then gets a strikeout ground out to end the game. Whew. Could have been spicy at the end there. So we're only 1 game back because the Rangers finally lost one. 9-1 to the Yankees. I need the Yankees to win the next one too. Alan Facundo is pitching for the Yankees. Never heard of him. And we've got CJ Culpepper, who's been excellent. Oh yeah, it's this guy. I remember seeing his picture and being like, his beard looks like it's glowing. Good numbers, 142 innings pitched, 28 starts. The whip is low. Walks are low. BABIP is low. Seems somehow just great against lefties and righties. So Bizzardo out. I'm gonna bench him for 2 days. All right, Woodruff is back. He had a terrible start in his rehab start against the AAA team. So who knows how this is going to go, but it gave him 1 rehab start to try to get all the badness out of his system. And the pin is just Alexis Diaz, Luke Weaver, and Keegan Akins. So really like 3 of our worst bullpen arms. Doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like it's questionable. It's questionable. Very questionable. And our closer's out with back problems. So I don't expect too much. Freeman needs a day off. Brito to second, Concello to first. Ortiz in at DH. Looks pretty solid. All right, team, I need you guys to find the offense and get this sweep. They lost. Close game, 0-1. CJ Culpepper tied for third in the AL with a whip of 1.12. Was terrific for the Twins in a 1-0 triumph over the Invaders. That'd be a frustrating loss. His performance earned Culpepper rave reviews. Tim Herron finished to wrap up his second save. Minnesota now has a 60-81 record. Byron Buxton had a run-scoring single in the top of the fifth. So Woodruff went 6 innings of 1-run ball, and the offense did not show up. Just one double. Luis Robert Jr. double. Jazz 1 for 4. Carpenter 1 for 3. Everybody's cold at the exact same time. Bullpen actually went 3 innings of shutout no-hit baseball. With they just brought Mantiply out to try to keep it close, and we just couldn't do it. Feels bad. We're playing the Seattle Mariners next. They're 66-75, 4th in the AL West, 13th in runs scored, 4th in runs given up, 6th in starter ERA, 2nd in bullpen ERA. Damn. Bailey Ober will be out of action for 10 months with a stretched elbow ligament. At least now I know, he said. Not good for Colorado fans. All right, we are coming up. The next series after Seattle is the Texas series, and we're just going to watch all of those. Diaz, Weaver, and Aiken are available out of the pen. Bobby Miller Day, he's been just lights out. Hasn't given up more than 2 runs in at least his last 5 starts. 7 starts. He hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs in 7 starts. Trying to make a Cy Young bid this year. Carpenter needs a day off. He probably should get a day off anyway because he has been playing like garbage. I'm gonna move Brennan to left. Get Matos in right. Go Diaz, Conicello, Freeman, Arenamo, Brennan, Matos. Man, Arenamo's 0 for. Brennan has like 1 hit in the last 5 games. Yeah, everybody is suffering. Everyone is suffering right now. All right, first game up. Wait a second, it's B. Miller versus B. Miller? What a crazy game that is. 2 B. Millers. Bobby Miller versus Bryce Miller. Who is the best Miller? Bryce Miller, 3.87 ERA. He's been lights out. Whip is low. Home run rate a little higher than last season. Much worse against lefties, so we maybe have a chance, but too bad Kerry Carpenter is sitting out of this one. My money is on B. Miller. Well, let's find out. We win by only a single point. I'll watch the replay. Wow, scoreless through 4 innings. 5th inning, Freeman on. Arenamo shoots one into the gap and left. Did they finally find the offense that's all the way down to the wall? Freeman going first to home. Got a good jump off the bat to score 1. Bobby Miller versus Ramirez gives up the deep fly to right to tie it up. 376 feet. Then the other B. Miller, it's tied 1-1. Both B. Millers dominant. Back in the 7th for Bryce. The other B. Miller, and that one gone. Conticello puts one into deep left field. Got a fastball and crushed it 410 feet, 14th homer of the season. Freeman on second. Miller still out there to face Brennan. gets the strikeout. Then Matos smacks one to deep center field. Tagging up is Freeman. He's into third. Takes a little lie down for a quick nappy. And Jazz Chisholm Jr. will be the third out. Okay, I don't know why they showed me this in the highlights, but cool, we took the lead. And then Aiken out in the 7th to replace Miller, facing Luke Raley, who we almost traded for last season. Gets the pop-up in no man's land. Freeman hauls it in. All right, Bender versus Ben Williamson with nobody out. And he walks him. Bender versus Abizel Ramirez. And that's going to be down. I love watching my bullpen blow a 1-run lead, and then the offense has to show up. I don't know why we can't hold on to those little 1-run leads late into games. Wow. Okay, so Ramirez tried to stretch it into 3. Brito cuts it off, fires to third, and they nail him trying to stretch a double into a triple, but they tie it up. 2-2. So then Bender with 1 out versus Yastrzemski. And he gives up a deep fly to right. Dude, Bender is unclutch as hell. That's why I replaced you. So they take the lead. We're down to our final 3 outs in the 9th. Gavin Conticello back at the dish. And he starts things off with a single. Abimelech Ortiz out of, he's pinch hitting off the bench.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Now Arenamo up. Strike 3. We're down to our final out of the game. And Will Brennan, ice in his veins, pokes one to left on a hop in front of the left fielder. Conicello going for third, safe at third. Brennan moves to second, and 9-hole hitter Luis Matos with an ice emoji next to him to indicate he's cold hits a ball into the gap to score 2 and take the lead with 2 outs in the 9th inning, down by 1. Hell yeah. The Invaders now lead 4-3, and Alexis Diaz comes out to try to shut the door with a 1-run lead. Hard hit. Robert Jr. has out number 1. Cal Raleigh walks, so tying run moves to first for Weston Wilson.
Strike 3.
Strike 3? I can't believe they're trusting Alexis Diaz to close this game out. And then Luke Raley. Strike 3. What a comeback. That is a close one. Ooh, and that win probability. Bobby Miller was one reason why the Invaders triumphed. Second place Invaders. Why are you calling us the second place Invaders? Are 87 and 55. Vegas used a timely hit from Luis Matos to get the win. The right fielder stroked a 2-run double in the top of the 9th. That's clutch, Matos. Oh, for your last, I don't know how many. What music is this? Has 1 hit. Like 1 hit in the last like 10 games. He was a pinch hitter sometimes there though. So it's, some of those were just random pinch hits. Saved by the iced batter. Feels good to get the job done, said Miller. 9 hits. Nothing from the top of the order. Ofer. Conticello 2 for 4 with the RBI homer, or just the solo home run. Freeman 2 for 3. Why would you pinch hit Freeman if he's 2 for 3? Arenamo 2 for 4. So bottom of the order producing. Brennan 2 for 4. And of course Matos tying the game. Or sorry, taking the lead. Yeah, bottom of the order just came to win, dude. Bender blew the save. What else is new? He's given up runs in 3 of his last 5 appearances in relief. I know he's better than this, but he's not showing it. I can't believe Diaz got the win. And then Munoz with his 6th blown save. Oh man, Andres Munoz, 6 blown saves on the season. Good closer, but it can happen to anybody. He's got a 5.8 ERA on the season. He had league-leading 45 saves last season for Seattle. And this year, something happened. Something happened here. Did you see the Padres scored 22 the other day? No. Why would I watch the Padres? I don't have anything specific against the Padres. I just don't like the players on their team. So there. Bobby Miller is gaming. And also he's gaming so hard that my scout's like, yeah, he's got 60 potential actually. Yeah, he actually does have 60 potential. Oh, Rangers on a 3-game skid. We're back. We're still technically seconds, but we're tied. The Guardians shut them down 8-2. Showing some signs of weakness. I don't have anything specifically against the Padres except this specific thing. Yeah, you got the joke, Trenderis. You solved the joke. Good job. All right, last game against Holmes, and then it's time. Oh man, Holmes is still got 3 games started this season. AAA was terrible, so honestly, it could be anybody's game. .62 ERA against lefties. That's my cue. We'll give Yainer Diaz a day off. Put Marchand in. And then in that win, Brennan went 2 for 4. Conicello's been gaming too hard to take out of the lineup. Bender needs to go. The thing is, he can't. I'd have to basically release him. Like, I have to release him with no take backsies. And then I would have to replace him with Angel Felipe, who's potentially really good, but has had some rough spots with the Angels. That's 4 million saved. That's not how contracts work, brother. We've already paid this man. And also we weren't responsible for the full contract anyway. But yeah, that ain't how contracts work. If I release him, then I can't be like, oh no, I need a reliever. Oh no. I think I'm just gonna take him out of the setup spot. I think that's the actual lesson here. I'm moving Uribe back to the setup man. Mantiply to 7th or later, and then Bender's just gonna be unhappy because he wants to be the closer. He's got let's look at the actual numbers. The actual numbers say that he's got 29 save opportunities, and he's only blown the save 17% of the time, which, to be honest, is not insane. His whip is lower than Uribe's. His walk rate is much lower than Uribe's. His Sierra is like a 3.56, so he's gotten... He's just had a couple of... The meltdowns kind of get him. He's got the most meltdowns on the team. 21 shutdowns, 12 meltdowns. So Uribe has a much better ratio of shutdown to meltdown. So, I don't know. It's tough. He's been hovering around that, like, 2.5 to 3.35. I think he gets a little... I think before I do anything crazy, he gets a little more... I'll give him a little more. Aiken is probably the one who's the least trustworthy. His advantage is he's lights out against lefties. So I've got him in his left-handed specialist. But if he stays in for longer than that, he gets dotted up. Big time versus righties. $87 wins with 20 games left is kind of crazy based on expectations. Correct. But yeah, we do have Felipe down here who we could... We're definitely going to take Felipe into the playoffs. Assuming we make it into the playoffs and something stupid doesn't happen. All right, next game. What'd I say? Clay Holmes. Did I already make the lineup? I did. We're giving Diaz a day off. Marchand in. Brennan back in. Okay, and who's pitching? Tyler Mahle. Mahle's had a couple of bad games. No idea what he's going to do now. We're going to watch the Texas games. Lost 2-3 in extras. Oof. Feels bad. Clay Holmes pitched his team past the Vegas Invaders in 10 innings. The winner was Seattle reliever Gregory Santos, now 4-2. Edward Bizardo was the loser. Damn, we even scored in the 10th, and they scored 2 in the 10th. Seattle got a knockout punch from Weston Wilson. The third baseman hammered a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 10th to win the game. We always lose these, like, super close games, it feels like. Mahle went 6 1/3 innings of 1-run ball. Uribe shut down the next 1 2/3 innings, and then Bizardo takes the loss. Nosedived. Bizardo, man, he's been lights out until now. Gave up 4 runs against Cleveland on the 14th. His ERA with us is a 6.14 now. We only had 6 hits. Jazz, nothing. Brito, 1 for 5. Luis Robert Jr. had a double. Carpenter had a double. Conicello, nothing. Freeman, nothing. Brennan, nothing. Matos, 1 for 1 off the bench. Marchand, 2 for 3 with a walk. Marchand wants to play. The Ghost Runner scored. The Ghost Runner scored for us, and then the Ghost Runner scored for them. And the homer won the game. Walk-off homer feels bad, man. It was a pitcher's duel, but they just had it. Seven left on base. Robert Jr. hitting into a double play. Yeah. Yep. Rangers have lost 4 in a row, so we stay tied-ish. They just lost 6-4 versus Cleveland. Shintaro Fujinami has a torn UCL. Okay. Oh, we got tired dudes. We got to arrest them before the Texas series for sure. All right, Arenamo to third. Pratt in to play short. Freeman to center, which means Brito to second. He's not getting a day of rest, which means Canicello to first, which means DH. We're gonna go Brito, Freeman, Carpenter, Diaz, Canicello, Arenamo. I'm gonna give Matos the start in right. And then Ortiz DH. To be honest, this isn't as bad as when we cratered a bit mid-season. Yeah, so far it's not as bad, but let's see what happens against Brian Wu. 6.32 ERA. I think he just beat us last time, despite that, even though he's been getting shelled versus lefties and righties the whole season, he still somehow beat us. Pitching is Steven Matz, who's honestly been pretty good. He had a 4-run game that he gave up last against Houston, but other than that, he's just been pretty good at passing it over to the rest of the pitching staff. Lots of fresh arms in there, so last time we sim, and then we're gonna watch the Texas series. This is gonna get spicy. We lost to Seattle 8-9. Are you sure it's not as bad as when we cratered before? Because it feels like we're cratering now. The Seattle Mariners besoiled an otherwise fine performance by Juan Brito, beating the Invaders 9-8 at T-Mobile Park. Brito went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles, adding 3 RBI and scoring once. Seattle currently is in 4th in the AL West. Had Ryan Bliss not delivered a key base hit in the bottom of the 8th, the outcome may have been different. Instead, with 2 down and a runner on second, Bliss hit a run-scoring single. Best feeling when you come through for your team. Matt's got tagged for 5 runs through 3 innings. Of course, he has the bad start now, after everything nice I just said about him. .61 pitches. Why was he taken out after just 61 pitches? Because he was just doing bad. So we blew the bullpen. Weaver 2 clean innings. Mantiply with the blown save. 4 hits, 2 runs. He's been, again, dominant all season, but starting to show some cracks in the armor now. Spores has given up a run. He's got a 1.47 ERA with the team, so it's just like things are just happening badly at the same time. Aiken got an out, and Bender got an out. Yainer Diaz double, Brito 2 doubles, Matos a double, Matos a triple, 11 hits on the game, 8 runs, and it wasn't enough. That's a pitching problem. 2 stolen bases. Yeah, Brito went 3 for 4 from the leadoff. Freeman 1 for 3 with a ribby and a walk. Carpenter 1 for 3 and a walk. Diaz 1 for 4 with 2 RBI on the double. I mean, they're awake, they're hitting the ball. It's the pitching. You can't expect to score more than 8 runs a game. That should be winnable 100% of the time when you have the first best starting pitching rotation and bullpen in the American League. Conicello 0 for Arenamo, 1 for 5. Ortiz nothing. Matos 2 for 3. I'll give him the start over Brennan, but Brennan actually had a hit off the bench as well. Pratt 1 for 4. Damn, lost the series. Bobby Witt Jr. out for 4 weeks. Plantar fasciitis. However you pronounce that. While he was running the bases, it hurt a lot, to be honest. I just hope it heals soon. All right, it's time. Today, we begin the 3-game series against the Rangers at home. They got 87 wins and 57 losses, leading the West Division. They're on a cold streak. They've lost their last 5. No shot. So we're still even because we're both 4 and 6 in our last 10. That's crazy. Their batting average is first in the AL. They're 5th in runs given up. Their starters are 8th in ERA. Their bullpen's 3rd. But against us, they have a record of 6 wins and 3 losses on the season. Oh, we got swept by them last time. And also, we just blew the bullpen, pulling Mats out after 3 innings. So we've got Uribe mostly rested, Diaz mostly rested, Bizardo mostly rested, and then question marks. And it's Dustin May. Okay, so Brito needs a day off, and Matos is out with an unknown leg injury that we haven't identified yet. So and we're going up against John Gray. Maybe the worst pitcher in their rotation to start with, but he's still got a 3.95 ERA. He gave up 6 and then 5 runs in his last 2 outings. He's given up 5 or more runs in 3 of his last 5 outings. So you know, question marks. How are we playing this? I'm trying to figure out how to get Ortiz to get some ABs, but I think I'm just like sunk costing Ortiz at this point. He's had he's had 75 at bats to figure it out. He has not figured it out, but he has low adaptability. So I wonder if just it's taking him out of the lineup and putting him back in that's causing the problems. I think what I'm thinking of is just I'm going rogue. Whoops, who did I just replace? Okay, I'm thinking like take Conicello out. He's like 0 for his last 7. Oh wait, no. Brain not work so good. I think move Conicello to right. Take Brennan out. Get Ortiz in. Brito out at first. Okay, hold on. No. Everyone get in here. Conicello to first. Then Brennan in right. All right, there we go. Let's go Jazz, then Freeman, Luis Robert Jr., Carpenter, Diaz, Conicello. Arenamo, Brennan, Ortiz. We got a bunch of lefties down here kind of in a row. But hopefully we can just bunch some hits before they start putting in substitutions. All right, chat. It's time to bet, because this is the maybe most important series of the year. We're gonna check out all 3 of these games. Will the Invaders win or lose the first game of this series? Is that what adaptability does? I don't know exactly what adaptability does, but I assume that it is at least incorporates that. I kind of prefer not knowing the exact details, but my assumption is, yeah, changing like from AAA to Major League, probably getting more everyday reps is probably better for them. But I think just longer time in the majors will kind of like help with Ortiz, and I'm trying to get him warm before the playoffs because I don't know, I want to believe. And we also, I don't know who else I would pull in if not him. Jazz and Diaz both being cold is brutal. Yeah, it's a little brutal. The Yiner he had a double yesterday, but he's won for his last, like, 17. And then Jazz won for his last 14. They can't be cold forever. All right, time's almost up. Put your channel points in for game 1. Game 1 of the regular season. If we sweep them, we will tie the regular game regular season series. We traded them Luis Angel Acuna. He's cooled off at least. No, he hasn't. He's still hitting 279. But to be honest, so is Arenamo. All right, time's up. Let's do this. Playing at home as well. We do play a little better at home than we do on the road. It's Mayday. Dustin May out after 7 innings of 3-run ball last time up against Minnesota. Backed up on the infield by Gavin Conticello at first. Tyler Freeman at second. Yadier Arenamo getting the start at short today, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. manning the hot corner. Luis Robert Jr. patrolling in center as he does, and flanked on either side by Brennan in right and Kerry Carpenter in left. Leadoff for Texas, Vaughn Grisham hitting 250 on the season, 1 home run, only 100 at bats. Acquired from Boston in a trade back at the trade deadline, where they sent They also got Justinson Garcia, and they traded Leandro Lopez, a reliever, and Christopher Hernandez. Here we go. Welcome back to Omnibus Park. The two-team season record is currently tied. So this series can and will determine who takes first in the division. First pitch swinging, quick play, and already an error on the infield. Hit over to short. Arenamo is charged with the error as the ball bounces out of play. What should have been out number 1, Arenamo, has thrown wide of Conticello at first, and so Grisham will take second now for Luis Angel Acuna, traded from the Invaders for Ortiz, who is in the Invaders lineup today. Play deep in the hole, short, long throw, and Arenamo has it for out number 1. First out of the inning. All right, Evan Carter up. When he's first pitch swinging in 32 at bats, when he makes contact, it'll go down for a hit half the time. He's hitting 295 on the season. And a slow roller to first. Conticello has it for out number 2. Grisham moves over to third on the play. Wyatt Langford up, 26 homers in the season. He's approaching 100 RBI. And he'll put one into play in center on a full count for Robert Jr. Base runner reaches on an error. No hits in the inning for Texas. And now John Gray up to pitch. For Texas, he had 32 starts last season with a 3.95 ERA, and he's got the same ERA this season. Jazz Chisholm Jr. are leading off for the Invaders. Looking to warm up that bat a little bit. And he will have a leadoff single on a 2-1 count. So leadoff hit, drops in. And now Tyler Freeman batting out of the 2 spot today. Pops one up, it floats up there. And Marcus Semien has it for out number 1. Now Luis Robert Jr. I'm seeing the Texas team is playing tired. 5 of them are tired. Hope that helps. Robert Jr. hard hit up the middle. Going first to third is Jazz. Throw in. Safe at third. That'll put runners on the corners on the Robert Jr. single. And an opportunity for Kerry Carpenter, who likes hitting here. 31 home runs on the season. He just surpassed 100 runs batted in recently. He stands at 104 ribbies. Hitting in the cleanup. That one into right. That one's going to fall in on a 3-2 count. Robert Jr. heads to second. Carpenter with a run-scoring single. His RBI total goes up to 105 as the Invaders strike first off of Gray. So some good hitting from the top of the order to start things off. And now there's runners at first and second. 1 out for Yiner Diaz. Catcher acquired from Houston at the trade deadline. He'll pop this one up into left center field. Not deep enough to advance the runners. Out number 2. And now Gavin Conticello getting the start at first today.
Strike 3.
Strike 3, swing and miss. So 1 run comes across. Invaders take the lead. Nothing else doing on 3 hits. Gets him with the slider. Out of the zone. All right, May back up to face new acquisition by Texas, Adley Rutschman. Traded from the Orioles at the trade deadline for pennies on the dollar, in my opinion. But he is on a 5-year, $190 million contract that Texas is now responsible for. O's doing some kind of rebuild and deciding to dump the long-term contract, and not sure what they're going to do with that. But here he is, 225 on the season, one of the best catchers in baseball. And he grounds it 4-3, out number 1. Josh Smith up, hitting 241 this season. Grounder to Arenamo at short. Out by a step or 2 for out number 2 on 2 pitches. Nathaniel Lau. Looking a little cold up there, has not had a hit in the last 5 games. He'll put this one pretty deep to center field. Still going back on it. It's off the top of the wall. And the second I notice he hasn't had a hit in 5 games, he's in there with a 2-out double. Cotton candy. So Marcus Semien now, 2 outs, a runner in scoring position. Full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called on the corner. Painted with the sinker. Freezes him with the 96-mile-an-hour sinker. And Gray back out there. So nothing for Texas across 2 chances. And John Gray back out to pitch to Arenamo. Grounds it sharply. Bounces harshly. But second baseman Grisham's got it for out number 1. Will Brennan up. Hit hard through the gap and left. And left fielder's got it. 2 hard hit for a double. He'll hold and settle for a single. So Brennan out of the 8 spot gives Abimelec Ortiz a chance. The former Texas Ranger acquired in the trade that saw Luis Angel Acuna go to the Rangers. He hits this one pretty deep into the gap in left center field, but Carter's back on it, and the crowd lets out a sigh. A long fly out. Now Jazz. Cotton Candy works a walk. So bases, or sorry, not bases loaded. A full count, 2-out walk to move Brennan over to second. So nice at bat from Jazz. Lays off the fastball high off the corner. And Tyler Freeman with a chance. Freeman hard hit past the first baseman. That's going to go back into the corner. He's going for 2. Brennan in to score. Jazz on his way home, he scores. That is a 2 RBI Freeman double to take a 3-0 lead here in the bottom of the second. Camera just decides not to turn around. There it is. So nice bases clearing double there, and he's in scoring position for Robert Jr., who will pop it up for out number 3. All right, so nicely done by Freeman coming through clutch. He has been clutch all season. Just getting it done, giving May a nice 3-run buffer here, facing Adolis Garcia in the 9-hole. That one hit deep into the gap and left. That'll bounce back against the wall, and that'll be a leadoff double as he slides in safe. 12th double of the year for Garcia. Nobody out for Vaughn Grisham, back to the top of the order.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called on a full count. Couldn't take the bat off his shoulder for the 98-mile-an-hour heater at the bottom of the zone. 8th pitch of the at-bat. Working some deep counts here on May. And he loses Acuna. That'll be a 5-pitch walk. Maybe getting squeezed a little bit there. So 2 on, 1 out for Evan Carter. That one hit hard up the middle. That's wrapped into center. And that'll be an RBI. Wait, no! A diving tag! Garcia goes in head first, but a strong throw from the center fielder. Robert Jr. with a putout at home. Guns him down from center field.
Yeah!
And that's why he gets paid the big bucks. Got the range, got the arm. A laser beam. And he saves a run. So now 2 outs. Picking up his pitcher, May looking down the barrel at Wyatt Langford. Out number 3. Nicely done, nicely done. Good play by Robert Jr. Saving a run, getting an extra out. Okay, Kerry Carpenter at the dish now. In the bottom of the 3rd, full count on him. And he works the leadoff walk. So he'll go down the first. Gray with his 2nd walk of the game. Yiner Diaz at the dish now. 1 and 2 the count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3, got him with the slider. Diaz still looking to shake some of the ice off his bat. Gavin Conticello now. Hard hit. Shortstop has it. They get the lead runner, but not enough time to turn 2. So that'll be a fielder's choice, and now it's up to Yadier Arenamo. A steal attempt. Safe. Conticello now 6 for 9 in the stolen base department. Nice. So a ball and 2 strikes for Arenamo.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. 3rd strike out of the game for Gray. And that'll bring up Adley Rushman, the new Texas catcher, in the top of the 4th, facing May. 55 pitches in.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Clutchman is gone. Cotton Candy. 3rd strike out of the game for Dustin May. Slow roller up the right. Safe. What the hell? Smith with good speed has an infield hit, apparently. Just step on the bag next time? I don't know, brother. 63 miles per hour off the bat, legs out an infield single somehow.
Safe.
Okay, pitch recovering, but not in time, I suppose. Throw down. Lau was late on the fastball. The throw to second and the tag, he's out. So, not a strike him out, throw him out, but it was a swinging strike and a steal attempt. So Diaz with another thrown out runner trying to steal on him. And he'll make it tough. So they got the out anyways, and it's a 1-2 count on Lau. 2-2 count. Strike 3, number 4 for May, who is cruising through 4 innings now. All right, Brennan back out with a hit today. Digging in. Poked over to short on 2 pitches. Out number 1. Abimelec Ortiz looking for a hit against his former team. And grounded pretty sharply down the first base line. He's a quick 1 pitch out, number 2. Now Jazz Chisholm Jr. Another hard grounder wrapped, keeping the first baseman busy, but Marcus Semien handles it. 3 up, 3 down. Now Semien up to bat after getting all the action. And he can do it all. Got the plays on defense, got a single to lead off the inning. 5th hit of the game for Texas. Now Adolis Garcia, he had a double last time. Slow roller back to the pitcher. And they get the lead runner at second. So fielder's choice for Garcia. Semien is in pain. It's not serious though. He can remain in the game. Might have hurt himself on the slide. All right, May versus Von Grisham, 0 for 2 today. Popped it up high just behind shortstop. For out number 2, Arenamos got it. 2-pitch pop-up. Now Luis Angel Acuna. He walked earlier. This time he'll ground it to short, and Arenamo bobbles it. He can't dig it out, and he won't throw. Acuna uses his speed to leg that one out. Was that a hit? That was a hit. That was an infield hit. At 88 miles an hour. I think. Maybe we should have put Pratt in there. So now 2 on what could have been out number 3 for the power hitting Evan Carter. May gets him to line it to center. Robert Jr.'s there. No runs on 2 hits. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. Gray back out, 67 pitches in. Tyler Freeman at the dish. He's got 2 runs batted in from his 2-run double last time up. And this time, Cotton Candy. He'll take the walk to first. 3rd walk of the game issued for Gray. Now Luis Robert Jr. up. He's got a hit today. But this time he'll pop it up on the infield. Acuna has it on a 5-pitch AB that results in an out for Robert Jr. How about Kerry Carpenter? How about Kerry Carpenter? That one still going back. I didn't think it had the distance. But Kerry Carpenter delivers a 2-run home run. 388 feet to deep right field. That one just snuck out of there. I didn't think that had the pop off the bat. 99.4 miles per hour exit velo in the front row. It's 5-0 Vegas. So new pitcher in to face Yainer Diaz here. And that's going to be Reed Garrett with a 4.5 ERA to his name. Ad starting, turn your volume down. I will pause it. I just want to see if Conticello gets out. All right, Conticello is out. So I'll pause it for the bottom of the 6th. But 2 runs on the home run from Kerry Carpenter, his 32nd of the season, 107th RBI. That is his 2nd and 3rd RBI this game. And we will keep it here for the ad for when we come back. Up 5-0 through 5. Nice start. Let's watch the bullpen melt it away. I have no faith. We need at least 10 runs before I start to feel a little bit confident. Okay? So I'm gonna go back in time and look at the subs that I missed. T and Leadfoot says, let's go Invaders. Thank you for 113 months of sub. Massive 113. It's for 10 years and a month. Whew. Whew. That's a big sub, T and Leadfoot. Wolf is Wolf. Wait, no, it'd be 120 months. All right, you're almost at 10 years. You're 7 months away. Sorry, math is hard. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Wolf is Wolf. Thank you for 21 months. Cotton candy indeed. Commander Cornflake says this music is a bop. It is a bop. Thanks for the sub. And I saw a Circa earlier. All right, ad just rolled. Thanks, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. Took a quick bathroom break. All right. We're back. We're back. So, Dustin May back out, 84 pitches in, trying to get through the 6th inning and claim the quality start here. Let's see what he's got against Wyatt Langford. So, Kerry Carpenter goes deep for his first time since August 23rd. It's been a few games for him by his standards, but 32 homers in the season, 100 plus runs batted in. It's crazy. Okay, Wyatt Langford up now versus May. He's 0 for 2 today. Langford has been 0 for his last 4 games and 1 hit in his last 16 at bats. Full count now. And he'll take the walk. So lead off walk against May. Not what you want. 91 pitches in. Now he's got to get Adley Rutschman. Heart of the order for Texas, very dangerous. A steal attempt, throw down. They test Diaz's gun again, but this time it works. Langford with his 18th stolen bag of the season. Rushman strikes out, makes short work of him on 3 pitches, gets him with the 93-mile-an-hour cheese. Now he's out to face Josh Smith. In play, shortstop Arenamo stops it, throws it, spears it. Conticello digs it out of the dirt. So nice play at first to get the second out, and May is out of the game, responsible for Langford at second. But now it is Alexis Diaz trying to get Nathaniel Lau, the DH, out. Diaz is especially good against lefties. He's been acceptable against righties, but he gives up the long ball. But his strikeout rate is pretty high, so Lau has 1 hit today, 2-2 the count against him now with Alexis Diaz, who've hit just 197 against him this season. He gets the called strike, and they strand the runner at second. So May's day is officially done. Getting the call on the slider on the corner. Final tally for Dustin May, 5 2/3 innings of shutout, 6-hit baseball, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. That is what everybody wanted out of their starter, and typically anchor of the rotation. So Reed Garrett back out in relief. He's got a nasty fastball, slider, throws 98 miles an hour at the top end, 4.45 ERA on the season. Gave up a run last time out, and let's see what he's got against the bottom of the order for the Invaders, starting with Arenamo. Full count.
Strike 3.
And swing and a miss. Went after the fastball, but blew it right by him. Out number 1. Now Will Brennan up. He's got 1 hit today. First pitch ambush. That's down the line into the corner in right. Throw comes back in. That's in for a stand-up 1-out double for Will Brennan. 93.1 miles per hour off the bat. Nicely struck. Down the line in right. Crowds into it. All right. The former Ranger Abimelec Ortiz, DH today, trying to get something against his former team. A ball and 2 strikes. In play. First baseman has it. The runner will move over to third, and Ortiz is out at first. All right, Ortiz, I'm starting to lose patience with you, brother. The ball gets away at the plate, but it's kept close enough by Rushman, who pounces on it. So wild pitch there almost led to Brennan sneaking in to home, but instead he'll stay at third. Jazz doesn't seem to mind too much. He strokes a single to right to bring the runner in. It's 6-0 Las Vegas. 60th RBI of the season for Jazz Chisholm Jr. And an extra insurance run there. So he'll stand at first for Tyler Freeman. In play, shortstop's got it. And Acuna has it, but a run comes in to score. They've scored in 4 of the 6 innings so far and have a 6-run lead. All right, so Alexis Diaz back out to face 3 righties in a row, starting with Marcus Semien. In play, Arenamo's got it and fields it for out number 1. Now Adolis Garcia in the 9-hole, works a full count.
Strike 3.
Gets him with the strikeout. Swinging at the 92-mile-an-hour fastball on 8 pitches. So nice at bat, but Diaz ultimately wins. Now 0-2 the count on Grisham.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Down in order. Diaz looking good out there on the mound. Gets it done. 7th inning stretch time. And then new pitcher Kirby Yates up for Texas. 4.19 ERA. Gave up 2 runs in his last appearance. One of the 3 hits was a homer. And that's what he's in danger of doing here, facing the heart of the order. Luis Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, and Yainer Diaz up for the Invaders, starting with Robert Jr. He's 1 for 3 today. Smacks that one to the shortstop. And he'll be out number 1. Acuna Jr. handles it. Kerry Carpenter, he went deep earlier.
Strike 3.
This time, he shakes his head in disbelief as Yates gets a little bit of help from the umpire on that strike 3 call. So now Yiner Diaz with 1 strike. Pops it up at home plate, so Yates gets it done out of the pen. Vegas still up 6-0. Alexis Diaz back out in the 8th, facing the righty Luis Angel Acuna. On a full count, puts it in play, keeping Arenamo busy. Cotton candy, Acuna is retired out number 1. Now Diaz will see Evan Carter. A ball and 2 strikes against the lefty. That one chipped into left, but Carpenter on the move squeezes it for out number 2. All right, Diaz looking a little exhausted up there. Not a good time to look exhausted when Wyatt Langford is at the dish. But on the first pitch, he dribbles it up the third base line. No runs, no hits, no errors. Tough play for Jazz, but he guns it over to first for the out. 3 outs. All right. Texas only has 3 outs left to work with. In danger of getting shut out here. But first, Invaders have some chances to get some even more insurance runs, starting with Gavin Conticello. Oh, I thought that was going to be a homer, but then the camera panned up. Instead, it's a liner directly to Garcia, who doesn't even have to move out there. He just holds up and lets it come to him. What's up, Mad Dog Mac? How's it going? Thank you for the 50-month sub, and also, what's up, the Nolan Network? Hello, hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Hey, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? And what were you guys getting up to? Playing some Out of the Park Baseball 26. Nice. Very good, very good. I appreciate you sending your good people over. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that command twice. I apologize. Brain not work so good. I meant to do this command. There we go. Was doing some perfect team stuff. Awesome. We're playing as an expansion team, the Las Vegas Invaders. And I'm a more casual, out-of-the-park player. I just started playing for the first time last year and enjoyed it a lot. So I got an expansion team going, and we're in our 2nd season, and we're making a push for the playoffs in our 2nd season. So we're actually in a very important end-of-the-season series versus the Rangers. We're in the AL West, and the Rangers are in the AL West. And we're actually tied right now with only... Chad, how many games are there left of the season? Like 20? So we're fighting for pole position in the West. Both of our teams, as it happens, have the best record in baseball. So we're tied for best record in the MLB right now. There's 20 before this game. Okay, so we're in a end of the season series against the other team who we're currently tied with, trying to secure the first place in the division to skip the wild card. Assuming we don't lose 10 games in a row and then lose our wild card spot as well. You know, baseball's crazy. Nothing's taken for granted. So we're watching these games to kind of see how the manager handles them. I'm not managing the games. I'm a GM, but I hired a manager who would kind of let me set the lineups, basically. So we made some big trades. We got some big names on the team. Instead of focusing on tanking for the first few years, we decided to grab some talent and see what we could do. So we're in win now mode in our 2nd year as a expansion team. We picked up Jazz Chisholm Jr. in free agency, paid the big bucks. We picked up Luis Robert Jr., paid the Omega bucks. We're paying him the new team tax. He's getting $47 million this year because I had a bunch of extra money. And so I front-loaded his contract, gave him a 5-year deal, and then his contract comes down to like $27 million a year for the next 3 or 4 years in case we need to trade him. And then we picked up Kerry Carpenter on an incredible trade with the Tigers, and he has been having an MVP caliber season and been getting better. He's better than we thought he was when we traded for him. He's been like increasing in strength and power. He's on pace for 36 homers this season and 6.3 WAR. So, yeah, this has been going good. And then at the trade deadline, Houston offered Yiner Diaz, so we filled in the catcher with someone who could actually hit the ball. And we've actually been doing really good with some new talent as well, getting some rookies who are hitting way above expectations in their rookie year. Almost 800 OPS off of this rookie. Got some good depth in terms of defense, so it's actually been going way above everyone's expectations. A lot of fun. So we are currently in the bottom of the 8th in the first game of this series, trying to close it out to take early first game of the series dub. So we'll see how it goes. But I hope Perfect Team's been going fun. Doing the Marlins build, that sounds like fun too. But I hope you had a great stream, and thanks Raiders for coming over. Arenamo keeps hitting well. Lines that one into the gap and right. He's got another double. And decides not to stop at first. Well, I said another double. I was thinking that the last one was the previous game. But he's still been slugging better than in previous years. So he's in scoring position now for Will Brennan in the 8th hole. That one hit fairly deep to left, but Langford moves a step or two to his left and puts it away for out number 2. All right, 2 out. Arenamo in scoring position. Come on, Ortiz. You're traded from the Rangers. You're playing against the Rangers. It's time for a nice revenge home run. I believe in you. I'll settle for a single into right. That's close to a home run. Arenamo trying to score, and that's an RBI single for Ortiz. So the Invaders add to their lead. It is 7-0. Picking up an extra insurance run here in the bottom of the 8th. So Ortiz, that's not a home run, but I'll count it. And this should do it for the Invaders in the 8th. 7-run buffer. That's not enough runs for this bullpen. Righty Josh Spores out of the pen to try to shut it down. He's got 14 appearances with the Invaders this season. 13 1/3 innings pitched, 1.35 ERA. Normally comes in as a specialist here to try to shut the door on the Rangers. Starting with Adley Rutschman, acquired from the Orioles at the trade deadline in an insane deal that saw the Rangers giving up 4 or 5 farm pieces to get Adley Rutschman for the next 5 years. And now Josh Smith. 2 outs left for the Rangers.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout, swinging. Couldn't catch up to the high fastball. 3-pitch strikeout for Spores. Last hope, Nathaniel Lau for the Rangers. Strike 3 called. First game of this important season series. And Las Vegas blanks Texas 7-0. It's a shutout. Well played, everybody. All right. Here you go, believers. Channel points coming to you. First game is a dub. The game was highlighted by the performance of Las Vegas left fielder Kerry Carpenter. Dustin May, the winning pitcher, is now 10-8. He went 5 2/3 innings, allowed no runs on 6 hits, fanning 5 and walking 2. It never gets old, said Kerry Carpenter. Winning, that is. 10 hits in the game for the Invaders. Jazz 2 for 4. Freeman with 2 ribbies. Kerry Carpenter had the homer. Brennan down here with a nice multi-hit game. Good pitching from the bullpen. Kerry Carpenter definitely player of the game. 3 RBI for the team. You love to see it. Okay, finished today. And then I'm gonna move these guys around. Okay, they already moved. You've got some mail. Matos has been diagnosed with a mild calf strain. He's day-to-day for like 3 days. So I'm just gonna have him be benched for 3 days. The National League's #1 player, Hector Ochoa. No way it's Ochoa. He's still hitting 217 on the season. We traded him last season for Jake Fraley, who we also traded, and they ended up on the same team. What are the odds of that? Like, the Reds traded us Fraley, and then the Reds signed a 4-year contract with Fraley for $46 million after that season that they traded him. They didn't want to extend him, but they wanted to sign him in free agency, I guess. He's doing okay. I'm glad I didn't sign him. He wanted a, like, $16 million a year deal with us, which is crazy. We let him walk. But anyway, Hector Ochoa was cool. Great defense, but I didn't expect much from his bat. Alec Burleson of the High Notes. Yeah, I want to get him some playtime in the majors, but I don't know if we're going to pay his arbitration. Probably not. Weekly team power rankings. We're 4th? Dodgers #1, Braves #2, Rays #3. Wow, the Rangers have fallen to 8 after going on a 6-game losing streak.
Yes. Yes, let the hate flow through you. I want to make it a 9-game losing streak.
Our magic number is 17. That's gonna have to get closer. That's so stupid that we're like the best record in baseball and we have like the 2nd highest magic number. Hunter Harvey is out. Chase DeLauder, AL Player of the Week. Okay, cool. It's Evaldi up next. Nathan Evaldi, 4.09 is the ERA, 1.34 the WHIP. Low home run rate, low walk rate, reasonable strikeout rate, 313 batting average on balls in play against. His last outings were 5 innings of 2-run ball, 5 innings of 2-run ball, 7 innings back-to-back of 1-run ball. So he's had some good starts, okay? We've got Brandon Woodruff back for his first time pitching since being out for 2 weeks. In the loss to Minnesota, he went 6 innings, gave up 1 run. Before that, 3 2/3 innings, given up 6. What does injury-prone wrecked mean? It means that you are like a fragile little statue made of glass, and that it does not take much to throw off your equilibrium and put you back on the injured list. Usually reserved for dudes who are just out all the time with injury problems. Like Evaldi. Or Lance McCullers Jr. It is a whole echelon above fragile. All right, bad news for us is Diaz is tired, Arenamo is tired, and Freeman is tired. So I could play them anyways. But I don't think it's a bad thing to give Diaz a day off and get Marchand in. Get Arenamo a day off and get Pratt in. We're going to be much more defensive-minded this way anyway. I might just let... So instead of Freeman, it'd be like Brito. Brito moved to second, Conicello to first. And then I need a different DH. Let's get Matos. Oh wait, Matos can't DH. Ortiz DH again. This is going to be a much sketchier game, I think. Okay, so Jazz, Brito, Luis Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, Conicello. Brennan. This is just, we're stacking the lefties. If they have lefties in their bullpen, we might get wrecked. I'm gonna put Marchand here as a switch hitter. He's not good at switch hitting anyways. Ortiz then Pratt at the 9 hole. All right, it's gonna be a funky lineup. Here's the matchup. Woodruff versus Evaldi. Win or lose, chat. Believers just got paid. There is your lineup. You have 2 minutes to put some channel points in. Who will win this auto battler? Corey Seager has day-to-day with a sprained wrist. Vaughn Grisham, these guys are only slightly tired. They're not really tired. I'm trying to rest my team a little bit more than the other teams' managers seem to want to do that. Put it all on the line. Most important series of the end of this regular season here. Putting the house on believe. If we win 2 out of 3, we'll still have a 1-game lead. If we win all 3, we'll have a 2-game lead. Wait, no, if we win all 3, we should have a 3-game lead, which would be crazy. The sweep here would go hard. We are playing at home. I think our team likes playing at home. But you never know. Woodruff versus Evaldi, 2 good pitchers. They've had their good and they've had their bad. Woodruff's numbers are definitely better on average, but what's your total record versus them? They've beat us 6 out of 10 times. So we're 4-6 against them. After the last game. All right, time's up. Woodruff on the bump. He's got the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, the over-the-top delivery. Got the fan favorite personality class now after joining in with Las Vegas. Slider, curveball, changeup. Good mix. And Grisham back in the leadoff spot. He was 0 for 4 yesterday against May. Welcome, baseball fans! Tonight, the Invaders host the Rangers. Rangers hope to end their 6-game losing streak, and Las Vegas hopes to extend it to 9. We'll have a leadoff single here against Woodruff in the first for Grisham on a 2-2 count. 6th pitch of the AB, found a changeup he could handle. And now Corey Seager, who did not play yesterday. So he's got a little sprained wrist. Grounder to short, short to second. They turn 2. So Pratt in at short today instead of Arenamo, flips it over to Brito, and Conicello playing first as Brito had to move over to second to cover for Freeman. Nice little double play there. Boo hiss. No. No. All right, Evan Carter up. He had a hit yesterday. 2 outs.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. The pitch was framed nicely by Marchand. Gets the call on the slider. So Marchand's framing already starting to pay off here. It's going to be a little more defensive focused day with this lineup. Jazz Chisholm Jr. leading off once again for your Las Vegas Invaders, facing Nathan Evaldi. Got a 5-pitch mix, fastball, slider, curveball, splitter, and cutter. Got the stamina to go really deep into games, and has an 8-4 record on the season. Up the middle, past the shortstop. Both teams with a leadoff single to get things started for their respective teams. Jazz got a base hit. Took the curveball back where it came from. All right, Juan Brito up now. Brito had a 3-for-4 day yesterday. Was seeing the ball very well. Tries to lay down a bunt, but he can't put the ball in play. Instead, it's strike 2. Full count. Pop up, shortstop. Comes in to grab it. Seager hauls it in. That was a nice 9-pitch at bat from Brito that he ultimately loses as he gets under one. All right, Luis Robert Jr. hitting in the 3 spot. Hit deep to right field. That one's got a rocket booster under it. Forget about it. Las Vegas jumps out in front 2-0 on the Robert Jr. 2-run moonshot. .99.4 off the bat. Perfect launch angle to get into that Great Clips bullpen. And Robert Jr. with his 23rd home run of the season. First homer for him in the last 5 games. Bases clear. 1 out now for Kerry Carpenter.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 swinging. Carpenter will take a seat. Out number 2. Got him with the cutter at 91. And now Gavin Conticello, who will loft this one into shallow center field for a 2-out single. Conticello with his 100th hit of the season as a rookie. So I'm sure he's very happy with that. And now Will Brennan with a chance. Brennan, hard hit past the third baseman, down the line into the corner fair. Coming around third and holding up is Conticello. That is going to be a 2-out double. 4th hit of the game for Las Vegas. So runners on second and third, 2 outs for Rafael Marchand, getting the start today while Diaz takes a day of rest. Full counts. Hit through the gap on the infield on the right. Marchand, perhaps the clutchest player on the team, with a 2 RBI single. Oh no, Will Brennan may have been injured on the play. The trainer examines his leg and they will have to take him out of the game. He's going to be day-to-day with hamstring soreness for the next 2 days. Wait, didn't it say they have to take him out of the game? Pulled a hammy there. Huge at bat from Marchand, 95 miles an hour, past the second baseman. And Las Vegas has 4 runs in the first inning. Some 2-out magic. Nice 6-pitch at bat there from Marchand. He stands at first for Ortiz.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called, but a bit of a stretch there. The Las Vegas bench chirping at the umpire, wondering how that fastball caught the zone. Someone might go up and draw a line in the sand here soon, because that one was way out there. So a little help from the umpire. Adley Rutschman back up for Texas in the top of the second against Woodruff, who had a nice long inning watching his team put up a 4 spot as a cushion for him. And Rutschman deep into the gap and right. This one barely stays in the park. And that'll be down for a leadoff double as he slides in safe. Rutschman with a 2-base hit. In scoring position, nobody out for Nathaniel Lau. Ball and 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Caught looking at the fastball After a 6-pitch battle, that one in there at the top corner of the zone. Out number 1. Full count on
Strike 3.
Justinson Garcia. The payoff pitch, a swing and a miss. Gets him with a 99-mile-an-hour heater down at the bottom of the zone. New pitcher in for Las Vegas. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Brandon Woodruff out with mild abdominal strain in the 2nd inning. Not feeling so good after getting 5 outs in the game. And it's going to be a very early bullpen day, unexpectedly, for the Invaders. Fortunately for us, we got 6 arms available in the bullpen, but not great. Woodruff ate too many tacos. So now Luke Weaver out in relief to try to finish out the 2nd here. That is an early bullpen day. That's not good for game 3 of this, much less the current game. So now Luke Weaver comes in and gives up an RBI single, double, single, single immediately, and Texas scratches 1 back across the board. Hopefully Weaver had some time to warm up out there, but he comes in and gives up a hit immediately. We're going to start banning people in chat who are cheering for my team to get injured, just so you can earn channel points. This is why sports betting should be illegal. And now Ezekiel Duran.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 on the changeup. So Texas gets 1 back. That run will be charged, unfortunately, to Woodruff. And I have no idea what the manager is going to do next for the next 7 innings. So let's find out. Get more insurance runs, I guess, offense, starting with Cooper Pratt getting the start today at short. That one scooped pretty deep left field. But back on it is Garcia. He reels it in for a long out number 1. Back to the top with Jazz Chisholm Jr. That's a little lazy looper down for his 2nd hit of the game. Nice little single there for him. He's 2 for 2. And he'll stand at first with 1 out for Juan Brito. Brito, hard hit, all the way back to the wall. Off the top of the wall, just missed a laser out of here. Brito holds up at 2nd. Jazz goes to 3rd. Brito clobbers the curveball. Just goes beneath the zone, digs it out, and hammers it into the wall in right. Now we got runners at 2nd and 3rd for Luis Robert Jr., who's already got a 2-run homer today. Full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Close pitch, too close to take on 3-2. Oh, really? That's off the plate, ump. That's off the plate. You're giving him the inside. You're giving him the outside. You're calling it all over. You got to pick a lane. Strike 3 called. They strand 2. They're giving him the bottom of the zone. The first strike of that AB is below the zone, ump. I want to see the ump scorecard for this game. He's got it out for us. What's up, Bull League? Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. How's it going? I like that stadium. Hey, I didn't make it. It was made by a talented modder. Whomst is pretty familiar Eric Jaffe in the community. But it is really cool. It's a really cool stadium. Lots of doubles and triples here. All right, well, Luke Weaver unfortunately had to take over for Woodruff after he was pulled with abdominal strain in the 2nd. And now he's facing Adolis Garcia.
Strike 3.
Gets the strike called. Weaver has fanned 2. Curveball in there. Couldn't pull the trigger. And now Von Grisham back up. That one scooped to deep center field. And Robert Jr. has it for the 2nd out. All right, Corey Seager up. He's 0 for 1 today. Didn't play in the game yesterday. And he'll have a little looper into center for a 2-out single. We had a good stream. Nice, Bull League. Yeah, we're playing toward the end of the season here. And we're in an important series versus the Rangers, where we were going into the series tied for the best record in the MLB, and we're in the same division. So we're in a bit of a divisional race here, where if we can win the series, we'll take the lead as we head toward the playoffs within the next 20 games. So we're checking these out to see how the teams handle each other. We won the first game of the series. We got a 3-run lead in the second, but our starter just got pulled for abdominal muscle strain. So it's a bullpen day in this middle game of the series from the second inning, which is a little sketchy. So we're seeing what's going to happen as Evan Carter legs out an infield single. That one bounces back in front of the pitcher's mound. Weaver covers, but Carter gets there. So 2 on, tying run at the dish with Adley Rutschman, who got traded from the Orioles at the trade deadline for some of the Rangers farm. 2-2 the count. Strike 3, big strikeout for Weaver. Big strikeout for Weaver. Grab a shout out for you. Hope you're having some good times in Out of the Park baseball. And thanks for coming over. Bottom of the third now. Gavin Conticello up first. 1 for 1 today. And now he's hit by a pitch. Evaldi hits him. Conticello shakes it off and heads to first. 93-mile-an-hour fastball just ran in and clipped him. So he'll be a leadoff base runner. Tyler Freeman works a full count. Conticello moves to second on the walk, and Freeman takes the free pass to first. So back-to-back walks on the hit by pitch and 7-pitch walk to get things started here for Rafael Marchand, who had a very clutch 2 RBI double in his first go-round. This time he slashes it to the left field line. And that's going to be in again for extra bases. Second extra base hit of the game. Marchand in there with ease. He delivers an RBI double to extend the lead 5-1. Freeman holds up at third with nobody out. Playing it safe. That one was hit hard. Smoked 105 miles per hour down into the corner. So Marchand having himself a nice little game. Abimelec Ortiz traded from Texas. Designated hitter today for Las Vegas. And he hits one deep to left field against his former team. That's a 3-run homer to the opposite field. It's an 8-1 ball game for Las Vegas. 375 feet. How can you not be romantic about baseball? Ortiz finally showing why the manager, or rather the GM, put some faith in him. That's his second home run with Las Vegas. First hit of the day, and he makes it count, a 3-run shot. And they pass the ball to Yency Almonte. 4.5 ERA on the season for him. His last appearance was on the 28th. He gave up 2 runs in an inning and 2/3 of relief. They pull Evaldi in the bottom of the third. So both teams go into the bullpen early. Will make a very interesting game 3. Just finish this so I can go to sleep. KJ, I try to be Mr. Neutral, but nothing makes me happier than seeing an 8-1 lead against the Rangers as an Astros fan. Bull League, thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. Thanks for hooking up Kranix Beat, Clarity, and Last Hazard with some gift subs. Bull League's like, I'm having some second thoughts about those gift subs after what you just said, streamer. I'm gonna need to refund those. makes you feel any better, I want to beat the Astros in this game just as bad if they're in my way. And I'm still salty that they won the last series 2 out of 3 when we definitely have the better team. And even are using their former catcher against them. Yency Almonte coming out to face Cooper Pratt, who flew out last time. This time through the third baseman's legs and passed Duran for a single. Sort of surprised he didn't get to that one, says the game. Me too. It just kind of rolled through there. So still no out in the third. 4 runs have come across to score, and Pratt with a nice single there passes the baton back to Jazz Chisholm Jr., who is 2 for 2 today and works a 4-pitch walk. So out of the pen, Yency has given up a single and a walk. 2 on, nobody out for Juan Brito, who pops this one up just past second base on the infield. Out number 1, Luis Robert Jr. now. That one deep to left field for the second time this inning. That is a 3-run bomb. It's 11-1 Invaders. They open up the lead, double digits now, which doesn't bode well for tomorrow with the 10-run curse. But for now, Luis Robert Jr. does it again. 2 home runs in the same game for the center fielder. I gotta run. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks again, Bull League. I appreciate the raid and the gift subs. It's very generous of you. Much appreciated. Have a good rest of your night, dude. Glad you had a good stream. And thanks for stopping by. Still just 1 out in the inning. Kerry Carpenter grounds that one softly to the second baseman. 11 hits for Las Vegas. And they have batted around in the third. Conicello started this inning, and he's back with a liner to second to retire the side. 7 runs across as the gulf widens. It's 11-1 Invaders. All right, Nathaniel Lau back at the dish. Weaver for another inning of relief. He walks the first batter that he sees on 8 pitches. He's looking a little gassed out there.
Strike 3.
Gets the strike 3 called on Garcia, who checks his swing. That will be the last batter that is faced by Weaver. Anthony Bender, who sometimes is out to close games, is out here in the 4th after the starter for both teams got lifted early in this one. Anthony throws a slider, sinker, changeup, and gets him with the sinker. Simeon down on strikes. 2 outs, 1 on for Ezekiel Duran. That one smoked into the gap and left. Possible chance to score here. Round in third. Going in for home. And the Rangers are on the board again. Duran with an RBI double. It's now 11-2. Now, Adolis Garcia up to face Bender. Full count. Gets the strikeout. Swing and miss. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. So that run will be charged to Weaver, who has now given up a run in 1 2/3 innings. He's just not been good recently. Okay, job done. Almonte back to face Freeman. Bottom of the 4th. Still lots of baseball left to go. Freeman will be a quick out, number 1. Marchand, 2 hits in this game, a single and a double. He's driven in 3. He'll ground that one out to short, and now Ortiz, who went deep with a 3-run homer off of Evaldi last time up, smokes one through the infield gap between short and third for a 2-out single. Second hit of the game. New pitcher in, JT Chargois. 2.4 ERA on the season for him. 1.17 whip. Full count. now against Cooper Pratt, and Pratt takes this one into shallow left field. Going first to third, Pratt thinking two. And it's extra bases for Pratt while they throw it into second. The run comes in to score. So some heads up base running there. And Pratt has himself a RBI double. Apparently. As he takes the slider into the corner and left. So it's now 12-2 Las Vegas. Jazz has reached all 3 times. He'll finally be out. One run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. Bender back out in the 5th. Hard hit to Pratt. Covers. Out number 1. Corey Seager up. Down the first base line, and he'll take it himself. Conicello has it for out number 2. And a liner to short, so 3 quick outs. 1, 2, 3. Bottom of the 5th, starting with Juan Brito. Hard hit. Handle to the hot corner. 1 up, 1 down. Nice job by Duran there. Robert Jr. has 2 home runs in this game. And on the first pitch, he will ground it over to the third baseman. Kerry Carpenter first pitch swinging also. So 3 up, 3 down. Only its second time that nobody's come across to score for the Invaders so far. Bender back out for his 3rd inning of work. Ooh, hard hit ball. Barely kept on the infield. Freeman stretches out, won't get a throw off. Adley Rutschman has himself an infield single from the leadoff, as the leadoff man. And then Lau with a single up the middle. Rutschman goes first to third. So runners at the corners, nobody out. Anthony Bender looking a little gassed out there versus Justinson Garcia. He went down on strikes the first 2 go-arounds. This time he'll hit into the double play. So that will score a run. Rangers do score 1, but the other 2 runners are erased. Rolled over the sliders. That was a nice play. From first to second, back to first.
Strike 3.
And Marcus Semien strikes out. So Texas scores a run. But we are through 5.5. All right, Conticello up. High fly into shallow right. Out number 1 on 3 pitches. So Charjois versus Freeman. He's walked, he's scored a run, and he's going to have himself a double all the way back to the wall. So the hits just keep piling up. That'll be the 14th hit of the game for the Invaders offense, and Rafael Marchand, who already has 2 hits today, hits one pretty deep to right field, but not quite deep enough, just got under it. That was plenty deep to advance the runners, so I don't know what Freeman's still doing at second, but he'll wait there out of, I guess, kindness. Ortiz with a full count, 2 outs, will be out number 3. Left fielder calls him off. All right, Joe Mantiply out in relief in the 7th here to face Ezekiel Duran and Adolis Garcia. Mantiply has been lights out all season, 2.26 ERA. And he gets... Okay, I mean, that looks like a 4-star. That was 110 miles per hour off the bat. Joe Mantiply gets us some hard contact. But Brito playing right field makes it... Why is Brito in right field? Why did they bring Freeman in when he's tired? I have no idea. But okay. Not sure. I was trying to give him the day off. Robert Jr. in on this one. Out number 2. Mantiply versus Luis Angel Acuna. that one toward the gap, deep back there, but Robert Jr. tracks it down. So, nice catch, nice play. 3 up, 3 down on some good defense. New pitcher, Justin Topa, 4.38 ERA, 1.54 the whip. And Cooper Pratt, 2 for 3 today with a double up first. On an 0-2 count, he'll scoop this one in the left, out number 1. Jazz Chisholm Jr., 2 for 3 with a walk.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called, 50th strikeout of the season for Justin Topa.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called, so 2 strikeouts in the inning as Brito goes down, 1-2-3. All right, Mantiply back out in the 8th. Trying to save the rest of the bullpen, lefty versus lefty here. And he gives up the rare leadoff single to a lefty. So Corey Seager reaches, and now Evan Carter up, also a lefty. That one scooped into shallow center, but Robert Jr. makes it look easy, says the game. 1 out. Rushman, hard hit past the diving Jazz Chisholm Jr. Second single of the inning. 2 on for the power hitting Wyatt Langford. 26 home runs on the season for him. Another hit past Jazz. Rounding third is the runner. The play at the plate, throw in. Safe with an RBI single. It's 12-4. Mantiply struggling to get the last 2 outs of this inning. All right, now it's Justinson Garcia. He's 0 for 3 today, hitting .284 on the season, though. And coming on quickly, straight away, Brito hauls it in. Out number 2. All right, 2 out, 2 on for Marcus Semien. He's 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. In play, Pratt charges it. And they get the out at second. So 1 run, 2 runners left on. It's 12-4 Las Vegas. Luis Robert Jr. versus Topa. He's already got 2 home runs in this game. And now he'll have a single. So nice 3-hit game for Robert Jr. He thinks it's batting practice. Kerry Carpenter pops it up on the infield. Out number 1 as the shortstop makes a performative leap behind him. 1 out for Conticello with a full count. That one deep into right field. Up against the wall. Conticello's got a double. Robert Jr. is running. He's in to score. Conticello with an RBI double. The Invaders extend their lead to 13-4. New pitcher in, Reed Garrett for Texas. 4.52 ERA on the season in 53 appearances. Got a nice fastball, slider, and splitter. 3-1 to Freeman. He'll now be 1 for 2 with a walk, trotting down to first. Second walk of the game. So, nice game for the OBP for Tyler Freeman. Rafael Marchand's done some big damage today, but he'll strike out swinging here. Okay, 1 out left for Abimelec Ortiz, who has been dotting up his former team, including a 3-run homer earlier. Big fly ball. Seager has it. Final 3 chances for Texas. Mantiply back out in the 9th, which is certainly a decision. Trying to save as much of the bullpen as he can. That ball hits sharply into left center field toward the gap, but it hangs up for Robert Jr., who covers it. Out number 1, 2 left. Mantiply looking a little tired out there. Grounder up the third base line. Quick throw. And nice play. Jazz Chisholm Jr. has it for out number 2. Can Mantiply get the 3rd out in Luis Angel Acuna? Ball and 2 strikes. In play. Pratt has it. That'll do it. 13-4. The Invaders go up 2 games in this series. And if they get the sweep here, they will tie the season series. Las Vegas wallops Texas a score of 13-4. Let's go. Let's go. Nice game. Except for you, Woodruff. I'm happy that Weaver, Bender, and Mantiply, they might be freaking exhausted. But at least we only used 3 bullpen arms. Mantiply went 3 innings, 1 run given up. Woodruff, Weaver, Bender, and Mantiply each gave up a run. Whew. And then 2 homers from Luis Robert Jr. is spicy. And let's not get me started on the Ortiz homer as well. So 3 home runs in the game. A Brennan double, a Brito double, a Marchand double, a Pratt double, a Freeman double, a Conticello double. 16 hits in the game. 3 innings pitched on 30 pitches is what you want. Yes, indeed. Well, 35 pitches, but yes. 3 innings pitched, 35 pitches. Excellent work by Mantiply, just attacking the zone and saving the rest of the bullpen. All right, believers, you win again. But the question is, will we sweep? Mantiply hitting the secondary condition to get the save. Yep. Going 3 innings in relief there. So Woodruff will be back with us in a few days. So he's not like out for the season or anything, but looks good. I like seeing Jazz pop off. Robert Jr. popping off. Carpenter is asleep, but the rest of the team picked him up because he's been hot lately too. Conticello's been looking good lately. Well, never mind. Brennan came out with hamstring soreness day to day. Why did they put Freeman in instead of Matos? That's what I don't understand. And then Pratt looked good too. Knock him in, Robert Jr. 5 RBI. Had a 5 RBI game. Feels good. Mets out of time. The New York Mets have been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. They missed the playoffs in 2025. In the 66 years in the MLB, they've missed the playoffs 54 times. They've made the playoffs 4 times in the last 10 seasons. Wasn't Matos dinged up still? Yeah, we got some light injuries on the team at the moment. Yeah, Matos is day-to-day with mild calf strain, and now Brennan. They can either play through it or I can send one of them down. Those are kind of the 2 options. Those are both of my outfielders who play right field. So, kind of a tough call. Matos' mild calf strain is maybe a little easier to play through. Like, minimally influences running. Oh, it's DeGrom day. DeGrom is the final boss of this series. But we've now got a 2-game lead against the Rangers. Also, the ad's about to start in like 20 seconds. I snoozed it once. We're about to reach our... Every single win we get is a franchise record, but we're about to reach that 90-win season, which will feel nice. We've extended the Rangers' losing streak to a 7-game skid. You love to see it. Yankees in danger of Red Sox catching up. In the pitching staff, we got Aiken, Uribe, Bizardo up. Spores could pitch if absolutely necessary. And it's Bobby Miller, who's normally lights out but doesn't have a lot of stamina, but he went 6 and he's the probably best pitcher on the team. quality starts in 4 of his last 5 outings. Despite the stamina, he's just got the crazy stuff. All right, ad starting. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. I'll let you guys gamba. I'm gonna let you gamba while I go get some more water. And then we get ready for game 3. So you got 5 minutes on the gamba this time. While I get the lineup fixed. Freeman is like tired. Brito second, Conticello first. I don't think there's anything wrong with optioning Brennan, or because he's already been optioned once. So like, if he's already been optioned once, it doesn't really matter. Matos out for 2 days. He's out of option years. That's fine. I think we just send Brennan down real quick. Just to make sure everything is fresh. Because we have Burleson, who we're already paying. So at least he'll get a little bit to play. He'll get to play a little bit. Promote to Las Vegas. Welcome, Alec Burleson. So he'll get to start in right. And I'm going to let Pratt start at short instead of Arenamo. I know you guys can't see who we're playing yet. That's why I gave you 5 minutes instead. All right, I just need a DH. I guess Ortiz. And Yainer Diaz back in the lineup today. All right, here you go. So it's DeGrom day. DeGrom, 3.29 ERA, 29 starts. He's been crazy while he's been healthy. I don't know what soundtrack this is. Chat, I was gonna go get some water, man. All right, you got a couple minutes left to put your channel points on the line, and I forgot to get water. I was too busy. Let's listen to... this. All right, you're back from the ad, but I haven't got... Here's the lineups. If you want to look at the lineups, do you think we can win 3 in a row is the question. Is it a sweep? Is the bullpen too tired? Is Bobby Miller gonna get pulled after 1 inning? Is DeGrom gonna rock our socks? That's up to you. We also got Alec Burleson in off of AAA to let my other outfielders rest to keep them healthy before the playoffs. I don't want them playing on a bad leg when they need a couple days, so we're already paying Burleson. We may as well give him his first appearance with the team this season. All right, I'll be right back. Water, water, water. Channel point time, running out. Put your channel points on. Okay. Let's go. Game 3 of this final season series between the Rangers, our new nemesis, our rival perhaps, and the Invaders. Bobby Miller on the mound. 2.45 ERA on the season, having an incredible year. 11-4 is that win-loss record. .96 whip. Home run per 9 below 1. 231. Opponent BABIP. Been strong out there and somehow getting stronger. So let's see what he's got. Diaz behind the plate. Freeman getting a day off at second. Burleson called up from AAA to get the start in right. He's not as good in right, but he's still got few errors, strong enough arm, and has been mashing in AAA, hitting 300 in AAA all seasons. Let's see what he's got in the bigs. He played with St. Louis in the MLB and did pretty well for himself. So let's see what he's got with us. Vaughn Grisham leading off again for the Rangers. He's 1 for 7 in the series. Miller throwing that 100-mile-per-hour over-the-top heat. Big fastball, good slider. He's got the curveball, changeup, and sinker. Lots of breaking stuff when it's working for him. Welcome back to Omnibus Park. Texas has been bumped to second in the American League in this series. The Invaders hoping for the sweep today with their future ace, Bobby Miller, taking the ball. And leadoff man retired there on an 0-2 count. Turn pop-up. Now Corey Seager battling through a sprained wrist for the next 3 weeks. 1-2 the count against him.
Strike 3.
Seager called strike 3. Curveball, 3 straight curveballs, froze him. Seager 4th in the AL in average with a .294 average. Had 2 hits in the game yesterday. Strikes out here. And he strikes out Wyatt Langford. His 100th strikeout of the season. Second punch out in the game for Bobby Miller. So 1, 2, 3 they go. Leadoff man for the Invaders, Jazz Chisholm Jr. He's 4 for 8 in the series. Had 2 hits in the game yesterday and some walks across those. 2 walks in the series. 2-2 the count, but Jacob deGrom is Jacob deGrom.
Strike 3.
And he starts out with a swinging strike 3. Smoked with the fastball, 95 miles an hour. Juan Brito up next. Brito hits it hard to the first baseman. And Lau has it on the first pitch, out number 2. Luis Robert Jr. punches this one into the sky for the right fielder. So 3 up, 3 down for both. Could be a pitcher's duel kind of day. Adley Rutschman, new Texas catcher, versus Bobby Miller. 8 for 34 against Las Vegas. Make that 9 for 35. He's got a leadoff single. First hit of the game for Texas. Now, Josh Smith. He is 1 for 8 on the series. Tries to lay down the bunt, but jabs it foul. Strike 2. And he smokes this one to deep left field, and this time Texas strikes first. Bobby Miller gives up a 2-run homer, 388 feet to left. Josh Smith was his 15th home run of the season. That one leaves the park. So not so much a pitcher's duel now. Texas takes the lead 2-0. Oh no, I jinxed it. Yeah, you jinxed it, mostly lost. You jinxed it. Look what you did. Justinson Garcia grounds out. Nathaniel Lau with a little bloop single into center field. So third hit of the game for the Rangers. Luis Angel Acuna moved down to the 8th spot tonight. And that one pretty deep to center field. Just missed a home run all the way to the wall. The throw comes in. And that looks like an RBI double. 3 runs across for Texas in the inning on the Luis Angel Acuna revenge double for being traded to the Rangers. Grounder back to the mound. Okay, Garcia is retired. That's only out number 2. Acuna still stands at second. Von Grisham up. And the ball gets away. That's scored a wild pitch, and the runner at second moves 90 feet to third. But he comes back together and pop it up on the infield. So 3 runs come across to score for Texas, and they take an early 3-0 lead. So now it'll be up to the offense to try and close that gap, starting with Kerry Carpenter, looking to ignite the invaders. He'll settle with a bloop single into shallow center field, in there for a leadoff hit. Takes the curveball and is the first hit of the game for the invaders. Yainer Diaz up, getting the start today at catcher. Diaz, pretty deep to center field, but center fielder makes the play. Garcia brings it in for out number 1. Now Gavin Conticello. Grounder back to the mound. Pitcher has it. And they get the lead man at second for out number 2. Now Burleson, his first AB as an invader, and he wastes no time smoking that one into right. So called up from AAA. And second pitch he sees puts that one down the right field line for a single. So 2 on, tying run at home in Cooper Pratt, but it'll have a tall order. Trying to get one off of DeGrom here. The ball gets away, the runners hold. Rushman keeps it in front of him. Swung on the curveball and missed, so strike 1.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Pratt thought it was too far outside, and it cost him. Okay, well, nothing doing for the invaders on 2 hits. Miller back out to face Corey Seager. Full count on him. And that's going to be up the middle for a leadoff hit. Seager not going to be kept down forever. He's 1 for 2 today. Has 3 hits in the series now. Nice little 6-pitch AB by him. Miller comes back and gets strike 3 on Wyatt Langford. Slider chased and missed. Rushman pokes one to short. They get the out at second. No relay throw. So lead runner retired, out number 2. Full count. Smith pops it up on the infield. Out number 3. Okay. So despite the leadoff hit, nothing going on. It's still 3-0 Texas. DeGrom versus former Ranger Abimelec Ortiz now. He had a home run yesterday, and he'll ground this one back to DeGrom on 1 pitch. Out number 1. All right, top of the order, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Swung on and missed on a 6-pitch AB.
Strike 3.
And Burrito strikes out. Just an old-fashioned fastball. So DeGrom looking pretty great out there right now. Now Bobby Miller back to pitch for Las Vegas. Gets a grounder on a 1-2 count to Jazz. Handled, out number 1. Then single into left, smoked. Down the line on the first pitch, Lau takes a fastball for 1-out single. Luis Angel Acuna, he made it 3-0 last time up. This time he'll put a towering fly ball. Shortstop Pratt backs up and makes the catch. All right, Adolis Garcia, 2 outs. Lau on first. Put in play up the middle past Pratt. That's a 2-out single. Robert Jr. gets it back in quickly. So 2 on, 2 out. Back to Vaughn Grisham. Diving. And the transfer is a miscue. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with his 9th error at third base as he whiffs the throw to second to, instead of getting out 3, the bases are now loaded for Corey Seager. 4th in the American League in average coming into this game. 23 home runs on the season. And Miller's got to work out of this jam. 2-2.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout. Strands the bases loaded. The score stays 3-0 Rangers. So well pitched by Miller there to hang through it. All right. Robert Jr., bottom of the 4th. Big 0 on the board for Las Vegas. Looking for something.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Umpire feeling a little generous there with both pitches on the inside. Called for a strike, widening that strike zone against the Invaders here. Rushman framing that one up, I guess. And Gary Carpenter goes down on a big swing and miss. That is DeGrom's 6th strikeouts so far today.
Strike 3.
And he gets Diaz. He strikes out the side. The Invaders are set down in order. That slider gets the call. 7 Ks in the game for DeGrom. Getting a little help from the umpire, though. Diaz asks for an appeal. Ump brings up his fist. That's a strikeout. 5th of the game for Miller. Next batter, Rushman grounds it to second. Out number 2. Bobby Miller starting to get a little gassed out there. 80 pitches in after a big 2nd inning earlier. Rain is beginning to fall. Uh-oh. That's not good. Raining in Vegas? Miller on a 3-1 count gives up a hit all the way back to the corner. Still chasing after it. They get it in. That's going to be a 2-out. Nope. Burleson cuts it off. Smith is full throttle past second. The throw to third from the cutoff man, and they gun him down, going for 3. So count that one as an outfield assist. Nice play by the defense there. DeGrom been cruising 48 pitches through 4. He's in the bottom of the 5th facing Gavin Conticello on a 3-1 count. Count that as a single. Conticello, leadoff man, reaches as it drops down for a base hit into right. So Alec Burleson, in his first at bat as an Invader this season, came in and got a quick hit. Let's see what he can do with Conticello on first now. Slapped hard to the left. Give him 2. Back-to-back hits now brings the tying run to the plate. Burleson showing off the bat here. He's been hitting with the hot stick in AAA, and it seems like that's just directly transferred up to the majors. Not that he's a rookie, but he hasn't hit at the MLB level all year. Cooper Pratt now just got to try to stay out of the double play.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 swinging for out number 1 on 5 pitches. All right, Abimelech Ortiz, former Ranger, DH today. Strike 3 called. Back-to-back strikeouts. Gets him on the curveball outside the zone. He's got the special Jacob deGrom zone going for him today because half of these strikeouts looking have been a ball. 2 outs now for Jazz, who pops it up on the infield. So 2 stranded after the back-to-back singles. All right, well, good job at least getting some runners on to try to get them deep into the game. Justinson Garcia now back. Miller probably won't get through the 6th, but he's going to try. First batter he sees, pokes a single on a 2-strike count into right. That'll be in there for a hit. All right, yep, that is the last batter that Miller will face, so he's out of the game now. responsible for the runner on first. Josh Spores in to try and shut it down in the top of the 6th. And he starts out by inducing a liner into right. Burleson on the run has it out number 1. Got under the fastball. Spores versus Luis Angel Acuna. And the ball squirts away. Yainer Diaz hurries to retrieve it. On the wild pitch, the force out at second is now removed, and the double play is out of order. A liner to second, and they run it back to the base. Brito steps on the base himself for the double play. The score... Very rare double play, that one. Lined out to second, and they catch the runner too far off the bag. He didn't get back to the base in time after the line out. So that's a way to pick up your pitcher there. So the day is over officially now for Miller. He went 5 innings of 3-run baseball, 5 strikeouts. So no quality start for him. And DeGrom at 67 pitches in the bottom of the 6th here. Looks comfortable and confident, but Brito challenges that confidence deep to left field. This one's out of here. 0 erased. Replace it with a 1. Juan Brito with his 19th home run of the season, 389 feet to left. The leadoff man gets one closer. That one bounces into the pool. Brito's last home run was against Minnesota on the 24th, where he had 3 straight games with a homer. Maybe he'll inspire Luis Robert Jr. here and show that Jacob deGrom is not infallible. And that one slapped hard to right, but unfortunately directly to the right fielder. Garcia makes a basket catch for out number 1. Now Kerry Carpenter. That one up the middle. Got a little English on it. So 6th hit of the game for Las Vegas. Carpenter, 1-out base runner, took the curveball back where it came from. Yainer Diaz looking to be the hero now. Maybe tie this thing up. Smoke to the shortstop, maybe 2, and instead he hits into a double play. So Vegas gets nothing but the solo shot. That's not going to tire out Jacob deGrom's arm, is it? Feels bad, man. All right, Spores back out in the 7th. 3-1 Texas, and Spores hits Garcia. He glares at Spores as he trots to first. Do something about it then. Do something, Adolis Garcia. You won't. And Grisham set down on strikes. New pitcher in, Keegan Aiken. Has been clean in his last 3 of his last 4 outings, but in the Oaklamento series, he gave up 3 runs without recording an out. But he'll be in to face the lefty Corey Seager. Seager to the left side, and Las Vegas has a double play of their own cooking. Started by Jazz Chisholm Jr. 7th inning stretch time at Omnibus. And deGrom back out in the 7th, trying to just do it himself. Conticello has a hit today, 1-2 the count. That one smoked to right field, hot off the bat, almost out of here. Instead, it's going to bounce against the wall. He's thinking 2. He's thinking 3. Safe leadoff triple from Conticello. That's the 4th triple for Conticello this season. And now Alec Burleson with a 2-for-2 game so far, coming up from AAA with a chance to drive the runner in to bring it one closer. He'll scoop this one down the line in right. That one's down for another hit. His 3rd hit of the game. Trying to make a bid to make the playoff roster here. It's now 3-2. Rangers leading by 1. After a nice 6-pitch at bat from Burleson, working a single into right, found no man's land. New pitcher now, Kyle Wright. So DeGrom's day is done. He makes it through 6 innings, and he's responsible for the runner on first. Cooper Pratt up now. 1-2 the count against Kyle Wright. Fastball, changeup, slider. Didn't see the rest. A line out to left. Got a 3.86 ERA on the season in 14 appearances. He's got a 5-pitch mix, fastball, slider, curve, changeup, and sinker. None of them particularly juicy at inducing the strikeouts. But he's a ground baller, wants to induce soft contact. All right, 1 out now. Burleson on first for Abimelec Ortiz, looking for his first hit today. That one into left center field. It hangs up for Wyatt Langford. Out number 2, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Last chance in the 7th. 2 strikes on him.
Strike 3.
And he gets strike 3 called. That's the 3rd strikeout in a row for Jazz today. And this umpire is an idiot. Change up off the plate, and they're just Rangers are getting every single call on the strike 3 looking. So Abner Uribe in the 8th, trying to keep it to a 1-run game. 6 outs left for Las Vegas. He's got to see Wyatt Langford first. And he gets the swinging strike with the sinker after 9 pitches. Finally finds one that Langford can't connect to after 5 straight fouled off. Gets him with the 98-mile-an-hour sinker just out of the zone. Adley Rushman now, 0-2 in the count. That one scooped into right. Out number 2. They've retired Clutchman. Now Josh Smith with a full count. Strike 3 called. Smith signals his displeasure with a smirk. Brother, that one's in here. You can be displeased all you want. So Uribe gets it done, keeps it close. Bottom of the 8th, starting with Brito up against Kyle Wright. 2-1 the count. Grounder back to the mound. Pitcher has it. And out number 1. Robert Jr. He had 2 homers in the game yesterday. He's 0 for 3 today.
Strike
And now
3.
he's 0 for 4. They're making this reliever look like a god. Kerry Carpenter's 2 for 3 today. And he's in the whole 0-2. Put in play, first baseman has it. So 3 quick outs for the Rangers. They still lead by 1. Alexis Diaz in the 9th, trying to give his chance a team to walk it off in the 9th. Diaz with a 2.96 ERA on the season. 10.2 is the strikeout rate per 9. Sometimes gives up the long ball. He's held opposition to a 191 batting average. Jazz with a quick play and another error. The throw is off the mark. That's his 2nd error at 3rd in the series. And Garcia reaches for Nathaniel Lau here in the 9th. Hard hit past the 3rd baseman, so cotton candy. Some of the crowd starting to boo as Diaz gives up a single to Lau. 2 on now for Evan Carter, coming in as a pinch hitter. That one hit pretty hard. 2nd baseman has it. The throw to 2nd, the turn, double play. Pratt sidesteps the runner, throws the 1st in time to get Carter. 2 outs. Diaz needed that, but Garcia stands at 3rd for Garcia, who's at the dish. Garcia 1 for 2 today for Garcia, who reached earlier on the error.
Strike 3.
And Garcia strikes out, stranding Garcia at 3rd, and both Garcias return to the dugout for the 9th. So nice job on the defense there, coming back from the error, getting out of it. Aroldis Chapman out of the pen, 3.86 ERA. Traded from Seattle, who was traded from New York, who was traded from Portland, who was traded for Boston. He's been on 5 teams in the last 3 years. And he's in to close it down for the Rangers. Yainer Diaz up first. 1 run is all it takes to send us to extras. Hitless in this game. Yainer Diaz strikes out. Yadar Aranamo in off the bench as a pinch hitter to try to get something going against Chapman here. Full count on Aranamo.
Strike 3.
Back-to-back strikeouts. Last hope is Tyler Freeman, also off the bench. Manager throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks. Nice 9-pitch at bat from Aranamo, but he goes down on the swinging strike. 1-1 the count for Freeman. Freeman into right. This should do it. And the sweep is avoided. The Rangers take one back. They stifle the Las Vegas offense, who scores 2 runs on 8 hits. But, and they win the season series, but Las Vegas wins this individual series 2-3 and does take a lead in the division, even if only by 1 game. So the bullpen gets it done. Miller gives up 3 runs in 5 innings. DeGrom with the quality start, 2 earned in over 6 innings. Burleson was the only dude who showed up today, besides the Brito homer. I guess Conicello had a triple as well. Looks like some believers were a little too confident. Looks like the believers were a little too confident. Believers won the first 2 and they thought they were unbeatable. All right, time for the roster expansion. As we move toward the playoffs, it's September 1st. You've got mail. We do got mail. So look at those standings now. We have a 1-game lead on the Rangers. And they are playing Oaklamento, who managed to beat us in a series, and the Twins, who we beat in a series. Not the hardest lineup for them. We play the Angels, who are actually having a winning record this season, believe it or not. And our season's almost over. 15 games left, and that's it. And then we find out what the playoff picture looks like. We're getting close. But first, I've got mail. Tyler Malley says, I'm very happy playing in Las Vegas. I'd like to stick around after my contract expires, but I need to know if you're willing to work with me on a deal. Let me hear your offer. I really want to remain with the Invaders. I love playing here and living here. It's a great organization and a wonderful city. He has had a really good season, which means he's going to want a lot of money. Oh yeah, he wants like 12.6 million AAV until he's 35. We don't have that much money for free agency, to be honest with you, depending on what we do in arbitration, I guess. With the regular season winding down, teams are now permitted to call up reinforcements. Each roster will have up to 28 slots until playoff time. AJ Gracia gets the hitter trophy. Okay, don't care. Oh, the Cowpokes. Kyler Castillo had a .345 average in 25 games. And then one of our prospects, Braden Holcomb, put together a good month. He got batter of the month, 312 on the month, 9 home runs, 23 RBI. Oh, the premier pitcher this past month in the California League was Trevor Augustine. That's our #1 prospect. He was one mighty tough pitcher. Finishing August, Augustine finished August with a 3.0 record and a .6 ERA. .74 ERA. He's almost ready for probably high A, to be honest. But he's only 18, so I figure I'm just going to start him in A, build some confidence, and then next season we'll see where he goes. We'll see where he ends up, because he's 18 with insane stats. And he's pitching well. He went straight from the draft to A-ball as an 18-year-old. Skip rookie ball. Top pitcher of the month. The Chicago Cubs have been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, 2nd time in a row. They went there in 2025. Jacob Berry had few peers in the National League. The first baseman was hitting .417 in August. Edgar Portes of Baltimore was Rookie of the Month with a 4.35 ERA. Corbin Burns, top starter on the Diamondbacks, had a 2.17 ERA in 6 starts. Eli Morgan was August American League Pitcher of the Month. He had 4 starts, striking out 18, holding the opposition to a 162 average. Corbin Carroll bagged a 356 batting average in August and takes Hitter of the Month. Anthony Santander, Batter of the Month for American League. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant the other one. National League. Sorry. I misspoke. Brusdar Gratterall, out with a torn UCL. Did I pay doubters? I did. So we got an extra 2 slots on the team. Who are we taking? Probably Angel Felipe. Brennan has better defense than the other guy that we just brought up. He's hitting .230 on the season with a 649 OPS, which isn't amazing. We could always just take one person up now and then maybe bring Brennan up. I think we definitely take Angel Felipe and just have another arm out of the bullpen. We also could use, I don't know, it's tough to say. How's Jaden Hill look? Like he needs another season of practice. Quinn Matthews, same thing. He's getting torn up in AAA. Angel Felipe is the best pitcher by Sierra in here also. I wanted him anyway. All right, take him up. And then after that, I don't really know. Because, like, do I really need Foscue? Do I really need... I don't know who I need yet. Basabe didn't really impress. It's probably gonna be Brennan, but it feels like we have a lot of outfielders. But on the infield, we have Arenamo, who can back up second, third, and short. I need to see Alexis Diaz splits. He's decent enough. 1 month of playoffs? Less than that. 2 weeks. 2 weeks until the season's over, and then we'll know the playoff picture. I feel like we haven't seen Bizardo recently. But yeah, I'll save my last active roster spot for now, I think. Mato should be good tomorrow. The real talk, you probably send Ortiz down. I've given him like 87 ABs. He's hit like 1 homer. I'll give him like 1 or 2 more games and then I'm done. Unless he shows a spark. Oh, we have a full off day, so everyone's gonna get rested. Oh, nice. Do. Everyone gets rested. We have a 3-game series against the Angels kicking off. Here's my report. They got 78 wins and 69 losses. 3rd in the AL West, 11 games behind us. Their run scored is 10th in the American League. Their batting average is 8th. They've given up the 8th most amount of runs. Their starter ERA is 4th in the American League. Their bullpen is 11th. They've lost 6 times against us this season and won 3 times against us. It's going to be Malley, Matz, and May versus Jose Soriano, Reed Detmers, and Simeon Woods Richardson. Zach Nito on the team. They got the closer Brock Stewart, Nolan Shonewell, Juan Flores. Also, we have player dev update. I have compiled the scouting report updates. Bobby Miller, current stuff rating improves to 50. Potential stuff improves to 60. His overall rating improves to 55, and his potential improves to 60 as a starting pitcher. Yo, let's go. Let's go, dude. Huge. Keegan Aiken is current down to a 50. Or stuff. Overall rating drops to a 45. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of free agents this year when we opt out of their contract. Luis Matos, potential power drops. Overall rating improves from 45 to 50. He has been hitting well and playing well. Better than he did with San Francisco last year. So that's nice. Players can improve in these reports? Excuse me. Lucan Baker drops to a 40. Oof. Michael Ciani, defense at center field drops. Sitting 256 with AAA. Isaiah Harris, potential contact drops, power, current defense improves. That was like our 8th round pick. Nothing else noteworthy. All right, Soriano first. He suffers against lefties. Much higher whip, twice as high home run rate. really high walk rate. So that should be good for us. Diaz, I'm gonna need you to wake up before the playoffs, brother. I'm gonna let Alec Burleson get the start today. Don't want to change anything else. I mean, Tyler Freeman's hitting 303 against lefties this season. He stays in. Oh, wait, I'm looking at... We're facing a righty. Still hitting 282. That's impressive. Matos pinch hit. Arenamo pinch hit. Okay, good lineup. Tyler Malley pitching. The bullpen just had an extra day of rest. Felipe's in from AAA. Got Bizardo, Uribe, Aiken fresh. All right, let's do some Sims. We just watched 3 straight games. Win in extras. Hello. Also, hello? Where's the crowd, man? Turn the price down, I guess. The owner's gonna be mad. We're barely above where he wants us to be, which is still crazy that we even have matched that and made more revenue in the process. I think this should be sellout games if we're having like a crazy Rangers series to determine who's first in the playoff race. But no, Las Vegas not showing up. All right, these are just highlights. Trout on third. RBI fielder's choice. So they score Trout on the out. Okay, we're up in the 5th. Soriano is a god. Okay, Carpenter on first. Yiner Diaz up. And he hits into a double play. Classic Yiner. That's to the easy way. All right, fast forward to the 6th. Freeman on first. Newbie Alec Burleson. He's up. Chips it in the left. Coming on strong as a left fielder. Strong play for the out. Then Cooper Pratt deep in the hole, and they turn 2 again? Oh my God. 6 scoreless innings from Soriano? And then Mike Trout does the Mike Trout thing and hits that one out of here. Solo 4-bagger. No way, it's 2-0 Angels. Soriano pitching a complete game shutout with no outs. Freeman at first, and Burleson from AAA gets the start and hits this one to deep left field and takes Soriano deep to tie the game and ruin the complete game shutout. It's a new ball game in the 9th. What a hero. He wants that playoff starter spot. So he gives up the 2-run bomb, blows the lead in the 9th, trying to close it out. We are making him look like a god. And he strikes out Robert Jr. But we tie it, and then Bizardo, the closer, is out in the 9th just to try and keep it tied. In play, the assist. Burrito's got it. Bizardo covers, 1 out, and then they get the other out somehow. And then Cole Fontanelli pops it up just past second base. So Bizzardo comes out, keeps it tied. Ghost Runner is at second. Robert Jr. in extra innings. Yiner Diaz at the dish. And he walks. The base is loaded. So nice at bat. Conticello 2-2. Into deep center field. Tagging up is the runner on the throw in. He's in there safe. So Robert Jr. tags up and scores to take the lead. 3-2. And then Tyler Freeman with a little single into right. Over to third, Carpenter. Diaz goes to second. Bases loaded again. Infield in. Alec Burleson again after tying the game with the home run. Grounds it. They get the force out at home. No double play. Bases still loaded for Arenamo, who has himself a little single. So now it's 4-2. We have a 2-run lead in extras. Arenamo with an RBI single looking goated out there. Bizzardo back out to close it. Back-to-back innings. Ghost Runner moves over to third. On out number 1. Look who it is. Juan Flores, the catcher. 21 years old. 9-hole. How are you a 50 at 21, man? Hitting 247 in your second season? And he scoops it all the way back, almost a homer to tie it, just stays in the park somehow. And the Ghost Runner scores off the double. So Bizzardo just needs 2 more outs, but there's the tying run at second now. Rada, who we traded to the Angels earlier in the season, pops it up past second. 2 outs now. Last chance for the Angels in the 10th, Otto Lopez. And Bizzardo gets him to fly it out to left to close it down. Gets the save. Hell yeah. Nice comebacker. That'll punish you for trying to go complete game shutout. The Invaders wiggle past the Angels 4-3 at Angel Stadium. The win was highlighted by the performance of Tyler Mahle. Vegas has now got their 90th win notched on the season. Gavin Conticello's tied for 10th in the American League with triples at 4, had a direct impact. A run-scoring sac fly in the 10th. Banging out wins is what it's all about, said Mahle. We only had 5 hits in the game. The Burleson homer was the only time we scored. Mahle went 5 2/3 innings of 2-run ball. Oh, Soriano didn't go 9 innings. They had an opener. Carlos Hernandez opened for 2 innings. Then Soriano came out for 7, gave up 3. Okay. Mahle gets player of the game, 4 left on base. So not the best offense, but we got it done. Framber Valdez, who was, I guess, acquired by the Cubs in free agency. 3.84 ERA season. He's out with bone chips in his elbow. Toronto Blue Jays have been mathematically eliminated from postseason contention. This is their second playoff miss in a row. The Cleveland Guardians said, "We're not done yet." That was the resounding sentiment in the Guardians locker room when they were told they had clinched the American League Central Division title for the 14th time with an 82-66 record. Cleveland Stars certainly feel like they have a good chance to go all the way. We've learned a lot under Stephen Vought's tutelage. He taught us never to be overconfident and play every game like a championship game. I think with him and the team we have a great chance to bring a 3rd championship to Cleveland, said Duran. All right, lefty Reed Detmers, 3.27 ERA. I'm worried about this one. He's pretty goated against both lefties and righties. For us, it's Steven Matz. We got a lefty of our own. Got tattooed for 5 earned runs in 3 innings last time out. Not ideal. I don't know what music this is, so stop listening to it. Now. You listen to this instead. The same, like, 8 soundtracks every stream, but you know what? If you listen to enough different ones, then it doesn't sound like I'm listening to them too much. Ding, ding, ding. Pretty much everybody up in the bullpen, so it's manager's discretion here. I think I'm just gonna field the bog standard lineup versus lefties. And see what happens. Definitely don't want Burleson out there versus lefties. Matos is a good pick. I'm wondering if Arenamo should be the DH instead of Ortiz. Yeah, I'm gonna give Arenamo the DH. Where are the backups here? Oh, there you go. I didn't put you in. That's my bad. Conticello versus lefties is hitting 183 and like 60 at bats. Who's the fastest guy? We don't really have a pinch runner per se. Okay. Arenamo will bat last. How did the Rangers do? They lost. Yes. They lost to Oaklamento. Not so easy, is it? 9-4. Not so easy, is it? We got 2-game lead. Okay, Steven Matz, show me what you got. Loss 4-5. No. Close games, man. Close games. No shot they walked us off in the 9th with 2 runs and the bullpen blew it. No shot. Bender with the blown save. Why is it always Bender, man? Wait, none of them weren't earned? Oh, they were attributed to Bizzardo. Look, Bizzardo, ad starting soon, by the way. They pulled Bizzardo. Hook as reliever, man. It needs to be... He's the closer. It needs to be real slow. Pitch around, not really. Intentionally walk, almost never. Hold the runner reasonably. Shift outfield depth, outfield shift, infield shift. Guard line sometimes, infield in. Yeah, don't do that, man. Don't pull the closer. Bad management. Just terrible management. Bizzardo's out, ground out, single, fly out, and then you bring in Bender, who just gives up back-to-back singles and blows the game. Like, what do you expect? Bender is not really him. He's going to middle relief. Uribe's going 8th inning or later. Mantiply's going 7th inning or later. Bender's going to go to avoid high leverage. He just can't. Can't get it done, man. Let Uribe do it. He'll be the backup closer. Okay, sorry. Ads rolling. We lost a game, and guess what? So did the Rangers. Okay. I need to take a quick bathroom break, and also my brain hurts, so I'll be right back while the ad's running. And then it's time to power through to the end of the season and see what the playoff picture looks like. Hello. We're back. But yeah, I just don't trust Bender, even though he's got 17 saves with us. We got the most meltdowns on the team. He's blown 20% of save opportunities. Which is not great. Like, just let Bizzardo work out of it. You put him in there to be the closer, let him close. Unless he was too tired to go in the first place, in which case you should have put someone else in. So we blew a perfectly winnable game. Jahmai Jones was 3 for 4, 2 singles and a homer. Joe Redfield was the walk-off hero for Los Angeles. Ten hits for us. Pratt double, Carpenter double, Robert Jr. double. Carpenter 2 for 5, Diaz 1 for 4. He's definitely cooled off, but I think he'll heat back up just in time for the playoffs. Jazz 1 for 3 with a walk. Robert Jr. 2 for 4. Matos with a hit, and Abimelec Ortiz with a hit. Okay. Well, San Diego has been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Philadelphia is also out. This is their 4th miss in a row. 2nd in a row for the Padres. The wild card race getting a little spicy here. Why is my Magic number 12 and the Rangers is 5? They're 1 in their last 9. Wow, they've lost 9 out of 10. That's crazy. The only one that won was that last game of the series against us. Meanwhile, the Rays are 8-2, hot on their heels. Cleveland, they said, has already clinched because Royals are 15 games back. Angels are only 3 games back. Our division's crazy, man. We got 3 teams in the wild card race. That's crazy, right? In our breakout year, we still have pretty good numbers. Kerry Carpenter, number 1 player on the team. It's not really close. Team chemistry is freaking ecstatic, even though we don't have a team captain. All right. Simeon Woods Richardson. 4.02 ERA, gave up 5 runs last time out. 2 runs in 4 the time before that, and we got a bunch of strong lefties. Should match up very well. No one's tired, so I'm gonna field our standard lineup, this time including Burleson though, but I like Matos. I do like Matos. But Burleson has been kind of crazy, so I'm giving him the start. Conticello's been a little bit more consistent than Matos from the DH, I think. Who's pitching? Dustin May with the whole bullpen up. Okay, good luck. Let's take the series. Pew! We lost. Come on, Angels! They're playing to try to make the damn wild card. Zach Peak on the Cowpokes is out for 2 to 3 months. 2 runs on 8 hits, man. The Angels eked out a 3-2 win against the Invaders at Angel Stadium. Nobody did more than Simeon Woods Richardson. He was terrific. Milan Tolentino was 1 for 3 with a walk. Tolentino had a clutch at bat against Abner Uribe. He drew a walk, which drove in a run. Bro, you walked in a run, Uribe? Mantiply give up a single, and then Uribe comes out. Give him a clean inning? No. Let Mantiply allow a runner on first. Strikeout looking, fly out. Reaches on catcher's interference. Of course, this is the way the game goes. Reached on an error, E4. Okay, so it wasn't your fault. Uribe. Catcher's interference followed by an error at second base is kind of not your fault. The walk is your fault, and then you gotta fly out. That's just unfortunate. When else did they score? The 5th? Dustin May gave up a double, a flyout, strikeout, a double, a walk. New pitcher, Weaver, who immediately gives up a single. Don't trust the bullpen. Don't trust them. All right, well, we lost the series, and Texas won their game, so they're back within one game of the division. We're stranded here at 90 wins. 1-1 lost 2 against the Angels. Season's almost over. Astros were officially eliminated from postseason contention. They also missed in 2025. Prediction. Pittsburgh eliminated mathematically from contention as well. They are starting to get eliminated. All right, it's Woodruff Day. The Orioles are 72 and 78. We beat them 6 times this season. They beat us 3 times. Their bullpen ERA is 13th in the AL. Their starter ERA is 11th. They're 5th in runs scored. So they score runs, but they can't stop me from scoring runs. Bryson Motts, 4.61 ERA. 1.34 whip. His home run rate's high. BABIP is high. Not so great at lefties or righties. These should be an easy dub. Give Diaz a day off. Get Marchand in the lineup. Burleson had a hit yesterday, but we're gonna say Matos Day. And hold on, brain not work so good. Well, why don't we do that on the daily lineup instead of what I'm doing? Oh yeah, it's a lefty. It's really not a good day for Diaz to sit, but I'm just gonna move Matos up and Marchand down. Because Marchand is like really bad against lefties, but at least he's good defensively. And it's Woodruff with a bunch of arms in the bullpen. I like how I have Luke Weaver at avoid high leverage, by the way. And what does my manager do in the loss? He brings out my starter for Weaver when it's a one-run game. I feel like that's high leverage when you have plenty of other arms, but whatever. All right, new series versus Baltimore. I want to cruise to the end of the season. And we lost. Do you guys want to win the division or no? Do you want to win? Or do you want to keep giving up 2 runs in the 8th to take the L? Aiken and Uribe. Uribe with his 4th blown save of the season. Why is it always... The Harry Potter meme. Why is it always you 3? Uribe, Aiken, and Weaver. Baltimore picked up the win at Omnibus, bumping off Las Vegas 4-3. Bryson Motts was a major reason. Joel Cannell picked up the win, improving his record to 9-8. Uribe tagged with the loss. Fun game, said Basalo, even when the outcome was in doubt. Vegas, we only had 2 hits in the game. Thank God I put Alec Burleson back on the team because he had a homer, his second since coming up. All right, Burleson's hot right now. He's getting the start. 2 homers in like 9 at-bats. Insane. He's the only reason we even scored. No, that's not true. Matos also scored on like a sacrifice. Embarrassing game. 2-hit game. Jazz had a triple. Burleson had a home run. Those are the only 2 hits. What happened in the 8th? Jackson Holiday double off of Keegan Aiken. Owen Cassie strikeout. Gunnar Henderson ground out. Bring in Uribe. Walk. Yeah, that's kind of what Uribe does frequently. That's true. But that's why he needs a clean inning. Jackson Holiday's single. We need to get his command up this year. Because he's otherwise lights out. Will Brennan earns the PCL award. Burned up the league with a 409 average, went 9 for 22. Why are all my outfielders like gaming when they go to AAA, and then I bring them up here and they're like, meh. All right, I'm gonna bring him up too. We also got Cal Stevenson still down there, but he's not doing so good in AAA, so why would he be doing good up here? Aaron Shunk is actually going insane. 385 in AAA? Bro. These like 40 overall dudes are rocking it. All right, Brennan. Come back to Vegas. Are you righty or a lefty? He bats lefty. What are your splits? Kinda even. You have better average against lefties, but a better OBP against righties, and a slightly better OPS. You're also a better pinch runner. All right, Kerry Carpenter day off. I don't even want to look. Don't even show it to me. They tied us again. We had a 2-game lead over the Rangers, and now they're back. Bro. Come on, man. Okay, Jazz, Brito, Robert Jr., Yainer Diaz, Gavin Conticello, Luis Matos, Tyler Freeman, Burleson, and then Pratt. Kerry Carpenter day off. Bobby Miller's pitching. Woodruff with the quality start couldn't get the dub. I need you guys to get it done. Loss, and we were shut out. Where's the offense? Oh, chat, end of season woes, brother. They held us to 3 hits. Bobby Miller gave up 4 runs in 4 innings, had to be pulled. No offense. Anthony Bender out. 1 run given up in 2 innings. Angel Felipe went 2 innings. Diaz. Pratt with an error. No offense. A hit. 1 hit by Brito. 1 hit by Luis Robert Jr. 1 hit by Diaz. No extra base hits. Whole offense just fell asleep at the wheel. Dodgers are National League West Division champions, and they made it look easy. The 93-59 record allowed them to cruise into the postseason as division champs, where they will no doubt be considered frontrunners to win a 9th World Series. Stupid Dodgers. I want to beat them in the World Series. Baltimore playoff hopes officially 0, even though they beat us twice. Club's 2nd miss in a row. Nathan Eovaldi out of action since the 4th, will be out 9 months with a partially torn UCL. Well, Eovaldi out for Texas, that's got to hurt their chances a bit. They just lost their last game. 8-0, they were shut out also. What do you think of this game so far? I played it 17 days in a row. It sucks. Terrible game. Dev should be ashamed of making something so playable for 250 hours. Over 17 days. Shame on them. They had made me addicted on purpose. Pretty good. I would play it again. Both of us got shut out on the same day. Who do they play next? Tanner Hall. Who are they pitching? Kumar Rocker. So they lost on DeGrom Day. Is that right? What happened to DeGrom? John Gray pitching. Maybe DeGrom pitched the day before. Okay. How many games do we have left? Not many. Last game of the Baltimore series. Jazz and Luis Robert Jr. need a day off, which I think is fine. Because maybe just taking a day off will reset the offense. I'm going to get Arenamo in at 3rd. We won 2 out of 3 against the Rangers, Shaq Genie, but now our record is tied, and that means they're in the lead since they've won the season series against us. Okay, and then Freeman can move to center, which means Brito takes 2nd, which means Conicello takes 1st. This always gets confusing, which means new DH. I'll say Matos DH. And I'm gonna have Freeman lead off, then Brito, then Kerry Carpenter, then Yainer Diaz, then Conicello, then Matos, then Burleson, then Arenamo, then Pratt. With Tyler Malley pitching, he gave up 2 runs last time out, 1 run the time before that. We're going up against Brandon Young, 5 ERA on the season's high. He's pretty bad against righties and lefties. We should feast. But the offense has just been dead. We have 4 arms up in the pen. Send it. lost 5-12. We just got swept by the Orioles at the end of the season. Excuse me? Excuse. Oh, damn. We've lost 5 in a row, chat. Kind of dropping the ball here at the end of the season. Just a little bit. Kobe Mayo had a 3 RBI performance. How do you give them 12 runs? Malley got tagged for 6. Pitcher Luke Weaver had an error that allowed 4 runs to come across while he was pitching. Bro. Chat, is this just release Luke Weaver day? Am I just, like, I don't know. I might be a bit reactionary here. Like, he's so bad, man. But his stats don't show it. Because none of those were earned runs. Early in the game, Gunnar Henderson had a 2-run homer for Baltimore. Every time you put a W on the board, it's always good. We had 12 hits in the game, so like actually had some offense. Only scored 5 runs. Freeman 1 for 3. Brennan 2 for 2 off the bench. Burrito 2 for 5. Carpenter 2 for 5 with 4 RBI. He had a 2-run homer. Yainer Diaz with a hit. Canicello a hit. Jazz a hit off the bench. Arenamo a hit. And Pratt a hit. I just waived my 40-save closer after a collapse in the playoffs. Sometimes it's needed. I think if he has even one more bad outing before the playoffs, he's gone. Spores has been spotless. Felipe gave up 2 runs. Mantiply scoreless, but Malley gave up 6, which we never overcame that anyway. Because Malley gave up a single, fly out. So there's 2 outs, single, scored a run, Weaver out in relief. They keep bringing Weaver out. Single, scored a run, called strike, and then he's back out in the 6th. 0-0 double, strikeout, ground out, base on balls, reached on E1, single, Josh Spores out, single, scores charged to Weaver, strikeout. Bro, just not good, man. And we got to go up against the Tampa Rays. They're 85-68. Actual good team. You were supposed to beat the bad team who's not making the playoffs this year, who's playing 500 ball. Now you got to play the actual good team who's higher ranked than them, who's 1 game back fighting for a playoff spot. It's going to be Mats versus Spencer Turnbull, who's pitching way better than his ratings from our scout say he should be. Hayden Wesneski, who's got a 4.55 ERA, and then Reese Olson, Gigabrain, commit an error as pitcher to keep the runs from going against your ERA. Brock Stewart out for 6 weeks. Do I just need to do Luke Weaver, use less often? I don't know what to tell you. Only 2 bullpen arms available, bro. Somebody's gonna have to pitch deep into a game, man. We had to use up 4 arms yesterday, and I've got an extra bullpen guy. To the point where I might need... I think I'm just gonna send down Ortiz. Ahead of time and then call up. Either Cade Horton or Quinn Matthews. Quinn has actually been really bad in AAA lately, so I guess Cade. You know what I haven't done in a long time? We haven't checked waivers in forever. Oh well, I haven't checked waivers all day today. We've probably got everybody we're gonna get, to be honest, post trade deadline and whatnot. Wilmer Flores got released by Detroit. He out. Time to bring him back. Honorary DH. Just kidding. But yeah, I'm gonna bring Cade back up. That way we have an extra starter. Slash long relief guy. Okay. We've lost 5 in a row, boys. The Rangers also lost against the Twins. We're still tied. Both teams have decided to suck at the end of the season. Yainer Diaz needs a day off. Cooper Pratt was 1 for 4 yesterday. Burrito's been hitting pretty well. Robert Jr.'s kind of doing normal. Kerry Carpenter's still hitting pretty well, had a homer. Freeman's still hitting pretty well. Conicello's fine. Burleson 0 for his last 7, but he is off. We'll give him 1 more and see what happens. All right, Steven Matz, only 2 fresh relievers, and I don't know what to tell you, but good luck with Turnbull. He's God, apparently, at 45. He's goated. I don't know what. Probably lose this one, too. 6 in a row, boys. 6 in a row. Las Vegas clinches a playoff spot, but it feels bad. We should be celebrating. We should be celebrating right now. Look at all these high A players who are retiring after the season. With a 90-64 record, the Vegas Invaders are assured of berth in the postseason. It's not official yet whether that'll be as the division winner or the wild card, but left fielder Kerry Carpenter told reporters the only thing that matters is you're there. I guess that's true. I suppose that's true. And the Texas Rangers also clinch a wild card spot, or sorry, a playoff spot. It feels good, was the simple response from Evan Carter. Why did they get a full article? The Texas secured their place in the playoffs, sparking a wave of jubilation among fans. Why do I not get a cool article? Celebrations spilled into the streets of Texas with roads closed off to ensure safety. It feels like a dream, one elated fan shared. We watched this team grow throughout the season, and despite challenges, I believe we have what it takes to go all the way. Another supporter added, "This is one of the best squads we've ever had. I can't wait to see them in action in the playoffs." No injuries were reported during the festivities. Chat, we've lost 6 in a row. They've lost 3 in a row. We're still tied. They lost to the Mariners. George Kirby beat them 7 shutout innings over Landon Knack. And next they have Josh Stefan getting the start for the first time this season. If we don't win one of these... Spencer Turnbull had an impressive start. Getting the save was Tyler Ferguson. Josh Lau had a big at bat. He went 1 for 3 with a home run, drove in 2 and scored once. In the bottom of the second, he struck a 2-run homer. Tampa Bay manager Kevin Cash called it a good win. Vegas had 6 hits. A Brito double with 1 on was the only run we scored of the game. Jazz 0 for 4. Brito 3 for 4, had 3 of our 6 hits. Luis Robert Jr. 0 for 1 with 3 walks. OBP going up. Kerry Carpenter 0 for 4. Freeman 1 for 4 with a ribby. Oh wait, no. Brito didn't have the RBI. Freeman did. Conicello, nothing. All right, Conicello, you're not the DH tomorrow. Burleson 2 for 3. He's still hitting well. I'm allergic to my team losing 6 in a row at the end of the season. After Mats gave them 6 quality innings of 2-run ball and Mantiply shut it down for the final 2. Come on, team! We're supposed to be celebrating a playoff dub! All right, Freeman day off. Brito to second. Conicello to first. And then Matos DH. Versus who? Reese Olson. Yeah, we should be able to beat him. 4.37 ERA versus lefties, 1.5 whip, lots of base runners, 5 walks per 9. Dustin May pitching. Give him a few extra pitches, let's say like 98. The whole like bullpen available after they saved the bullpen yesterday. Nobody on waivers. May last time out pulled after 4 2/3 innings, giving up 2 runs. 5 2/3 scoreless before that. Okay, pull the trigger. Win 9-3. Oh my god, we won one. Oh my god. We won one. And the Rangers lost their 4th in a row. We pulled ahead. We're ahead by 1. They got beat twice in a row by Seattle. Their new pitcher, Josh Stefan, off of AAA, went only 2 innings and gave up 6 runs. And they had to blow through 4 bullpen arms to get out of it. Brian Wu went 6 innings of 4-run ball against Seattle. Or for Seattle, I mean. You have failed to sign Steve Banuelos. You'll be awarded a compensation pick in the 6th round next year. Okay. Thank you. So nice. Some highlights. Joe Ross pitching? That wasn't who was supposed to pitch for Tampa. Maybe they're doing an opener. Kerry Carpenter, another homer, deep left field. Let's go. Kerry Carpenter in the offense, waking up just before the playoffs. May versus Chandler Simpson. And they managed to turn 2 behind them. Nice double play. All right, Carpenter at first, so he reached again. Yainer Diaz up. Diaz to deep left field. That one's almost out of here, high off the wall. In for a double. holds up at second and third. I guess we scored because now Diaz is at third, Burleson at first, Matos the DH. That one to deep left field, and that one gone. Matos, a 3-run tater, 5-0 lead. Okay, I see, you want a spot? Still in the fourth, Conicello at third for Pratt. And Pratt scoops one, muscle to the opposite field. That's a home run. That ball stayed fair by inches, 377 feet, 6 runs in the inning. Holy. And then Yiner Diaz goes deep. All right, they're teeing him up, chat. This is a good sign. 14th homer for Yiner Diaz on the season. And May's out in the 7th. Base is empty for Jonathan Aranda. Aranda goes deep to left field. That puts Tampa on the board. He's still chasing it. That one just... How are you going to let that go for a triple, man? Come on. Keep the ball in here, Burleson. Killing me. All right, Cade Horton out in long relief, apparently. 3-1 count. Walk the bases loaded. It's 9-2 Tampa. Gets a little pop-up. Out number 2, infield fly rule is called. Horton with the bases loaded, 2 outs, full count to Josh Lau. And he walks a run in with the bases loaded. Not so good. Logan O'Hoppe playing on fumes. Brother, he is tired. And lofted into right. Burleson has it. Out number 3. So 2 runs across for Tampa. And then Cade out to finish it in the 9th. Final out. Chandler Simpson grounds it. Final score 9-3. On the mound for Vegas was Dustin May. He played a major role in the triumph. Las Vegas used a clutch at bat from Luis Matos to capture the win. The DH hammered a 3-run homer in the top of the 4th. His lone hit in 3 at-bats, but it was a humdinger. I thought Dustin threw the ball well across the board, said Vegas manager Scott Tyler. 9 hits. Yiner Diaz had a double. Yiner Diaz had a home run. Okay, he's waking up. Carpenter with another homer, his 34th of the season. Pratt with a homer. Matos with a homer. Diaz with a homer. 4 homers for the good guys. 2 errors. 1 Dustin May, 1 Cooper Pratt. Conticello with a stolen base. May went 7 1/3 innings, and then Horton saved the rest of the bullpen. Nice quality start by May. Batten down the hatches. Excellent news. Check the waiver wire. All right. Now it's Reese Olson. So it wasn't Reese Olson before. Now it's Reese Olson. Cooper Pratt tired. Brito tired. Pratt, day off. Arenamo in. Brito, day off. Conticello, you take first. I'm going to move Freeman up to the 2. Matos, DH. Worked for us last time. It worked well yesterday. Let's do it again. Brandon Woodruff pitching. He had a quality start 2 out of his last 3 outings, but he had to be pulled early against the Rangers last time, so hopefully he makes it a little deeper now. Backing him up is a very large bullpen. Very, very large bullpen. Cade Horton helping everybody rest. Okay, chat, we're down to the final 7 games to find out what the playoff picture looks like. Last ones. And we have lost to Tampa Bay, and that's gonna mean we lose the series. Oslevis Basabe is out with a torn anterior cruciate ligament for 9 months. Aw, in AAA, poor dude. Bad news, the Rangers won, we lost. They're back to first. I thought the team's offense was waking up, man. Woodruff gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3. Spores gave up a run in relief. And the offense scored 1 run on 6 hits. Chandler Simpson dealt a blow in the bottom of the second with the bases loaded. He hit a run-scoring single. They scored 3 in the second, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th. 1 hit for Jazz, nothing for Freeman, 1 for Luis Robert, 1 for Carpenter, nothing for Diaz, 1 for Conticello, 2 for Burleson. He's the only one who can hit. He had a double. Conticello had a double. Luis Robert Jr. solo homer. Reese Olson, player of the game, went 6 2/3 innings, 1 run. The Red Sox are up next. They've got 87 wins and 69 losses. This is going to be a tough series. Second in the East. Basabe calls it a season. His injury is worse than hoped for. He won't play for 9 months? Not good, dude. Rangers are playing the Astros, starting with Sean Dubin. We're playing Nick Martinez. He's got a 3.73 ERA in 6 pitches. Good control. Same against righties and lefties, like identical, so it's going to be a tough one. Comes down to whether Bobby Miller has it or not. Yiner and Kerry Carpenter need a day off. Marchand is in. Matos is in. I'm gonna put Burleson in left, Matos in right. Then move Marchand down. Okay, only a handful of games left. Last 2 series. Maybe we'll watch the final. I don't know. I want to see if what we do with the playoffs. Maybe we'll watch the final game of the season. If it depends on if we have a chance at capturing the lead against the Rangers or not, because this is getting silly. All right, good luck, boys. Loss. Shutout. Why do you guys do this to me, man, at the end of the season? Getting an impressive start from Nick Martinez. Boston beats Las Vegas by a score of 3-0. The first place Red Sox have a record of 88 and 69. Wait a second. Did they take first place on that? Yes. The Red Sox beating us and the Yankees losing put the Red Sox in first in the AL East. Why not Carpenter at DH if they're tired? Because they'll still get more tired. So they need to rest. Rangers also lost. Astros beat them 6-1. What is the end of this season? Jarren Duran had a 2-run double for Boston. His 38th double of the season to put the Sox on top 2-0. Only 4 hits for Vegas. I feel like our offense has weirdly dried up. We have like 1 spurt of good offense and then go back to this. Marchand had a double. Like, that's our best hitter. Conticello, Marchand, and Pratt. Yep, those are the guys you expect to have doubles. Surely. Miller went 5 2/3, giving up 3 runs, but Martinez went 7 innings of shutout ball. So no one wants to win this division. That's true. Why is Caden Wallace? He's a Rule 5 draft pick that we could have had on our team, I guess, that we didn't pick. I don't know. He's hitting 272 for the Dodgers. 753 OPS. He's doing pretty good. 23-game hit streak for Jeremy Pena. Atlanta has officially booked their ticket to the playoffs thanks to a hard-earned victory. Manager Bruce Chin praised his team, stating, "Our players have shown incredible determination and focus, and they deserve this accomplishment." However, the Braves manager is keen to keep his players' eyes on the prize. "While we've reached an important milestone, our true goal, the championship, is still ahead. We'll enjoy the moment, but we must remain focused on the task at hand." 29-year-old reliever Ronald Acuna Jr. was thrilled about the playoff berth, revealing Sam Hintes, "And I have been chatting about the possibility of clinching today. I can't wait." Freddie Freeman rehab setback. He's going to miss 4 more weeks from a sprained ankle. DeGrom season is over. Sprained ankle. He's out for the rest of the year. Damn, DeGrom out for Texas at the end? Boston is heading to the playoffs with a record of 88 69. So them beating us got them to the playoffs. Chris Bubich said, "We have fantastic fans and it feels good to give them something to cheer about." Braves clinch postseason. Team owner John Malone is proud and excited. The guys are well on their way, 91 66. The Nats celebrate a postseason berth today, but the real celebrations are yet to come. St. Louis clinches, 90 67. St. Louis can rest easy knowing they have a guaranteed spot in the postseason. Remember when we had the best record in baseball? Now the Dodgers are 96 61. Well, on the upside, well, they might get a 100-win season. Brian Bello has a 3.69 ERA. What is our... They've won 2 and lost 7 against us, and now they've won 3 and lost 7. So we've had the Red Sox number all season. So, of course, now they come back and get us. Jazz and Luis Robert Jr. need to sit out, which I think is fine because Jazz has been doing terrible. Robert Jr. just got a homer, but otherwise not doing so good. So both of them are going to sit. Brito over to second, Conicello to first. Arenamo at third. And then Matos DH. All right, Freeman leadoff. Kerry Carpenter 3, Diaz 4, Conicello 5, Matos 6, Burleson 7, then Arenamo, then Pratt. I don't know what's going to happen, Vorpal, dude. Scaring me. Malley up. He gave up 6 in his last outing. Not so good. Whole bullpen up. Finish the day. We got a win? Oh, my God. And we won it in the 9th? Oh, my God. This looks like the team I was cheering for earlier in the season. Malley versus Sedan Rafaela, who we almost traded for. Bobbled at first? Oh, no. Conticello makes an error. Oh, no.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Bottom of the 4th. Yoshida on 3rd. Rafaela on 1st. Walks, the bases loaded. Tristan Casas up. Casas scoops a single to score 2 with the bases juiced. 2 RBI single. Okay, fast forward, top of the 5th. Pratt on first with Freeman up. And that's down for a single. Now Juan Brito 2-2. Pops it up. Why are you showing me this on the highlights? Why indeed. Oops. Same at bat. Not sure why. So 1 out, Kerry Carpenter, 2 on, clutch single into right. Pratt goes to third, safe at the plate. Carpenter with an RBI single. As Pratt comes in to score. And then Diaz flies out to right. Okay, 2-1. It's in the 8th now. Bubic versus Brito. Grounded out to short. Now Yainer Diaz pops that one up. Three up, 3 down. We go to the 9th inning. We're down by 1. Chris Bubic still out pitching. Conticello gets a leadoff single. Tying run goes to first. Then another hit. They could turn 2. They can only get the out at first. Tough play. Could have been a 2-ball. Conticello at second. Luis Robert Jr. off the bench. Pinch hitter. Flies it out to center. Last out, and Arenamo does not take the walk on a 3-0 count. He hits one up the middle to tie the game. Safe at home on an RBI single from Arenamo. Pratt reaches again. Will Brennan up. Takes the walk for the bases loaded walk. And then Brito up to be the hero. Takes a walk. They walk and a run. Bubic thought he had strike 3, but instead, Vegas takes the lead on the RBI walk. And they come around to score again on an error. The throw sails on him into the outfield. So it's 4-2. He scored 3 in the inning, and Bizzardo in to try to shut the door. Roman Anthony pinch hitting. Lines it out to first base. Rafael Devers. Hot shot to first, out number 3. Okay, we skipped out 2. So, gets the save. Nice job. We'll take it any way we can get it at this point, boys. The Nashville High Notes win a tight East Division race. They become the round 1 champions. Second championship for the club. Chat, our AAA team just won the East Division for the 2nd time in a row. Which is kind of crazy. Where are they on this list? I like that there's a Nashville sound, and that's not us. Oh, I'm in the wrong league. There we go. Nashville High Notes were 83 and 65. Nice job, boys. Manager Milt Richardson said he spent many years in pro ball, but there's something special about his current group of players. Manager has won back-to-back now. Won Manager of the Year in 2026. Time to make him our new head coach of the MLB team. Oh, God. Oh, guess what? The Rangers lost. Houston beat them again. 5-4. Who wants to lose their division lead the most? And then they've got Landon Knack pitching tomorrow, which is not good for their chances. There's excitement surrounding Tampa Bay baseball tonight as the Rays have qualified for the playoffs. We're proud to be part of the Rays. Heading into the postseason to bring a championship back, said Braden Taylor. All our guys battle all year to get us to this spot. Yankees head to the postseason with an 87-71 record. It feels like we're the best team in the AL East, said starting pitcher Max Fried, and we want to go out there and prove it. Team power rankings. Number 1, Dodgers. Number 2, Nats. Number 3, Braves. Number 4, Cards. Number 5, Red Sox. Number 6, Reds. And finally, number 7, Invaders. We've fallen from grace a little bit. A little bit. But we're going to the damn playoffs. One way or the other. Today we look at the top 5 relievers leading Major League Baseball in strikeouts per 9 on the road. Number 1 is our pitcher, Alexis Diaz. Edgar Portes, Devin Williams, Gregory Soto, and Austin Gomber. Wasn't that our 5-year goal? It was. Diaz has been pretty good. Angel Felipe has been down here. Got a really good slider sinker, and then a changeup 100 miles an hour as well. I'll let you use normal amount. Steven Matz, he's had, honestly, 4 out of the last 5 have been really solid outings. All right, last game is unfortunately against, not the last game of the season, but last game of the series, unfortunately, against Garrett Crochet. I don't want to watch it. I just want to just let me know what happens. I do need to check the waivers. Nobody. All right. Lineup, everyone is good. Who hit well for us? Matos should stay in. Conicello's been okay. I'm gonna give Burleson a day off. Oh, it's versus a lefty. Okay. Yeah, I forgot Crochet's a lefty. So it's gonna be the funky lineup. Freeman, Pratt, Carpenter, Diaz, then Jazz, then Luis Robert, then Matos, then Brito, then Arenamos. It's gonna be a little funky lineup. Good luck. I hope Mats pulls it off. Rip the Band-Aid. We lost 1-7. Bad loss. Not even close. Garrett Crochet wrecked us. Classic. Went 7 innings of 1-run ball. I expect it, but I don't expect Mantiply getting tagged for 2 and Uribe getting tagged for 3? I mean, we would have lost the same anyways. Embarrassing display from the offense there. Jazz had a hit. Brito had 2 hits. Arenamo with a hit. Stupid game. Baseball is a silly game. But it's okay because the Rangers lost their 3rd straight Astros sweep. 6-0 against Landon Knack, who gave up 4 earned. So we're still 1 game in front. And it's the final set of the season. Team officials reveal Griffin Jax is out for 12 to 13 months. The Dodgers reliever has a torn rotator cuff. Kang reports on the Chicago White Sox. Final series of the season, they have 64 wins and 95 losses. And we should win these. Iriarte, Hedrick, and Braxton Garrett. The problem is they always hit us with the lefties. 2 of them are lefties. That's what gets us. The Sox stomped us last time. Correct. On the season, they've won 3, we've lost 6. They're 14th in runs scored. We have to beat them with pitching. 14th in average. They've given up 15th. They're like second to last in runs given up. 8th in starter ERA. Last in bullpen ERA. We lose these. Shut your mouth. Rangers are playing the Angels, who are better positioned with a winning record. So we technically have the easier of the 2 schedules, and we have a 1-game lead. Playing the worst team in the MLB, what could go wrong? And we got Dustin May pitching. The bullpen's completely rested. 4 ERA on the seat, 3.94. He did a little better last year, but let's see what he's got. He had a nice 7 1/3 inning outing last time versus Iriarte, 4.31. He's still kind of in training, 25 years old. Much worse against lefties. Go, go, go. Sim it. Win 7-2. Yeah. Eager fans turned out for a matchup between the Invaders and the White Sox. With an impressive start from Dustin May, Vegas beat Chicago 7-2, improves to a 93-67 record. He allowed 1 run on 2 hits over 7 innings. That was awesome. Really impressive what Dustin did, said Scott Tyler. 10 hits in the game, including a Yonder Diaz homer, a Luis Robert Jr. homer. Diaz with a 2-run homer, Robert Jr. with a 3-run homer. Brito and Freeman with stolen bases. Luis Robert Jr. heating up, question mark, 3 for 4 with 3 ribbies. Carpenter 2 for 4 with an RBI. Yonder Diaz with the homer, Conticello a hit, Freeman a hit, Burleson a hit, and a walk. May 7 innings of 1-run ball. Luke Weaver, 1 run given up in 2 innings pitched. So we got to Iriarte. And the Rangers lose again. They got beat 8-1 versus the Angels. So we just have to win one of the next 2 games to clinch. No matter what they do. If we win the next game, we clinch the division lead. So maybe do we watch the next game or do we watch the next game? All right, the ad's going to start in like 5 seconds. Yeah, easy game in the bullpen. Why not both? Because I'm tired of commentating. I'm tired of commentating. I just want to know what is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know what is going to happen. Watch the next, and if you lose, watch the next, I guess. Lashley subbed an hour ago, and I'm a bad streamer. Thank you for 43 months, Lashley. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. All right. Oh. I'll just go to the team home screen for now. Season's almost over. Regular season is almost over. I'll be right back right after this quick ad break. And they're almost back from the ad. Perfect timing. Look at this arc. This is us in the gray. And when the Rangers caught up to us, and it's weird how we like followed the same trajectory here. Like the Rangers really crashed hard, huh? I gotta go see what their schedule looks like. Oh man. Look at this. Where's info? Look at the Rangers stats, brother. They're 3-10 in September. (17-12) in August, 16-9 in July, 18-10 in June, 20-9 in May. They're first in the AL in batting, fourth in OBP, second in slugging, second in OPS, second in WAR. But their starter ERAs bumped down to 11th now. Bullpen 6th. Home runs allowed 11th. So they've got some crazy offense. Before we actually play any playoff game, I'm gonna have to look at like all the interesting stats from the season before, you know? We're 4-9 in September, which is pretty bad. So, this is called limping into the playoffs. Like middle of the pack in offense. Offense is cooled way off. We don't strike out. Third in stolen bases, but our pitching staff is insane. First in the AL and everything except for WAR. The Cardinals have won the National League Central Division. We made it, said Oliver Marmol. We're not done, though. Got another goal in mind. And the Cincinnati Reds clinch a spot. Of course, we set out to win the division, but in the end, doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there, said Ellie De La Cruz. We're going up against Braxton Garrett, the lefty with a 4.15 ERA. Okay, I'm just gonna field my normal lefty lineup and just pray. Who's pitching? Brandon Woodruff, hoping for a good outing. We win this one, and we clinch the division, I believe. The game thinks this should be a shoo-in. I'm giving you a chance to bet late night bet anyway, because you never know. Someone might win big. It's given us the edge in every category against Jose Leclerc. Wait, Jose Leclerc? Opener? Opener situation? So tab in and put some channel points in. If you think it's gonna be easy, who knows? Baseball's baseball. Could be easy, could be hard. They still got Brian Ramos hitting like 292. Alec Baum, who we almost got as our third baseman, 19 homers in the season. I don't know. It should be easy, but Jacob Gonzalez hitting 352. Robert Jr. batting 6th. Correct. He's kind of stinky against lefties. We're playing matchups. I wonder how real life superstars would handle that. Playing like sabermetric lineups. We're playing into the sabermetrics. Freeman is our best OBP against left-handed pitching. Pratt has pretty high slugging. Carpenter has slugging. Diaz is pretty good as well against lefties. So I'm trying to play matchups. Where are my doubters at? Don't you want to win 7-1 return on investment for your channel points? It's a great deal. Believers are scared to put much in because the risk of investment is too high. Late night channel points can't even hit over 500k. You guys are broke now, huh? You're betting scared. May as well give you a chance to win, though. If doubters win, you guys are going to be juiced. Okay, time's up. Let's go. Let's make this one a quick one. I don't want to linger on it too much. We're pitching first. Jorge Mateo up to bat against Woodruff. Hitting 263 on the season with 3 homers. Mateo, 32-year-old, was on the Dodgers this year as well, and the Blue Jays, and then the Padres before that, so he's been all over. I took the bait. Doubters took the bait. All right, this could clinch the division for us. Woodruff, pretty deep to right. Tall fly ball from Matos, who makes a nice catch for out number 1 on a 1-pitch fly ball. Took the changeup right in the middle of the zone. Alec Baum takes this one also to right field, so they like the pitches that they see, but both fly out to Matos on 1 pitch. Now Alec Baum. Did I say Baum? I meant Ramos before. So 3 big fly balls on 3 pitches. 3 up, 3 down on 3 pitches to get the game started. Jose Leclerc, possibly an opener coming in today. Great fastball and slider. Been in the league for a while. Played for the Dodgers this year, but signed in free agency by the White Sox. Tyler Freeman getting the leadoff today, and he'll line it out to the second baseman. Gonzalez has it. Now Cooper Pratt. So I put my lineup to face left-handers, not right-handers. So 2 quick outs for Leclerc. Now Kerry Carpenter, he doesn't care which hand you're throwing with. He'll look at ball 4 on a 6-pitch at bat. Misses with the fastball. Yainer Diaz also doesn't care which hand you throw with. Grounds it up the middle. Covering is the shortstop, and he'll run it to the bag himself for out number 3. All right. Woodruff back up facing Jace Avina, hitting 227 on the season. Avina lifetime against Woodruff is 1 for 3. He swings over this one, 1 for 4. Cotton candy. And is out number 1. Now Kyle Teal. Fly ball into shallow right field. Second baseman backs up. Freeman's got it. Quick out number 2. Now Miguel Vargas. Lined to Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the perfect position, playing the shift. 3 up, 3 down. All right. The Invaders up to bat, starting with Jazz Chisholm Jr., who is 2 for his last 14. Having it rough lately. Skies this one to pretty deep in the gap and left. For long out number 1, Joey Loperfito's got it. Luis Robert Jr. out. He's got 26 homers on the season, just crossed 101 RBI. That one hit deep to right field, still going back, look it up, it's out of here. Robert Jr. with a solo home run, 390 feet to put Vegas out in front, 1-0. Surprising you deep in the lineup today. That'll be his 27th home run of the season. 103.8 miles per hour off the bat. 390 feet to deep right into the bullpens. Take an early lead. 1 out for Luis Matos. Got the start in right today. And that's in play, but second baseman is there for out number 2. Some nicely positioned defense here early in the game. Strike 3 called. Brito down on the changeup, gets the edge. And Woodruff back out to pitch for the Invaders now in the top of the 3rd with a 1-run lead now.
Strike three.
Strike three gets Joey Loperfido for his second strikeout of the game. And then gives up a pretty deep fly to left, but Carpenter closes the gap, reaches up, gloves it for a long out number 2. Now Nick Maton in the 9-hole. So far in September, he's hitting 194. And he strikes out here. That's why he's in the 9-hole. All right. There's Braxton Garrett, the anticipated lefty, following the opener. So Arenamo will lead off against the actual starter. And an 0-2 count. Strikes out swinging. Chasing the changeup. All right. Now back to the top of the order. Tyler Freeman this is the order we anticipated playing against this lefty. And let's see what we can get going against him. Freeman lines this one sharply to left. Loperfido gloves it for out number 2. All right, Cooper Pratt, he hits lefties really well. That one hard hit. Third baseman handles it. So 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Woodruff back out for Las Vegas in the top of the 4th against Jorge Mateo in the top of the White Sox order. Into right. Falls in front of Matos. Chicago gets their first hit of the game. Leadoff single for Mateo. Mateo to Matos. And now Ramos. 4-pitch walk. Not looking great. Runner moves to scoring position. After the single and the walk, nobody out for Alec Baum. He's got the power to turn this game upside down. He lays down a bunt down the first base line. And the sac bunt will move the runners over to second and third on the out. So infield playing shallow in here, trying to stop the run at the plate if Jay Savina puts it in play. And that one deep to right field. Under it is Matos tagging up. They throw the ball back in. Safe. This game is tied on the sacrifice fly. A little bit of small ball from the White Sox. Both runners tagging up. Ramos makes it to third. So productive out number 2. Now Kyle Teal in play. Shortstop's got it. So innings over. White Sox get a run. Bring it back to 1 across. 1 apiece. 1 hit for each team. White Sox Braxton Garrett out to pitch against Kerry Carpenter now with a full count. Carpenter grounds it down the first base line. Transfers to the pitcher. Carpenter is not sure how Baum made that play. A great play, apparently. That was a 5-star play at first. So flashing the leather. And that infield range. He does have 80 aptitude at first base, which is insane. So 1 out. Yainer Diaz works a full count. Takes the walk. Fastball inside. Ball 4. First walk of the game for Garrett. Jazz Chisholm Jr. Up at the dish. In play softly. Shortstop's got it. And he gets Jazz out at first. So Diaz moves up to second for Luis Robert Jr. in scoring position with 2 outs. Robert Jr. down the third base line, pretty shallow. Here comes the runner. Diaz heading home. Safe. An RBI single from Luis Robert Jr. He has a home run in this game and has scored both of the runs for the Invaders as we take a 4th inning lead. So Matos grounds out to second, but inning over. Vegas back on top for Brandon Woodruff, fan favorite. Hit hard, past the third baseman's glove. Down in the left, throw comes back in. That'll be a leadoff double. Second hit of the game for the White Sox. Vargas in there. Joey Loperfido up, runner in scoring position. Nobody out after Vargas took that curveball hard down the left field line. That one pretty deep to left. But under it is Carpenter for out number 1. After 6 pitches. Now Jacob Gonzalez hitting .345 on the season in 55 ABs. Holds up and checks his swing. Ball 4. Second walk issued by Woodruff. And now 2 on, 1 out. Double play in order against Nick Maton. Maton, deep to left field. Left fielder's just kind of looking at this one, and he was faking it. He catches it. I thought he was watching that one go, but he just kind of like jogs under it, is like, I see it, just kidding. So out number 2 after the curveball just got under it for Maton. Now Mateo, he's got a hit today. 2-2 the count.
Strike 3.
Woodruff with his 4th strikeout, strands 2 runners. Invader still out in front. Brito up against Garrett now. Struck out first time. This time, ball hit, diving third baseman, and they bobble it at first. So Brito will hold up at first. The throw is off target. Ramos, his 2nd error at third base on the misfire to Alec Baum at first. Arenamo puts it in play. Shortstop has it. Chance for 2. Out. The double play. So Arenamo erases the error on behalf of the White Sox. So I imagine he's none too pleased with that. Freeman grounds out, and that's it. Vegas still out in front. Go to the 6th. Woodruff 63 pitches now. Feels like he's been inducing a lot of lazy fly balls into the outfield, and that's another one for out number 1. Baum scoops this one in the left, keeping those outfielders busy. Carpenter has another one. He thought the inning was over, and he started toward the infield, but that's only the 2nd out. It looks like Brandon Woodruff is injured on the play, and they have to take him out of the ball game. Oh my God, again? What are you guys doing? Pending arm. Well, at least he made it deeper into the game. So Spores in relief. 1.48 ERA in 19 appearances to try to get the last out of the 6th. So Woodruff's day is done. 5 2/3 innings, 1-run ball. Jay Savina stands in. And Spores gets the strikeout. So we're through 5.5. Garrett back out in his 4th inning of work after the opener. And scooped into the gap in left. Pratt all the way back to the 1 Nevada sign. Wall in front of the pool. He's in there with his stand-up double. His 20th double of the season. Pratt continues to see the ball exceedingly well against lefties. Hitting .286 against them on the season with an .810 OPS. And he's in scoring position for Kerry Carpenter. First pitch pop-up. Who wants it? They gather around first base. Gonzalez makes the catch. Now Yainer Diaz grounds one over to third. Pratt takes third. And Diaz is retired at first. All right, 2 out. Pratt on third for Jazz Chisholm Jr. That's going to be over the leaping second baseman. And an RBI single for Jazz. Clean base hit on a hardliner to right. So now the score is 3-1 Las Vegas. Luis Robert Jr., who's 2 for 2 today, with the other 2 runs scored. Back up. That one makes his 3rd hit of the day into shallow center field. Jazz holds up at second. So some 2-out lightning here for Las Vegas. Both Jazz and Luis Robert Jr. reach, and now Luis Matos. Matos, that one has gone to orbit. Out of here, just around the foul pole down the right field line. That's a 3-run shot with 2 outs to go up 6-1 Las Vegas. And that sinker high in the zone makes it 376 feet out of here to the shortest part of the park. Just sneaks around the foul pole. So 2 outs, bases clear for Juan Brito. Brito hits this one hard down the right field line, and the hits continue, this time against a new pitcher, Vazel. In relief, out of the bullpen. Mike Vazel, 4.38 ERA on the season, 33 games. He's made his appearance. 1.52 is the whip. Brito 2-out double. In scoring position for Arenamo. Lines this one to shallow center, and Mateo dives and makes a catch to rob a hit and a run. Cotton candy. So 4 runs across in the inning. Vegas takes a 5-run lead. Spores back out in the 7th. And they hit the first batter he sees. Teal drills him with a fastball at 94 miles an hour. A little loss of control. Teal takes first. And he hits back-to-back batters. Spores not having it. 2 free passes issued and a new pitcher in to replace him. Keegan Aiken out in the 7th after back-to-back. So he hit up the second batter with the curveball, clearly not intentional. So Aiken in now in relief. This ball is scooped into center. Robert Jr.'s got it, calls off the other outfielders, pulls it down. Keegan Aiken may be hurt here. The new pitcher, his elbow appears hurt, and they have to take him out of the ball game. Second time a pitcher for Las Vegas has been removed from the ball game pending injury, and now out comes Cade Horton in relief. The lefty, who went an inning and 2/3 last time scoreless, inherits 2 runners in Teal and Vargas. 1 out facing the lefty Jacob Gonzalez. That one over the shortstop's head in a shallow left field. And that's going to be a single to load the bases with only 1 out for Cade Horton, facing Nick Maton, the 9-hole hitter, hitting .228 on the season. He is 0 for 4 in this series so far with a walk. 2-2 the count. That one in play, shallow left field. That's down for a hit. 1 runner's in to score. Aggressive send at third. And you're out at the plate. That is an RBI single, but the second runner tried to stretch it into a 2 RBI single and gets thrown out at the plate. So the defense picking up Horton a little bit, giving him a free base to work with. 1-2 to Mateo. And he strikes out, so only 1 run across in a bases loaded 1-out jam. And Horton gets out of it. Tyler Freeman up in the bottom of the 7th now. Freeman, deep left field. He says, give me that run back. That one's taking a dip in the pool. 400 feet to left. Freeman on the solo shot makes it 7-2 Vegas. And that's his 8th home run of the season. First hit of the game, and it's a big one. That's what I'm talking about. All right, out number 1 is Pratt. Now Carpenter. Grounds it to the third baseman for out number 2. And now Yainer Diaz. I'm kind of just want to fly through this. Few quick ground outs, but the solo homer from Freeman makes it 7-2. 5-run lead for Vegas. Cade Horton back up for Las Vegas in the top of the 8th. Seeing Brian Ramos first. That one hit hard into the gap and right. Outfielders chasing after it, getting it back in. Ramos will be in with a leadoff double. 5th hit of the game for the White Sox. And that brings up Alec Baum. And that one gets away. Diaz chases after the wild pitch, so nobody out, and the runner at second will advance to third on the wild pitch. The count is 1-0 on Baum. Grounder No play at the plate. They will take the sure out at first. So that is going to be an RBI fielder's choice. As the runner from third comes in to score after moving to third on the wild pitch. Cade Horton with another hit given up. 1 out. That'll be down for a single from Avina. Pass the baton to Teal. 2-2. Nice strikeout. Out number 2. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here in the 8th. 26 pitches in versus Vargas. Poke to short. And they get the lead runner at second. So another run comes across to score from the White Sox, but it's a 7-3 lead Vegas. Bottom of the 8th, Jazz Chisholm Jr. trying to get some insurance runs across here. And he will line it to the first baseman guarding the lines for out number 1 on 4 pitches. Luis Robert Jr., he's 3 for 3 today. And they finally find a way to retire him for out number 2. Medium depth to center. Now Luis Matos, he's got a homer today. And a soft grounder to second for out number 3. Final 3 chances for the White Sox. Cade Horton out in the 9th to try and close this down. I would not put Horton back out here after how hard they've been hitting him, but they're going to try and get Horton to get out of this, I guess. I would have put someone else in to try and close this down and lock. Yep. Yeah, that's a home run. It's exactly what I thought was going to happen when you send the righty out for a third inning of work who's already getting hit really hard against 3 lefties at the bottom of the order. It's 7-4 on that solo homer from Joey Loperfido, and new pitcher in, Bizzardo. It's a save situation now that the lead is down to 3. So bases cleared, no outs, and the closer, Edward Bizzardo, out to try and shut the door on the White Sox and clinch the division for the Las Vegas Invaders. Pop up. Whoa! The right fielder out of nowhere! It says it's curling toward the seats, which I think means that the animation of the ball, it did not match what actually happened in the simulation. I'm pretty sure that one was supposed to be over here, and the ball just went over there in the visual. But Bizzardo gets out number 1 with the help from his speedy right fielder, Luis Matos. 2-1 from Maton. Grounder, shortstop covers. Nice play by Pratt, who stops a hit from sneaking through the middle of the infield. Final out for the White Sox, Jorge Mateo, 1 for 4 today. Hard hit, first baseman scoops it, handled, and that's it. Chicago the loser, 7-4 to Las Vegas. Oh yeah. Let's go, boys. And the Rangers are 3 games back. They lost their game to the Angels and have lost 9 of their last 10. So it should be mathematically impossible for them to win the division. We clinched it, boys. We didn't have to win to clinch. I guess they could have lost, and then we still would have clinched. So either a win, our win, or their loss clinches it. But we've got it locked in. Cal Raleigh can celebrate after a 3 home run binge against Baltimore. He was 3 for 4 with 3 homers. The Reds clinch a wild card berth. And the Cardinals have won the National League Central Division. We made it. Everything we talked about doing in spring training has come true, said Oliver Marmol. They have a 91-69 record. Brandon Woodruff, chat. Woodruff's out for up to 2 weeks with forearm tendonitis just before the playoffs. Oh no. Oh no. Do we put him on the IL? I don't think we do. I think we just bench him for at least, let's say 10 days, and then I can adjust it as necessary. We have the expanded roster. Rick Jameson says he's been diagnosed with forearm tendonitis. He'll be out 1 to 2 weeks. Joe Mantiply said it takes a lot of dedication and sacrifice to win a division title. That's why he and the Las Vegas Invader teammates were so excited to celebrate their American League West Division Championship today. Yes! It's been a team effort all year long, he said. You don't get to this point without the guys in the room believing in what we're doing. That belief paced the club to a 94-67 record on the season, the club's first American League West Division Championship in team history of 2 years. And puts them in position for their first Major League Baseball championship. It's a talented bunch in that room, said Scott Tyler, pointing to his celebrating players. I wouldn't bet against us. Well, the good news is that we have either Cade Horton or Matthews as a backup starter. Technically, Horton is rated more further down in terms of like scout ratings, but Quinn Matthews has been struggling in AAA recently, so he's a little sketchier. Matthews is a lefty. Whereas Cade is a righty. So we probably take Woodruff out, put Cade Horton in as a potential starter. We gave him 9 starts on the season. I don't know, it's hard to say. You set your roster for each series separately? You mean like my lineups? I like to set my lineups by playing lefty-righty matchups pretty severely. But otherwise, it's mostly the same, but if a guy is on a hot streak, I like to keep him in, so I like to watch the outcome of each game and see if somebody's on a dry spell, try to give him a day off or 2. Only need 4 starters max in the playoffs. That's kind of true, too. Like, we should have some time off in between. It still remains to be finalized whether or not it'll be a division title or a wild card berth, but the Marlins captured a playoff spot. Yuri Perez has 1 goal down, several more to go. All right, we have 1 game left. Bobby Miller pitching. May as well finish strong and try to set a new franchise record of 95 wins. This is only our 2nd season. But yeah, you can change your roster whenever you want, so I can just let Woodruff just stay on the bench, and as long as I have him set to be benched, he shouldn't be used in any capacity. And I could put him on the IL, but I feel like since it could be 1 week, 15-day IL doesn't seem like a great idea. So we'll just make do with our expanded bullpen the way that we've got it right now. Happy with that win. Believers, here's your channel points. Kratz on the dub. Happy with Robert Jr. going 3 for 4 with a homer and 2 singles. Pratt with a double, Brito with a double, Freeman with a homer, Matos with a homer. So like what I'm taking away from this is that I need to start Matos for sure. And then Arenamo was the DH. He's going to go back to the bench, probably. Good bench player, though. And give Yiner DH. We could also just give all of our guys an extra day off so they don't get injured. But where's the fun in that? I want to keep them warm. So Diaz does need a day off. It's another lefty. All right, I'm going to move Robert Jr. up. Then Matos, Brito, Arenamo. Bobby Miller pitching. What does the actual schedule look like? Like, what is the first day of the playoffs? Well, we should have a bye, so we should have plenty of time to rest. All right, you ready to sim the final game of the season? And then potential playoff time. Let me just check waivers one last time for fun. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. We did it. You have unlocked the following achievements. ERA crown, Bobby Miller. You're going to the playoffs. Nice. We won the last game of the season. 3 runs on 6 hits. The Las Vegas Invaders rode a solid performance from 28-year-old starting pitcher Bobby Miller, beating the White Sox 3-2 at Omnibus. Earning the save was Edward Bizzardo. He's cashed in 9 of 10 save opportunities. Vegas is now 95-67, while Chicago falls to 64-98. Invaders got a big at-bat from center fielder Luis Robert Jr. He was 1 for 3 with a homer. He drove in 3 and scored once. In the bottom of the first, with runners on first and second, he stroked a 3-run homer, his 28th of the season. So he overperformed. He had 25 homers last season, 28 homers this season, higher average, lower OBP, higher slugging, higher OPS, higher OPS plus. He got the same award. So at least our investment in his Omega front-loaded contract got exactly what we wanted from him. Worth every penny. He was worth every penny, though. Nice win for us, said Miller. Now we go after the next one. Pratt 1 for 4, Carpenter 2 for 4, Robert Jr. with the homer, Matos hit, Marchand hit. Error on Jazz. Stolen base, another caught stealing. He's been caught stealing so much for someone who's supposed to be so fast and good at stealing. Miller went quality start, 6 innings of 1-run ball. Mantiply gets the 2 clean innings, and Bizzardo picks up the save. What a bunch of gamers. He can regress a bit and still outperform that contract in coming years. Yeah, because here's the big thing about Luis Robert Jr. His fielding. So check out his 108 impossible balls caught over the course of the season. Far outpacing Kerry Carpenter in left, or Matos and Brennan combined even. He made 100% of routine, 100% of likely, 77% of even chance catches, 54% of unlikely, and 17% remote. He had 2 errors on the season, so not very many errors at all. Zone rating is not the end-all be-all, but him and Cooper Pratt have it locked down. But that's also, I think, additive based on how much they play at that position, but it still means they're doing good. You don't really want to be Kerry Carpenter with negative 17.2 zone rating. How do you have negative 17.2, brother? Oh. He seems decent enough, but the difference between 50 and 70 range, I guess. And he had 15 outfield assists on the season, which is honestly pretty good for his center fielder. That is pretty good. Regular season ends. Set your playoff roster. Congrats on reaching the playoffs. Make necessary adjustments for your playoff roster on the team menu. Get ready for some baseball. The playoffs are here. For those clubs fortunate enough to make the postseason, baseball's second season is just beginning. For the majority of players and teams, today is the first day of a long off season. Clubs in the playoffs have begun prep for their upcoming showdowns to determine the 2027 Major League Baseball champs. The best teams will go tooth and nail for the World Series crown, and it gets started in just a few days. We made it to October. The teams who survived the hard battles of the regular season now begin their postseason campaign. Let's take a look at the playoff coverage. Here's the playoff tree. We got the bye to the division series. We clinched the division, mostly lost. The Rangers went on a few game losing streak, and we beat the White Sox while they lost. They fell 3 games back at the end. Boom, baby. Yeah, they got wrecked by the Astros. We have the Astros to thank. We also have Oaklamento to thank, and we have the Angels to thank. They won 2. I think the Angels won 2 out of 3. So like everyone in our division cleaned the Rangers clock, to be honest. Are we going to watch the whole playoffs? I'm not going to watch their games. I don't care about their games. I want to watch my games. So, Red Sox versus Rangers in a best of 3. That's the wild card, baby. And then Tampa versus Cleveland in their best of 3. Play the Yankees, whoever wins. Dodgers over here. It's going to be the Reds versus the Nats, and then the Marlins versus the 2025 World Series champ, the Cards. Red Sox won the World Series last year. The buy is huge if we can get an injured guy back before the next series. Yeah, the problem is whether he'll be okay to get the start. I'd probably give him the ball. Woodruff deserves to pitch in a playoff game for this team. But anyway, this is a beautiful thing, man. When is the first game? I guess I could look. I don't know, they haven't scheduled it. Bye should give 4 to 5 days. Yeah, it should give 4 to 5 days. I will take this bye any day of the week. Some people say they like being a wildcard team because you get to keep playing and stay hot, which I think has value. But just guaranteeing you don't get eliminated in a best of 3 is kind of huge. Like losing those first 2 games is devastating. At least you can lose 3 in the divisional series, and then the championship series, best of 7, World Series, best of 7. So you have a lot more leeway. So kind of wild, man. We made it. 2nd year of the Invaders, and we freaking made it. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. That's what we're going to be on tomorrow. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I say, let's do a playoff stream. Have some energy. Yeah, 1 less chance to get KO'd and knocked out. Exactly. So I'll be back on tomorrow. I don't know what this song is, so stop listening to it. How many times I gotta tell you to stop listening to music you're not allowed to listen to? Close your ears. No one in the league had 40 or more home runs. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna look at all the stats first. I'm gonna look at like team season stats versus expectations, like individual players stats versus expectations, league stats, like who had the most home runs, who had the best average, who's a shoe-in for MVP. And then we start the playoffs tomorrow. So I'll sim the wild card games. And then, yes, we are going to play. I'm not going to manage. I'm still going to go hands off. I'm letting the manager manage. So it's still going to be an auto battler. I'm going to set the lineup and choose who's pitching and fix the playoff roster. And then let them do the rest. But yeah, we're going to watch the playoff games. And we'll probably go pitch by pitch, because we might get eliminated in the first game. You know, I mean, the first series, we might just get like swept by the Red Sox or something. And I gotta make it count. If we go further, then great. But we'll probably watch like the whole full game and not just final pitch, depending on how it goes. Maybe not for all of them. We might watch like. Maybe we'll watch it. I don't know. I haven't decided. I'll figure it out tomorrow if I want to watch pitch by pitch. But thanks for gaming. Thanks for playing. This is going to be fun, dude. Like, I honestly can't believe we made it in the 2nd year. I'm shocked. The Rangers made it close in terms of not having to play in the wild card. But I can't believe we had the best record in the American League. The only team with a better record than us is the Dodgers. But I think what the Rangers illuminated was that it was not going to be, like, I think at the beginning of the season, we thought this was going to be a walk in the park. Like, we were just cleaning house. We were on a streak. And we thought we weren't going to struggle. You know what I mean? We definitely, like, didn't struggle, but we did in a way because we were just neck and neck with the Rangers for so long. Like, just look at the chart, right? This is us. And then the blue line is the Rangers. Like, we shot off like a rocket at the beginning of the season and then kind of leveled out, and the Rangers just go pew, and then they crashed hard. They crashed hard. They lost DeGrom, and they lost another pitcher, I think. And we just held out, basically. Took an early lead and we needed every single win throughout the season to get to this spot. So, like, none of them were taken for granted. And we improved a few of our batting stats, like runs scored. Yeah, Angels did go on a run mid-season to get out of that pack. New franchise best regular season record, 95-67. Like, we were great, but we didn't get an 100-win season, right? So, like, there's a different kind of dominance. There's like 100, 110 win, 115 win seasons. That's a dominant season. This one, we were 11 games ahead of the Angels. However, the Rangers were only a wildcard team by 3 games. Like, the Angels were only 5 games back. You know what I mean? So it was pretty close, depending on how we did at the end. Angels almost got a wildcard berth. But yeah, happy with first in the AL in our second ever season. That's sick. But yeah, we'll take a look at all the stats, all the player stats, all the team stats, all the season stats, all the cool details tomorrow, and then get into the playoffs. So playoff officially begins tomorrow. Regular season over. GG, thanks for watching. Kerry Carpenter gotta be in the running for MVP? I would think so. You would think. He's gotta be somewhere up there. So be there tomorrow for the start of the playoffs. Should be fun. I am tired, but I will catch you guys then. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. All right, I'm gonna send you guys out on an end of stream raid. Go say what's up to Franchise Time Machine, who's playing some Out of the Park as well. Doing a themed simulation. You'll have to find out what they're doing. So go see what they're up to. I will catch you guys over there. Have a good one. If you like what you see, toss a follow to a streamer maybe you haven't watched before, and be good. Say hi. Good night. Come back tomorrow, like 3 p.m. Pacific, and playoff time. Hell yeah. GG, good night. Squipsy, thank you for the 13 months. Go Invaders, baby. Thanks for dropping the prime. All right, get out of here before the ad starts. See you next time.